Chapter 246. That's the biggest normal-sized ant I've ever seen, Anton commented. Elder Charing nodded. And she keeps getting bigger. If they didn't build extra wide tunnels for multiple ants to pass through at once, I doubt she'd be able to fit on the surface. But she makes the trip regularly enough, poking her head out to watch us as we watch them. Even though the creature they were commenting on was indeed large, the overall size was comparable to a single segment of a human's finger, a very large ant, but smaller than many beetles and nowhere close to the size of anything cultivators generally were involved with. Strange, Anton said. Does the queen usually leave the nest no? Elder Charing frowned. Generally, she just peeks her head out. Should I be concerned? Their movement ability is nothing concerning at the moment. And any essence collection cultivator should be more than durable enough if they wanted to chew on you. They do appear to be approaching, Anton commented. He decided to remain still, only moving his eyes to track the movement of the queen and the handful of others following along with her. Even without it being spoken, he could feel Charing's curiosity, as well as his desire to see what the strange behavior would lead to. With people watching from all sides, Anton didn't feel the need to turn to follow the movements of the Ant Queen. Instead, he focused on listening for movement. It wouldn't have been possible if there were any noise but a slight wind whistling through the trees and the sound of people breathing. Even then, the sound of muscles tensing and heartbeats were louder than the pittering feet of a few ants, though they became clearer as they approached. The group took a long arc out of Anton's vision before finally coming up behind him and crawling up the rear of his left boot. He was ready at any time to squash them if necessary. He didn't think it would be porch, but dealing with creatures stronger than they appeared, he didn't want to be careless, even if they couldn't kill him. There were vulnerable tendons and ligaments that wouldn't heal easily if damaged. The weight of a few ants, even large ones. Climbing up his leg was something he hardly felt, yet seemed suspiciously familiar. If he hadn't been focused on it, he probably wouldn't have noticed. But the way they made a direct line towards the magic bag on his left hip and crawled in suggested to him it had been done before. After they made their way inside, Anton shook his head. Well, looks like the possibility I brought them accidentally has increased. What should we do about this? Anton looked at Charing seriously. A good question. Charing stroked his chin for a few moments. It seems they either don't care about being seen or don't understand speech. Yet they bothered to move around behind you. So they might have some concept of stealth. I am interested to see why the queen would come to you again. She might just wish to get out of this area, presuming they noticed the formations. But I can't now without more information. Now I kind of want to just let it happen. Seems a bit dangerous. Even if I was the one who accidentally brought them here myself, Anton commented. That's right. Which is why I'll be coming along with you to help monitor the situation. This is my responsibility now. Though since I can't focus on a single task all day and night, I would appreciate some help of a formation." Elder Charing's eyes looked to Katerina, who was standing somewhat behind Anton. "Could you make something that would detect them leaving that bag and alert us easy?" Katerina said. "Even if they do weird stuff with energy, or maybe especially because of that." "Well," Anton said, "I'll be counting on the both of you. If they just wish to tag along and chew on my rations, I am not opposed to having these ants along. And it's better to know about them than to suddenly find stuff missing." Anton's eyes drifted down to his bag. "Here is nothing interesting in there right now, though. Just boring rations. They might just come right back out." They didn't, though. Katerina quickly added a few dangling pieces onto Anton's magic bag. That would produce the desired results, giving away they knew the ants were there. But they seemed content to ride along at the moment. The journey continued quickly through the rest of Greyoton. With no encounters of note, they simply passed citizens of the country and traveling cultivators with no excitement. Passage across the border was easy enough, if not terribly quick. Since they were relying on official documents to provide a good reason for their presence, the Ofurg side gave them more than just a cursory glance. It was unlikely that their passage would have been denied without those documents. But they were meant to reassure the local sects. It was inevitable that some information about their passage would spread. A group with 6 Essence Collection cultivators was noteworthy, after all. And some of them might have been specifically looked out for. Most of the direct grudges with Anton had already been resolved. But Kohar's enemies were still mostly alive. After all, she had only caused financial and legal harm with her efforts. And those responsible hadn't been so stupid as to directly come themselves to try to kill her. A few years was unlikely to have made the Iron Ring slavers or others forget about the penalties they'd been forced to pay for illegal enslavement. Something they generally avoided getting caught for. More than that, her recent few years had been spent tying various groups to the Twin Soul sect. While that group was significantly weakened right now, anyone who had been willingly working with them would find themselves in quite a bit of trouble. Even if some interactions hadn't been strictly illegal, there were many sects who would jump at any excuse to get revenge. Some groups she'd been putting the pressure on would be very glad if she disappeared. That was related to their current trip. With the right payments and bribes, the difference being the source, they had moved closer to the ability to achieve some big moves. They would be looking for help from the Frost Mirror sect because they were powerful, local, and could be reasoned with rationally. Glorious Flame Palace would be willing to pounce on anyone they had dirt on. But a few battles wouldn't necessarily be as effective as some more subtle action. Though there would probably be battles as well. The first stop on the journey was actually the Grasping Willows. They were a relatively small sect, though Lev's climbing power was helping them grow. Anton wouldn't have wanted to drag them into anything, but they were already involved through Elder Varella's actions years prior. They had remained safe due to having some local allies, as well as their lands being fairly defensible. It had been enough that nobody was willing to make any overt moves against them, at least. The path to the grasping willows was the same. After a turnoff of the main road between Connaught and Sarton, there was a stretch of road flanked by the titular tree, the sect emulated in their cultivation. Anton felt they were larger, even in the last few years, but he could have been wrong about that. They were welcomed at the gates, their arrival expected. It didn't take long for Lev and Elder Varela to find them. Since the sect was small and the arrival of so many powerful cultivators was easy to sense, Anton looked over the two cultivators in front of him. Lev's hair and beard were growing longer, but they were still very short compared to the white mane of Elder Varela. Conversely, the older man had grown perhaps a single step or two in the time Anton had known him. While Lev had grown rapidly and surpassed his master in cultivation, he was on the border of essence collection. While his master still remained in mid-spirit building, though slightly closer to the late part of that stage. "Good to see you both again," Anton said. "All of you as well," Elder Varela nodded. "Any trouble on the road?" "Not just yet," Anton said. "I expect it's still trying to catch up." "Good. Much more sensible than thinking you are safe. We've been holding on here, but I am worried. Nothing dangerous yet. But some folk are buying up all the best materials for us to train. I don't know of anyone who needs the various seeds and plants we use, so I imagine it's to spite us. They've driven up prices. So we've had to do without. Though that's actually giving some of the disciples a different type of training. We've always grown some plants, Lev commented, but some are consumed practicing certain techniques, so it's more efficient to buy some as well. Now we deal with more of that internally. We do it all, but we have limited space. At least inside the formations, Elder Varela commented. But I believe you are here to help with that. Katerina stepped forward. That's right. And I have an interesting addition that should be quite beneficial to you, though not immediately. It won't cost you anything, though. The current agreement with the Grasping Willows was that Katerina would help with enhancing and expanding their formations, with them covering the costs of the materials. Katerina would be paid for her efforts by the Order, and the Grasping Willows would be helping out with some things they needed. Overall, the value probably went in their favor rather than the Order's, but not to the point it would be a significant burden for the larger sect. Katerina very much enjoyed working with formations. She especially liked ones that were different. Anyone could have slabs of rock and shiny metal. But people who could keep a copse of trees growing in just the right way to perform as a proper formation were a step above. The Grasping Willows mixed both, which Katerina supposed was the most efficient method. But she planned to lean them a bit more towards their planty roots. From out of her bag she pulled a clump of moss. It was a hardy plant and could live for quite a while without being routed. It wouldn't do much just sitting in a bag, though. Instead, she placed it on a patch of stone on the ground, where it would also do nothing. Nothing but grow. More moss Lev asked from nearby, He was not an expert on formations, but he was able to help maintain plants and among the higher-ranking cultivators in his sect. "This moss is much nicer than the kind we found you with," Katerina said. "It just likes to grow, especially over stone like this." "So you'll let it?" And then what Lev asked? "That's it. Just make sure it sticks to what I have laid out here." "And the formation?" "This will be it," Katerina said. "No inlaid metals, no carvings, no pillars. The runes will be formed from this." She gestured to the lump, off of which she pinched a bit to place in another section. "Make sure to water it, and donating a bit of your energy wouldn't hurt. Once it grows to fill out this area, spread it around the perimeter of the sect in the lines I have designated. So the rock is. Just a guide, the moss will only grow on it," Katerina pointed out. "Which is why we had you clear out random other rocks in the area. You'll have to regularly clean up pebbles. But they should be easy to pick out. That's why I picked this distinctive brownstone here. As far as materials went, stone that had no properties cultivators cared about was almost free. It wasn't actually free. Of course, it still took labor and transport, but it was cheap for cultivators. This particular rock wouldn't withstand attacks from enemy cultivators. But if the rock itself could be damaged, the formation had already been broken through anyway. At that point, it was just as easy to break most stone, until the point it became prohibitively expensive. It would likely require repairs by qualified formation experts, but the principles were easy to understand. The moss naturally grew to fit the stone, and it had the ability to channel amounts of energy that normally require durable and expensive materials. Since moss didn't just appear from nowhere but took time to grow, it wasn't suitable for all applications. But as a supplement, it was useful, and the grasping willows would treat the plants with the proper respect instead of assuming that it would deal with itself. "It spreads quickly," Katerina said. "But it will probably still take a couple months. Until it covers the whole formation, assume it does nothing. Because relying on it would get you in trouble, and that means the little bits and pieces scattered about. Make sure they don't get buried under leaves and the like." Along with Lev, the members who were trained in formations nodded their heads. "And with the other things I put together, I think my work here is done now. Our part is fulfilled. This moss is extra because I thought you'd take it seriously, so make sure to do yours." "Of course we will," Lev said. "We're not exactly fond of slavers here ourselves." "Great," Katerina said. "Because I'd really rather not have anyone else with uncles and cousins and nieces, and all of that being taken away from them just because someone thinks they can get away with it." Chapter 247. The storage bag hanging at Anton's side was being watched carefully by two of his companions behind him in the carriage, though it hardly seemed necessary to him. Each day they checked to make sure the queen was still present. She had to know they were aware of her presence by now, and Katerina's formations would detect her anyway. Nothing was fully certain, but as much as anything could be, Anton was sure of that. As Elder Chering and Katerina watched him, Anton watched the world around them. While it would technically be better to have them watching for enemies as well, the chances that either of them would notice something there too with proper training was fairly low. The Comvern Peaks were in central Lofrurg, not too far from the end of their journey. The steep mountains rose and fell quickly, leaving few functional paths. Of those, only one could be traveled by carriage. It was the easiest one to travel from any perspective and the most direct. That wasn't a coincidence. But rather the path had been carved out by people wanting to travel for trade and cultivators who just wanted a consistent route. It was still easier to go around the mountains to the north or south. But enough people favored the direct route to keep it maintained. When Anton noticed the first enemy, he wasn't sure if he'd made a mistake. It was obvious there was someone coming, but that was the catch. If their presence was so obvious, could they really be coming to attack? It only took Anton about a second to make the right decision. Of course they could. They were just less skilled at it than many of the opponents he'd been facing previously. But stealth wasn't the only metric to judge people by. "Someone's coming," Anton warned the others. "A few in front." Across the bridge. The carriages were rapidly approaching the stone bridge, a far cry from rickety wood and rope bridges that often made up remote locations. To Essence Collection. But behind us a larger group is approaching. For Essence Collection, I think, and more than a dozen spirit-building cultivators. No, more than that for each type behind us. Despite the fact that Anton had detected the enemies at a great distance, they had at least kept their energy hidden enough for them not to notice as they passed. Only when they started moving in behind did he actually detect them. "What should we do?" Katerina asked. She didn't sound worried. It was just a question about how they would handle things. "If the rear group is any bigger than I already can detect, it's a bit risky to fight them. Especially since we might get pinned in from both sides." Anton focused his eyes in front of them, picking out the handful of figures moving towards them, but nothing else. "Our plans work best if we break through, though there are risks to either." Hearing no immediate objections, Anton made the decision. Forward it is. If the group had the luxury of time, Anton would have opened it up for discussion. However, even as he was warning people about what was happening, their time to make a real choice had been ticking away. He flicked the reins, encouraging the horses pulling the carriage to move more quickly. Behind him, Timothy did the same. In many cases, Anton would have given a warning to his enemies, a chance to back down, and in a way, he kept to that tradition. He just gave the verbal warning after he shot a half-dozen arrows ahead of them. "Get out of the way or face the consequences." Anton projected his voice so anyone ahead could clearly hear him. It didn't seem to immediately deter anyone. But it didn't hurt to try. If he wanted to, he could have killed any of the cultivators below Essence Collection. Anton wasn't necessarily a merciful fellow with those who attacked him and those he cared about. But in this particular case, he had a reason for them to live at least a little bit longer. Another reason to bring carriages. Two enemies went down on the far side of the bridge, with others managing to avoid incapacitating energy through luck or skill. The problem with aiming at non-vital parts of opponents meant that it became easier to avoid the attacks for the most part, since the majority of vitals were in the center of the body. Of course, Anton doubted the woman with her arm hanging limply at her side thought she got often scathed. The hooves of the horses clattered onto the stone of the bridge. The whole thing was around 200 meters long, counting the parts at either end that weren't directly over the gorge. The abutments were about a quarter of the way from each end, with the primary arch only covering 100 meters on its own. It was still an impressively large distance for it to span, and wouldn't have been possible to construct without cultivators. It was wide and sturdy, easily able to support the two carriages and the large wolf running across it, next to each other if necessary. Yet Anton could judge that it might not hold up so well to the Essence Collection cultivator, with the large hammer ahead of them. He quickly shifted his target as he gauged the man's intentions. It would only take them 10 seconds or so to cross the bridge as they gained speed. But the enemy cultivators were also very speedy. Two uninjured late spirit building cultivators and the other Essence Collection cultivator were already stepping onto the bridge to block them. They clearly weren't eager to move Afaronto the bridge, but they only had to keep them in the danger zone. If the bridge collapsed, Anton wasn't worried about dying. Neither himself nor the other Essence Collection cultivators were at significant risk. Despite the distance, they would be falling onto rocky ground. He was more concerned about Fuss and, more importantly, Kohar and Alva. Kohar was in the same carriage he was driving, so he would have a chance to protect her if they fell. But he'd rather not deal with that scenario. As he began to take shots at the man who was swinging a hammer that would certainly knock out a section of worked stone, the other Essence Collection cultivator tossed 3 small packets towards them. Anton stopped to shoot them out of the air, where they exploded into powder that began to scatter on the bridge in front of them, but much of it was also being carried off the bridge by the wind. "You take care of the hammer, guy!" Elder Charing had already leapt out of the carriage and was running alongside it. "Katerina and I will deal with the others." He darted ahead, taking a deep breath before he got close to the powder. Anton knew it was a good idea to hold one's breath when running through what was undoubtedly poison, but Charing did one better. As the powder still hung in the air, he unleashed the breath from his lungs, augmented by energy to create a powerful gust, moving it along with the wind. Only a few specks remained in their way. The bridge trembled slightly. Anton was already back to shooting the hammer user. But he couldn't stop him in just 1 or 2 shots. He could try, though. He called upon the power of fleeting youth, condensing a powerful shot. If the hammer user didn't defend, he could at least cause significant injury. His arrow flew out, far beyond the reach of those blocking the bridge, curving to strike the man raining blows on the structure they were using. Anton had to admire the man's gumption. As soon as he launched the attack, the man readied himself, empowering his hammer as he took a great swing. It was a bold move, trying to strike his arrow out of the air while also striking the bridge. As for efficacy, Anton would say he was half effective at each. His arrow exploded on impact, shards of energy carving gashes into the man's arms as his hammer struck a decent blow on the bridge. Alva had climbed to the top of the rear carriage. She couldn't think about the people coming up behind them too much. They were still hundreds of meters behind, which made them a problem for a minute in the future. She knew she didn't have the power to even properly damage either of the Essence Collection cultivators, not directly anyway. But the one on the bridge throwing little packets of poison wasn't just conjuring them from nothing. Most of them came from around his belt. She had no idea what it would do to him if they exploded around him. Beth had to know. That was why he bothered to dodge her shots. He was still able to toss the packets. And she couldn't shoot them out of the air like Grandpa Anton. The man was using his energy to protect them until they got close to where he wanted. But if she made each attack a fraction of a second slower, she could buy time for others to get in range. Elder Charing was almost there along with Katerina. With Fuzz and then Hoyt, not all that far behind, even though Fuzz started between carriages and Hoyt had been in the rear. Two packets were lobbed over the first carriage towards the horses pulling the rear, even before they got close. Timothy was out of his seat and standing on the horses' backs. As the packets descended, he raised his shield. A standard shield wouldn't do much to block powder, but Timothy wasn't the sort that will just block. His shield shoved forwards towards them, energy extending in all directions around it. The shock wave from his movement shoved the poison powder up and over even Alva standing atop the carriage, though she ducked just in case. As Elder Charing reached the poison user, Alva was already firing her next arrows. One towards a path his arm might take to throw something, one towards the storage bag at his waist, and one towards the belt on the other side where there were a few adjacent pouches that hadn't been opened yet. With a swift twist of his body, the man avoided all of her arrows except the one aimed at his arm, which he let dissipate harmlessly against his energy. Unfortunately for him, Elder Charing's sweeping kick was not so easily dodged. The elder sprang forward, kicking into the man's side. It was meant to catapult him up and off the side of the bridge. But he at least had the capacity to throw off the angle, so he merely was thrown into the wall, nearly toppling the cultivator next to him. Alva took aim at the late spirit building cultivator on the right of the bridge, where Katerina was about to make contact. It was a target she could at least threaten somewhat. And Katerina could take them apart if she made a proper opening. A chill ran down Alva's spine as she sensed an incoming attack. She didn't have time to turn to look, but she knew someone was leaping from the side of the bridge. She had no idea how they got there. Perhaps they had been hiding the whole time, but either way she wasn't prepared. She felt a blade coming for her, and then she felt warm blood on her face. Alva slowly let out her breath and fired her shot towards the end of the bridge. That had almost been her blood. However, Velvet had briefly appeared next to her, and the blood instead belonged to the person who tried to ambush Alva. It was possible Alva herself could have avoided the attack. She was beyond the 20th star, a powerful cultivator in her own right. But even if she wouldn't have been able to, it didn't matter. Allies were meant to cover each other's weaknesses and empower each other's strengths. She still wished she was riding Fuzz instead of standing on top of the carriage. Since he always helped her respond to incoming attacks. But Fuzz was currently leaping onto the cultivator Katarina was engaged with. Chapter 2, 48. If Anton and the others had delayed slightly, leaving the hammer user to do as he pleased, the bridge would have been destroyed, or at least practically so, before half a minute was up as it was. Anton was peppering him with arrows that weren't enough to bring him down quite as quickly as he wanted. The hammer user was just knocking out stone bricks on the far side of the abutments, so the whole bridge probably wouldn't collapse. But if there was nowhere for the carriage to go, it would either force them to stay or awkwardly continue on with someone carrying Kohar. It was like Lifaz could carry her and allow them to move quickly. But Anton didn't want to lose the carriages, even if he ignored the monetary expenditures. As he continued to practice fleeting youth, his ability to draw on the two different energies expanded. He could use more at once, and likewise make use of more within the same stretch of time. Thus, his most powerful shots with ascension energy could still only be used 3, perhaps 4 times, but if he were to use a similar power to what he had before reaching Essence Collection, it would be 5 or 6 instead of his previous limit of 3. They weren't in a situation where he could afford to conserve energy. And the only reason he delayed with additional attacks of the same sort was to throw off his opponent. His second shot with the power of fleeting youth was aimed to come in at a different angle than the first, to minimize the hammer user's ability to try to swat it out of the air. It arced up high, turning back towards the ground not because of gravity but because of Anton's will. Once more the hammer user braced for the attack, gathering energy and preparing to strike the arrow out of the air. Anton was already gathering energy for a third shot. He felt something happening next to him, but he couldn't let it interrupt him. He felt a pinching and a loss of energy, but his attack followed through. His first arrow was met head-on, the hammer shattering it in an upward swing. But that was another moment the hammer user wasn't attacking the bridge, and his follow-up, despite the small loss of energy, still had the power to pierce through the man's shoulder, as he was unable to fully dodge or gather sufficient defensive energy. It didn't kill the man, but it did achieve a reasonable result. In fact, Anton found it preferable for their actual goals. He just didn't have the luxury of following people to live. He felt Kohar behind him, grasping on to something through the opening between the driver and the inside of the carriage. That would be the source of the pinch, he was fairly certain. He felt more things crawling out of his magic bag, and quickly tossed it to the back of the carriage. He could deal with that in a second. He had less than a full-powered shot left with his ascension energy, but he was now facing an injured opponent. His shot through the shoulder had severely damaged some muscles, pierced a bone, and even clipped some veins by the amount of blood flowing. The blood would only matter if the battle dragged on, but the other damage would severely limit the ability to swing a heavy hammer. Likewise, the pain would limit the ability of his opponent to control energy. One final shot was fired, intentionally directed to force his opponent to turn to get even a half-decent swing. This time, Anton varied the speed of his shot at the last second, slowing it down ever so slightly so the counter swing missed. His own arrow went straight through the bicep on the opposite arm. But Anton wasn't done yet. Several normal shots followed up, battering the man's head with energy that would only partially slip through his defenses. Anton continued to direct the carriage to the far right side of the bridge that was still unscathed. In the moments it would take the leading carriage to get there, the others would have dealt with the rest of the enemies. As the carriages caught up to the almost stationary cultivators, they hopped on carrying fallen foes. As they passed, Anton leaned down and kicked the reeling hammer user in the head, then scooped him up unconscious. Both carriages passed the end of the bridge, and they continued at their top speed down the road. It was likely that some of the following enemies could catch them, but not all of them. If only a handful of Essence Collection cultivators followed, Anton was confident his group could take them out despite having just finished a battle. Before Anton was sure if the enemy would chase or not, he started shooting back behind them. Most of those for the ambush were barely at the far end of the bridge, 200 meters away. But he took out a couple of the fastest spirit-building cultivators before moving on to the Essence Collection cultivator that seemed easiest to hit. That was who Anton kept as his target even as people stopped chasing. Anton wasn't able to kill him before they got out of sight, and though he could take a few more shots, they were weakened significantly past the kilometer mark. He turned both eyes to Kohar, who was holding an ant between her fingers. He looked down at his arm where he'd felt the pinch. But as he suspected, it hadn't been physical, just some energy ripped away. He folded his arms and looked at the Ant Queen. "What are we going to do with you, huh?" He glanced at the rear of the carriage, where a handful of wide-headed ants with large jaws were standing atop his magic bag. They looked ready to fight, but somehow they seemed to understand their queen was being held and would be in danger if they moved. At least, that was how Anton interpreted them. But he wasn't familiar with the thought processes of insect, except that they weren't thought highly of. But there were always exceptions. The carriages rumbled along the road. They could now officially be counted as within the Frost Mirror Sect's territory. Though there weren't any road guards or anything to stop them at this point. There was nothing important around them. Just more mountain. The sect itself was not entirely located at the peak of the mountain, despite their proclivity for ice. But instead, they also had some facilities next to a lake about halfway down. The carriages would arrive that day, And while the horses would be fatigued, they would be able to rest. Each of the two carriages was quite spacious, but they were rather cramped now. The front one had most of the same people, but Hoyt was present now, and Alva was riding on top. In the rear carriage, Velvet and Katerina were inside with a tightly packed group of captives. Katerina's concentration was focused on the formation of a myriad of small flags placed into little space. All of the attackers were there, kept as alive as possible, but also with their energy suppressed. If they had been revealed as members of the Twin Soul sect or other fanatics, they wouldn't have thought they would be of much use. Anyone willing to die would just die without revealing information. However, most cultivators had some desire to live. Many of them valued themselves above everything else. If they could get even a few of them to reveal some information, it could help their cause, though depending on what they knew, it could vary. I'll bet they will say they were hired by someone in a cloak, their face covered by a mask, Velvet commented to Katerina. As if they couldn't detect someone's cultivation or the face beneath a mask. No half-competent would work for people they didn't know. Probably, Katerina admitted. We can likely get them to talk, though. The Order of 99 Stars might not stoop to torture. But after we kill a couple uncooperative people, they should be more compliant. But the Frost Mirror sect should be able to get them to speak if they remain stubborn. They're less concerned with morality. It was only in extreme circumstances that the Order would even allow people to be tortured for information. It was both cruel and unreliable. However, there were reasons to speak of it. Specifically, the two women knew that some of their captives were awake. It would give them some time to stew. And Katerina really meant the thing about killing some of them if they refused to cooperate. It would be swift and as painless as death could be, but killing people assigned to attack them was not unreasonable. Along with the captives were a handful of ants. Though they were still contained, they weren't in restraints like the others. Aside from the fact that nobody had cuffs sized for an ant, this was Elder Charing's attempt to see if they could properly communicate. He'd made a lot of gestures, especially with energy, all of which were meant to communicate threats to the Ant Queen. Apparently, she'd bitten off a chunk of Anton's energy, specifically the ascension energy he got from fleeting youth. That was a behavior that they didn't want. Except they kind of did. Because if these ants could chew on ascension energy, they would be very useful in the upcoming invasion, or whatever it should be called. The problem was getting them to do what was wanted instead of just acting on instinct. Katerina had seen the queen ant with her large hindquarters, wriggling in Kohar's grip. For something that had an exoskeleton and no external facial muscles to make expressions with, she thought the creature had looked extremely apologetic. That could have been her intuition failing her on an unfamiliar entity. But the others had agreed, so Elder Charing had made some attempts to communicate. And now they were inside the formation chewing on the cultivator's energy. It seemed the ants couldn't interact with it unless it was drawn to the surface, at least. Within the limits they were willing to test, but that meant any practical use of energy would leave it exposed to their tiny mandibles. And they were extremely efficient in chowing down on energy once they figured out they had permission or orders. It was simply a question of whether they could comprehend that they were only allowed to do that sometimes. If they couldn't, they'd probably have to wipe them out. Katerina wasn't particularly fond of bugs, but looking closely, she actually found them kind of cute. It would be a shame if they had to be wiped out because of their danger. But obviously, that sort of thing couldn't be ignored. That was exactly why Elder Charing had begun to study them in the first place, and come along when they decided to stick to Anton. He'd allowed it because he was curious, but also cautious. Katerina heard rhythmic thumping in the front carriage. She didn't sense any problems, but she soon realized the source. That was Alva, bouncing up and down with excitement as they got ever closer to the Frost Mirror sect and Anali. Though Katerina was fond of both of her cute cousinish relatives, she hadn't grown up with either of them. Thus, she didn't have the same attachment as they had for each other. At least, Katerina really hoped Anoli still had that attachment to Alva. She knew Anton had worked with Annalie to modify her cultivation, so that she didn't completely eliminate emotions and attachment. But even keeping things suppressed for a long time could make them fade out like a pan over a fire. On the other hand, suppressing certain emotions for a long time could lead to an explosive buildup. Katerina also wouldn't wish that sort of thing on Annalie, because it would make her life much harder. She knew Annalie had already gone through 6 years as part of the Frost Mirror sect. But as the Twin Soul sect proved people could fake being a certain way for many years, Katerina sighed internally, keeping her actions in check because one of the captives was watching with half-open eyelids. That one had efficiently been thinking about that whole being killed thing, and Katerina might suggest they start with him. Or perhaps have him second in line, though they wouldn't mind anyone volunteering information out of order either. If they could get some good dirt on whoever handed down the orders to kill them, everyone would be happy to forgive a silly mistake like trying to kill them. The first time, of course. But they'd remember if anyone made that mistake again, and wouldn't be nearly so merciful. Chapter 249. It was well after dark when the 2 carriages pulled up in front of the gates to the Frost Mirror sect. Even so, the gate guards were ready and efficient. "Please state your business with the Frost Mirror sect," one of the guards stated flatly. He was a young man, but he spoke clearly and precisely. Though Anton knew they could sense their cultivations, a formal answer seemed appropriate. "We are the group from the Order of 90-9 Stars sent to finalize a special mission. That includes Kohar, the Woman of Law." "You are expected," the guard nodded his head. "One moment and I shall fetch the liaison assigned to you." Anton expected to wait anywhere between a quarter of an hour to a full hour. But as the young man popped into a nearby building and returned along with another man, it seemed he really meant it. "Greetings," The middle-aged man with dark skin and hair inclined his head. I am Elder Jothi. We expected your arrival to be soon, so I have been made available to guide you as necessary. Follow me, and I will show you to the guest quarters. He turned around and began to walk, setting a pace that was more than a quick walk for the horses, but well within their capabilities. We might also need some unplanned additional accommodations, Anton began to explain as they moved along. For your captives, Elder Jothi nodded. We can easily provide that. If they are relevant to the situation at hand, the Frost Mirror sect would request additional information. They attacked us on the way, at the Great Bridge in Calmvern Peaks, Anton explained. It seems unlikely they are unconnected to our business. Were any casualties sustained to your party, Elder Jothi asked. No. We managed to break through as one part of them tried to collapse or at least limit the bridge. The majority were moving in from the rear, though we noticed them in time to react appropriately. That is good to hear, the man said. It is unfortunate that anyone would attempt such a brazen attack near the Frost Mirror sect's territory. A problem we will have to address in the future. But since you seem to have come out ahead, I shall congratulate you on your effectiveness. Anton sighed internally. If the Frost Mirror sect leaned further from the righteous path, it would be difficult for the Order to work with them despite their power. However, it seemed whatever logic they used to orient their actions had at least made them a tolerable choice as an ally. Their actual loyalty wouldn't be in question. They would only form an alliance they knew would benefit them, and would work hard to make sure things worked as they should, since the Order would likewise do their best to fulfill their end. It was a good partnership. Even if one side failed, they would only be disappointed instead of ready to pounce on the other in a time of weakness. Not that the Frost Mirror sect was above attacking weakened opponents, but they understood the power of goodwill. And betraying allies wasn't worth the cost, though the fact that it was structured, that was why they were just a Laurelius. The Order wouldn't betray allies because it was wrong, not because of some mental calculations. Still, even if the path was winding, the fact that they overall made choices that were morally acceptable was sufficient. Anton hoped for some change towards his conception of righteousness, and perhaps that would come about through working with them. He knew Anna Lee was doing her part as well, though there was only so much influence one young cultivator could have. But in a few decades, Anton anticipated a shift towards the better. Besides Elder Jothi as their guide throughout the sect, the others they were to be working with weren't immediately available. After all, though their arrival window had been anticipated, people weren't just waiting around doing nothing. That gave the group a couple of days to do as they pleased, and for many of them that meant seeking out Anna Lee. Anton was obviously fond of his first great-grandchild, at least the first he'd known of, and Alva was primarily excited about coming on the mission for a chance to see her cousin again. The Frost Mirror sect had placed some limitations on her actions previously, but they were more willing to let her be unrestricted, given her own cultivation advancements and that of her visitors. She had proven herself to the Frost Mirror sect, and they didn't want to restrict their guests. Though she didn't the veto bring them, Alva showed up flanked by Diana and Marsan. As Anton looked over them, he assessed their cultivations as well as more important things. Late spirit building for all of them. Not that he'd expected much different, but more importantly, he felt something real under their frosty exterior. "Let us go out on the lake," Annalie suggested. "It's quite nice out there." Anton nodded. Implied, of course. Was that it would be a safe place to talk? The Frost Mirror sect might not take kindly to him corrupting the cultivation of some of their most promising recruits. There was a certain perspective where it was an appropriate concern, since messing around with cultivation methods could be dangerous, but the changes weren't actually all that big. He'd just helped them apply some principles of the 99 stars to their own cultivation once they were out on the lake. Alva waited in tense anticipation. Her previous interaction with her cousin had been not the best. Most of that had been her own fault, of course, but she'd taken her anger out on her cousin and ended up knocking both of them out of the tournament in Facriona. She hadn't exactly avoided her since then, but they also hadn't ended up near each other. She was thinking about what she should do, or say so hard she didn't anticipate Annelie's actions at all. Her body reacted well before her mind did, so she found herself with her head above water, but no concept of how she got there. She could only manage a blank stare at Annalie. Then Annalie began snickering. "I can't believe how easy it was to push you in." "What were you thinking about so hard? Oh." Alva pulled herself halfway up onto the little boat Annalie was in, seeming to have trouble getting over it. "You know, stuff." As she stretched her upper body over the edge of the boat, thinking of grabbing Annalie's ankle, she got a better idea. She shoved down and back on the edge of the boat as hard as she could, flipping it over instead of giving Annalie the chance to dodge her grab. That also ended up with Diana in the water. But that was a sacrifice Alva was willing to make. After being completely dunked in cold water, it was easy to imagine that people would be unconcerned about being splashed in the face or dunked again. But the two of them quickly got into a brawl where they were climbing over each other and splashing each other, even to the point where they used energy to augment their attacks. It was all in good fun. But a serious stone from their grandfather stopped them. "Girls," Anton said, drawing out the sound and causing them to turn and look at him. He stood upright in his boat, looking at them sternly. Once they were firmly facing him, he kicked his leg out into the water in front of his boat, sending a wave over them. As they coughed and sputtered while holding on to each other, he chuckled. "Did you really think I'd let just the two of you participate in a splash war?" Then his eyes locked on another target. Diana was treading water nearby. She had already flipped the boat back over. But climbing in wouldn't change how wet she was, and the boats were only for convenience anyway. Any spirit-building cultivator could swim all day, even without making use of natural energy. Anton dipped his hand in the lake, coating it with a ball of water the size of his head, which he flung at her. He grinned as she locked eyes with him, startled. Nobody would be excluded on his watch. He reached down to grab another in case she needed more provoking, but she responded wonderfully. An instant later, Diana popped out of the lake as she formed a pillar of ice beneath her. She spun on top of it, forming a swirl of water which she shoved towards Anton, near freezing water, colder than the lake around it, washed over Anton, Katerina, and Marcin. Their boat didn't quite flip, but it was flooded and barely staying afloat. By the end of the splash war, Fuzz had leapt from the shore where he was watching into the middle of the lake. Unsure of how to participate in what was happening, but very eager to do so. It was impossible for anyone to fail to notice what was happening on the lake. So the rest of their companions joined them quickly enough. They had thought there might be some sort of private, mostly family conversation happening. But in the end, even Elder Charing and Kohar joined in on the fun. As for what the Frost Mirror sect would think about such activities, Anton had a good excuse lined up if they asked. Splash fights were an alternative method of training that involved using the surrounding natural features to attack and defend in unexpected ways. It seemed Diana was actually best at that. And despite her former position as a grudging watcher over an Anli, by her continued presence, now that Anli matched her in cultivation, it seemed she was something of a friend. Diana had at first been introduced to their particular little group because she simply failed to properly quash her emotions instead of doing it on purpose. But that was more a matter of personality than cultivation talent. Ah, Diana said when she was back in the boat, quickly drying off with a surge of energy. That was fun. We rarely get a chance to let some emotions show. She looked nervously towards the shore. Do you think we went too far? I don't see anybody who seems to have picked out that the three of you were Olsen ginging yourselves. If that's your worry, Anton replied. The rest of us made enough noise to cover for the 2.5 of you. Anton locked his eyes on Marcin. The young man was slightly grinning, which was a good sign in Anton's mind. That was about as far as he had gone in terms of expressing himself during the activities. But even the serious way he had participated was just his true personality shining through. He had real emotions inside. He just wasn't the type to have them on display regardless of cultivation method. Some unlucky souls on the shore got fully drenched as Fuzz realized that playtime was over and shook himself somewhat dry. It was amazing how much water a large wolf could carry. And he was still very wet. Anton was glad he hadn't focused on his own sense of smell as much as some others, or he might have smelled him from the middle of the lake. Alva and Annalie began to catch up with each other. Though topics eventually broadened to their groups as a whole, Anton and the others had many adventures to recount. And the Frost Mirror sect members were the same. Eventually, they came to some serious topics. the kind that needed addressing even if it wasn't actually part of their mission. "We've actually been expanding some," Annalise said, "inducting a few more people into our, whatever this is, choice club. Or something. People get freedom to have emotions and learn how to deal with them." Annalise shook her head. "It's hard. Sometimes I think it would be better not to have them." "Emotions can cloud your judgment," Anton nodded. "But I would argue outside of combat, they should always be felt, even if you ultimately go against what you feel. Knowing what you feel is important feedback." Even though he did not practice the same cultivation style as the others, Anton still found himself able to give them pieces of advice. He was still ahead of them in cultivation, and that included the very important step of having advanced to essence collection. He couldn't tell them how to do whatever would work for them, but guiding them to pay attention to whatever Thetrali wanted Schold set them on the right path. Perhaps they wouldn't find something that suited them just like Anton, but he was very comfortable in how he promoted growth. He wanted everything to grow: plants, animals, and people, cultivators, and those who weren't yet cultivators included. Teaching and nurturing were his cores, and he wasn't going to miss an opportunity even if some disciples weren't even part of his sect. Though he also made sure to not go too far and teach them something that would cause them trouble. He didn't know all of them as well as he would need to be sure how his advice might affect them. That included his own great-granddaughter Annalie. But he was working as hard as he could to fill in the missing gaps from the time they had been apart, and Alva as well, who was returning to her former level of closeness with her favorite cousin. Perhaps things wouldn't be quite the same as when they were kids, but then again nothing in the world remained unchanged forever. Chapter 250. Keeping a careful eye on the captives had been important. Though after arriving at the Frost Mirror sect, it was unlikely they would be able to escape. The containment facilities provided were high quality, and the sect had their own guards. However, someone needed to watch the ants. Elder Charing still wasn't sure if they were a threat. Oh, they were certainly dangerous. But so was Fuzz, as well as any giant beast or one who could use energy. But even if it was possible to exterminate every dangerous beast, shearing wouldn't do it. It wasn't just that they were useful for resources or training, but also that they deserved a chance to live. It was when they began to harm humans or damage ecosystems that they became a threat. These ants had lived in Everhart's ecosystem for a few centuries or whatever. But the fact that they hadn't consumed everything didn't necessarily mean anything. All of that stuff was crazy and dangerous. If the previous seasons of study had been correct, they had some ability to moderate themselves. But he needed to know if they would do that around humans, and especially helpless cultivators. Because one of the first things they'd done was try to chew on him. The fact that they learned that they couldn't mean they understood they shouldn't. If they weren't a special creature, Charing wouldn't have even bet on them being able to understand anything to begin with. Most insects were too small to have a brain that really functioned like he would expect, but there were always exceptions. It might have looked a bit cruel to watch their prisoners to see if the ants would try to eat them. But he wasn't going to actually let them do it. Once they took a bite, whoever was watching would stop them. But they'd been good so far. Elder Charing sighed. There was no way to conclusively determine anything about them in a constrained environment where they knew they were being watched. But he wasn't going to just let them wander free without being as certain as he could be. Especially after one had sort of attacked Anton. Again, it was hard to tell their intentions, and that would require more testing. For now, though, they'd been determined safe enough around the prisoners, and it was time to deal with the prisoners regardless. Hopefully they cooperated easily. Two Essence Collection cultivators and a half-dozen others were all lined up in a seemingly random arrangement. Elder Charing looked over all of them. It was a shame when the world came to a place that an old man like himself, who would have been happily dealing with beasts, had to take the place of an interrogator and executioner. But it wasn't as if he were dealing with unknowns here. He'd seen all of them engage in the attack that was likely meant to kill them, or the equivalent. They would have an easy, straightforward choice. He just hoped most of them would make the right one. Completely not, rationally placed at the far left, was the most troublesome and annoying of the spirit-building cultivators. He'd been a real pain, annoying and uncooperative at every opportunity. As Charing ungagged him, a stream of profanities came out of his mouth, followed by unimaginative threats. And then we'll tear you apart and feed you to your horses. Then Charing gagged him again. I need you to listen to me very clearly. All of you here are going to cooperate with us to find out who hired you, or you die. Is that clear? He knew the man in front of him had understood his words, but he hadn't acknowledged them. I am going to remove your gag, and if you do anything that isn't helpful, you'll die, and then you won't even get paid. An easy choice. Charing removed the man's gag, and the man spit on him. So Charing kicked his face in. It was brutal. But he wasn't going to shirk his duties as an elder and have one of the other members of the order do it for him. And the spectacle would hopefully convince the others to be smarter. He turned to the rest of the line. I really don't want to have to do this. I can tell you aren't all fanatics like the Twin Soul sect or Flying Blood cult. You are just mercenaries who made stupid choices. Really, terribly stupid choices. Whoever hired you doesn't care about you. They might have paid you if you succeeded, or they might not have. Charing shrugged. You are all cultivators. You have a lot of life ahead of you. If there are threats to yourself or your family, we can help with that. You just have to help us. Second in line was the young man, but Charing didn't immediately go to remove his gag. Instead, he went to the end of the line and removed them one at a time, ending with him. Everyone waited politely or fearfully. Unsure what to do. I'll make this easy. Anyone who wants to talk can do so. We want to know who hired you, and every detail you can give us about that. Charing's eyes turned towards the one previously third in line. You look like you have something to say. Go on. Everyone here will either be in the same boat as you or dead. That was one reason to have them all together at the moment. We were actually all hired through various mercenary guilds, the man said. We signed up knowing there was going to be a big job. But not the specific details. See, that wasn't hard, Charing said. But we'll need more from you. When and where you were hired, whether it went through official channels or a guy sitting in the corner. But you don't have to blurt that all out now. Elder Charing almost smiled. And he might actually have done so if they had been fully cooperative. And you at the front of the line. You had something to say. They told us we were going to kill a spirit-building cultivator. With guards, of course. But she was the primary target. The young man's eyes drifted to the back of the room, where Kohar was standing. It was her. I didn't get a name, though. A few of the others, realizing they hadn't volunteered information yet, nodded in agreement. A few tried to speak, though one voice dominated. Yeah, it was her. And the old man, if we could. Wonderful, Elder Charing said. You know what? I see a lot of eager people. Why don't we take you all aside so you can each talk freely? Interviewing people who had been hired to kill her was not a common experience for Kohar. Usually in the past she had escaped such situations or whatever guards she hired had killed them. It happened once or twice, though, and she knew what questions to ask. Where were you personally hired? Who hired you? Was someone sent to coordinate everyone? The answers were different for the first two in most cases. That was because they had 8 individuals from a larger group, and they'd wanted a lot of people fast while drawing from the nearby area. Because of course Kohar hadn't particularly advertised her presence back in Ofrerg. She was a bit stronger now. But given what she had seen, the people who wanted her dead had a lot of resources, and they'd had time to think. Nothing she had learned yet actually directly connected the groups Shek knew were responsible to the attack. But that was an exercise for the future. The mercenary guilds who hired them would talk eventually. It all depended on how quickly they needed it. Kohar had ways to get license is revoked for hiring people to kill someone without a legal bounty on their head. A couple people had been hired more from the underworld side of things, knowing they were going to be doing something criminal. Their contacts would be harder to track down, but the Frost Mirror sect could help with that. They could just show up somewhere and start freezing people. It would be quick, efficient, and brutal. The problem was convincing some of the people to give up locations because of concerns about retaliation. There was still the glorious Flame Palace to name drop. Kohar wouldn't call upon them first, because if they were directed to a black market bounty area, everyone would probably just end up piles of ash, which weren't good for getting usable information. Especially that would hold up in court. She didn't need everything to be resolved in court. But systematic changes would require some victories there. Otherwise, they'd just have to kill everyone until they listened. and that required taking over the country. That was not feasible for a number of reasons, and probably immoral to some extent. Kohar entered the next room. Standing in front of someone who could absolutely kill her made her nervous. Despite the fact that the man was bound and guards were watching for any sudden movements. Without the ability for the large man to use energy, Kohar might even prevail on her own, but she still felt fear. She wouldn't let it stop her, though. So far, the man who had been swinging the hammer was uncooperative. Unfortunately, as an essence collection cultivator, he probably had more useful information, so they hadn't immediately killed him. Perhaps he was counting on that, though she couldn't see how he expected to get out alive without cooperating. She had plans to go a different route now. So, you had the hammer. Right, you might think that the order would be favorably inclined to just let you live because you technically didn't attack any of them. Kohar shrugged. You might be right about that, actually, but you made a mistake. You know where we are? Frost Mirror Sect, the large man mumbled. Maybe he wanted to appear at least minimally helpful to improve his situation, or maybe he was just tired of sitting around. Either way, he at least responded with an answer he knew they both knew. That's right. And while you didn't try to kill any of them, either you did damage a bridge. It's not technically in their territory, but they have feelings about people who damage infrastructure. Or should I say, things they do to people who damage infrastructure that they follow through on without feeling anything at all. They wouldn't torture me for breaking a bridge, the man said. Kohar just sat in silence, looking at him seriously. Would they? That depends on whether they thought it would deter others in the future. They might just kill you. It would depend on how memorable they wanted it to be. But that bridge is pretty important to people who live in these mountains. The large man just turned his head. I'll probably just get killed by you guys anyway. I could write you up a contract, Kohar said. Or have someone from the Order of 99 Stars swear on their honor. You have to have heard about them. They're the real deal. Maybe I believe you? Then what? You go kill whoever gave me the job in Kohar's profession. Nothing was more useful than her ability to read people. Or at least it was equal with the ability to think quickly and having a good memory. The point being is she focused on that aspect of her cultivation, much more stronger than improving a few steps of cultivation, so she could hit people better. So that's what you are worried about, Kohar said. We can include others as well, on certain conditions. We're after people at the very top, or perhaps at the very bottom of a deep hole. Regardless, our offer could be extended to others, like whoever it is you care about so much, Mr. She looked down at some papers in her hand she had already memorized. Sarto. He tensed up when she said his name. Kohar was glad that the Frost Mirror Sect was incentivized to keep track of as many essence collection cultivators as possible. There were thousands that they knew of in all of Ofrurg, but various details had allowed Kohar to narrow things down to this guy. Or another couple hammer users, but he didn't have to know that she sort of guessed. What do I need to say? Sardo asked. I can't ruin someone's life. Tell us who that someone is so we can find them quickly. Before anyone finds out the mission was botched and you were captured. Then we can promise to keep them alive. And even offer some benefits if they have exceptionally useful information. Kohar shrugged. Or you can wait for us to figure it out if someone doesn't silence them first. Kohar saw the moment the man's resolve broke. He was willing to die so that a loved one could live. But the very real possibility that they would be harmed anyway was something he couldn't pass up. And though Kohar had no proof that someone would be looking to silence people, she knew enough to have sincerity in her voice when she'd said it. Chapter 251. Back at the Grasping Willows. They didn't know about the attack that had happened. However, they believed that the others would stay on schedule. That meant within a few days they would be starting. A group of Essence Collection cultivators heading to the Frost Mirror sect was a big deal, especially escorting a lawyer that many groups weren't fond of. It was just the sort of thing that was perfect to draw attention away from everywhere else. Not that Kohar wasn't going to be taking part in the upcoming work. But for something of the scale they intended, she couldn't possibly work alone. Even if things went quickly, and legal things hardly ever did, she wouldn't be able to be in multiple places at once. Even if a single person could handle the complexities of every portion of so many things at once, which was doubtful, it just wasn't efficient. While Kohar was somewhat unique in her drive to focus on the law and using it to achieve relevant goals for the world, it wasn't as if she was the only person who practiced law. She was just the only one who cultivated to increase her capacity in that area. There were many cultivators and many who practiced law, but few found time for both. In her case, the fact that she cultivated made her tasks more efficient and improved her memory, both important when it actually came time to go to court. Having responses prepared or quickly coming up with them kept opponents scrabbling and more liable to make mistakes. It was the same as combat, though usually with less blood and death. The Grasping Willows resided near Connard, which had been a target of much investigation in recent years, whether they knew it or not. The fact that slavers were being targeted wasn't exactly a secret, so they should have had some suspicion. Many of the arenas, the main draw of the city, were deeply connected to the slave trade. Some people might choose to fight for a living, but fighting to Thed wasn't exactly a stable career. Such battles were more popular. But people who participated either had to be desperate or without any options at all. If fights were between two slaves, every match would have at least one person die, potentially both sides, and that was only individual matches. That resulted in a bustling trade for new slaves, as even in combats that weren't intended to be lethal, people could die. Only a few businesses shared similarly strong ties to the various slaver guilds in Ofrurg, like large farming plantations. Connard would be one of the centers of the plan. The grasping willows were mostly present to use their cultivation and influence to keep people safe while they worked. People Kohar knew, or that had been introduced to the cause by various means. Nobody was just going to roll over and accept their fate. While Kohar had managed some financial damage in prior years, slaving was still a very lucrative business. Many sects in Ophirg had financial foundations in the slave business. As a nation, Ophirg could be considered more in support of slavery than against it, at least in terms of the power dynamics. Even working with the Frost Mirror sect and nearby allies, it was a risky course of action. But support extended beyond Ophirg. Beyond the Order of 99 Stars in Groton as well. The attacks and abductions in Fakriona had been partially rizzled in the battle at Black Soul Valley. But there were obvious parallels to be drawn related to slaving experience. Estuary had many sects on board as well. Having lost some people to slaving excursions from Ophirg. Droka and Flowler weren't without their troubles related to slavers either, and some of their sects would join up as well. If things came down to battle, which it very well might, a portion of Ophirg would find itself facing the rest of the country, as well as everyone surrounding them, much of the continent. For a time their actions had been tolerated. Legal enslavement inside of Ophirg wasn't something the other countries could directly combat. But various groups had gotten too comfortable with their illegal activities. The last straw had been the Twin Soul sect. Traders in the midst of many different sects. Now that many had been found and exterminated, eyes were turning towards those who willingly associated with that group. The legal action was just a catalyst, though it was also fully intended to be used as a method to change the laws of Ophirg as well. Seeing the way slaving laws had been abused, policies could be changed. It might not lead to the complete eradication of slavery in Ophirg, though that would be attempted. But they would at least add additional restrictions. Though if they bankrupted everyone involved in the slave trade, that would lead to a collapse as easily as modifying laws. Lev and Elder Varela stood in front of the Potenza arena. While the most high-profile crime had been easy for them to pin entirely on their daughter, and indeed, her insistence on not freeing Devon probably hadn't involved consulting anyone else, there were other shady dealings that happened under their purview. They were just usually more subtle and practiced. Lev steeled himself. He knew he should be strong enough to take on most of the guards in front of them if they refused to comply. And that included the increased security that had been implemented, as well as the potential for personal bodyguards of the master and mistress of the Potenza family. He knew he had the power, but a few years before he had not. It was only through the fortune of his life being saved and finding inspiration that he had managed to grow to where he was. "Do you think they'll cooperate?" Lev asked Elder Varela. "If they know what's good for them, yes. But I imagine our call to the city has tipped them off, and they will be planning something." "Elder Roca said she would be handling that," Lev said, "as well as some of the others." "That's right," Elder Varela nodded. Which is why all we have to do is watch and wait. We had the time to go through proper legal channels now. So we just have to prevent anyone from sneaking away and pretending they were never here. Lev nodded. He clutched his right arm with his left. It was still useless, the core nerves having been torn out with the parasitic moss. It simply reminded him of what could go wrong, even as it also reminded him of how his abilities had grown. Controlling his own arm with his cultivation was not the way he would want things to go. But it certainly led to an interesting fighting style. He smiled as people tried to slip out the back. Nobody was standing there and watching, but that was on purpose. He'd walked by there earlier, leaving behind a number of spores. He had learned to burrow his energy through that of others, and he could achieve all sorts of wonderful effects with it. That included things like simply making someone pass out, if they were so careless as to let him burrow into their spine. He wasn't sure who he'd caught. But when the city guard came by, hopefully with trustworthy people at the head, they would be able to point it out. Especially the fact that they hadn't moved anyone even a millimeter. It simply wouldn't look good on their record to be slipping out. Little things like that could build up, until you had a monstrosity growing inside you? Sarto had overestimated himself. And people he trusted to be at least accurate in their assessment of mission difficulty had underestimated the situation he had gotten himself into. Now he'd gone and gotten himself captured, and he had to make a deal just to survive. Now he'd spend the last few days running at the quickest pace he could keep to stay ahead of information that might be traveling. The crazy part was that the information hadn't really been wrong. 6 essence collection cultivators to spirit building. And a wolf. Their numbers far surpassed that as they waited in ambush. Moving into formation to surround them was going to take less than a minute, and Sarto shouldn't have even needed to fight them. He was going to take out a section of bridge and leave things to everyone else. Unfortunately, beyond the cultivations of the group they were attacking, they were missing one key piece of information. They were going after geniuses. That threw everything off. Sarto was well aware that geniuses died all the time. The ability to grow rapidly didn't necessarily make someone stronger at a given cultivation level, especially not when comparing to experience. But it wasn't always strength that won the day. Sometimes it was pure, unrelenting audacity. That was the thing about geniuses. They were, by and large, psychopaths. Growing in cultivation at a rapid pace wasn't just about having the talent, but also being willing to accept the consequences for failure. And people failed, but not all of them. The less they failed, the more confident they became. That could grow into overconfidence, but it also led to making decisions quickly. Hiding a large group of cultivators was never going to be perfect. They might have been discovered 5, 10 seconds early, but that shouldn't have mattered. Not if they hadn't charged forward immediately. Assessing that the front group was strong enough for them to overcome in moments. That was another thing about them. They didn't hold back. Sarto had felt the old archer with the group throw most of his cultivation into battering him with arrows in that short fight. Massive amounts of energy that seemed impossible to draw upon so quickly. If it hadn't worked, he would have been drained dry. But Sarto couldn't say it was wrong because it had worked. And with an elder like that around, it was no wonder that the younger ones were just as crazy. One of them had even waited in ambush for their second layer of ambush, taking out the assassin who had been waiting under the bridge. One of them and the other had never shown their face. Not that Sarto blamed them. Psychos like the Flying Blood cult and Twin Soul sect might not care if they died. But sane people like himself absolutely didn't want their life cut short. Which was why he was now leading a group of expressionless cultivators to go meet his contact. He imagined they wouldn't treat Jan nicely, but honestly they were going to have to stand in line behind Sarto. Throwing him into such a slapdash mission was basically using him as a sacrificial pawn. They probably expected most of them to die before completing the mission. Sarto cracked his knuckles. Maybe he could get paid for the mission too. He didn't fully believe he'd get his hammer back from the Order, or that the Frost Mirror sect would let him live. But if he took Jan's money and left while they were distracted finding information, they probably wouldn't bother tracking him down. On the other hand, maybe they would. Perhaps he'd be better off seeing things through to the end. He had the feeling big moves were happening. And he might have been blessed with a second chance to get on the right side. Or somewhere in the middle where people dropped equipment from their dead bodies. He'd be fine with either. Sarto slowed as they approached the small city where he'd been hired. All right, I've given you a description of Jan already. Tall. Brown hair, crooked nose. But the best way to find him will be his cultivation. He practices the enlightened fire style, I think. I'd say it feels spicy. Should be easy enough to recognize among everyone else. As for the guild itself. Sarto shook his head. I am not going to try to go through their records, but you deal with that however you want. I imagine this is all kept secret. But money has to change hands somehow so. Sarto shrugged. Do not worry, said one of the women traveling with him. He heard the others call her Elder Adelina, though she didn't look particularly old. Then again, that just meant she had a pretty high cultivation. He couldn't quite make it out, but it was well ahead of his. She might have been pretty. If she didn't look like a dispassionate statue, we will achieve our goals one way or another. Sarto just really hoped those goals included keeping their deal with him. He hadn't heard anything about the Frost Mirror sect breaking deals. And the Order of 99 Stars was supposed to be fairly upright. But he wasn't happy about betting on forgiveness. Once they approached and he felt the woman's power unravel, however, he was glad he'd decided to bet on not being able to do anything else. He couldn't believe she was a life transformation expert. They were sorriest about this thing. Chapter 252. The Great Queen knew she had made the right choice, though her brash actions had caused a bit of concern. even if her daughter would live on after her. It would be better for her to live on. Biting the exceptional energy had been instinct, impossible to resist. It was tasty, delicious, nutritious, but it had also not been intended for her. A mistake. Humans were hard to read. But if the Great Queen had hesitated for a moment, she would have realized the siren's call of that energy was tainting her reasoning. Of course, it would be perceived as an attack by the humans, especially as they were engaged in combat at that very moment. Though their emotions and intentions were difficult to parse without proper pheromones or antly behavior, the Ant Queen found herself properly chastised, restrained, but given a chance to show she knew how to behave properly. She had been hesitant to feed on the energies of those with her in the confinement, but eventually she determined that was what she was supposed to do. And the humans didn't kill her, so it had to be. Now she was free once more, under watch, but unrestrained. It was different in many important ways. One of them was that the humans, specifically the one with the tasty energy, had been interacting with her in a pleasant manner. She was being fed bits of energy. She understood the matching energy signatures that denoted a group of allies. They had been the ones watching her, and the man with the special energy was one of them. Yet he rarely smelled of that particular form of energy. Even so, the Great Queen had determined that she might be able to work in concert with this group. She did her best to please. She was smart enough to not just eat their energy, delicious as it might have been. She would allow them to pick her up and move her without protest, and the same allowance was communicated to her royal guard. Delectable energy was within her reach, but she allowed it to remain. When a small morsel of it had rested in front of her, separate, the Great Queen hesitated. Was it a trap, a test bait, or an offering? The first three were more or less the same, indicating she should not take it. But the way it was nudged close to her, she had to try. She nibbled on it, and when it wasn't withdrawn, she consumed it. The movements of the large humans suggested no adverse reactions. Offered, then. But for what as a great queen of a colony of ants, she was brought food to meet her every need. But even in her position, she knew that nothing was offered freely. A queen had a duty to the colony to produce future generations and to lead wisely. The offering of energy was unlikely to be without intent. She just had to parse it. They wanted something. Perhaps it was her servitude. Feeding on the energy of others would make her useful to these humans. They had other creatures that worked for them, though few were intelligent. The creatures that pulled the wagons seemed to care for little beyond food and being taken care of. A reasonable life. For an animal, the large fuzzy one was different. It was full of boundless curiosity, and interacted in a way with some of the humans the Great Queen could only guess was friendly. The creature was terrifying, as it could crunch her and her royal guard between its teeth. She doubted it would be possible to chew through it. So even if it swallowed them whole, they would be dead. But fortunately, it seemed to prefer larger prey. as it merely sniffed them and then left them alone. Or perhaps it obeyed the wishes of the humans, who at least for the moment didn't want her dead. Servitude? A great queen reduced to that would be humbled. But if it served to the benefit of her colony, perhaps she could stomach it. But she would much prefer if she achieved some sort of alliance. Humans were the biggest threat to her survival in the long term, and that of her colony. They might be able to spread, but it had been passed down through generations that humans had once tried to exterminate them entirely. Then they had been taken into captivity for many, many generations. That was where they had lived for many years, thinking perhaps they might never see a human again. When they arrived, following one was the risky choice. But the limited bounds of their domain was unacceptable, and she had made the choice. She had already determined that they were now in an unbounded world, or at least one many times larger than before. It should have been where they were from before, and after they were found, they weren't annihilated. But just because one group didn't do it, didn't mean another wouldn't. Thus, an alliance would be beneficial. The great queen was pulled from her thoughts by something extraordinary. A bubble of energy in front of her, smelling sweet. But she had learned, and she carefully took stock of it. The human had summoned it, and let it rest on the table away from him. If this was like the other, it was an offering, a most delicious one. She once again poked it, looking for a reaction. It seemed to encourage her, so she devoured it. It was excellent. The future generations she produced would be strong. She herself was growing in power as well. Later, she would share some of the energy with her royal guard. It would not do to have them fall behind. For the moment, she would study the humans to try to figure out their strange behavior. So, Elder Charing said, we've at least managed to make her not eat energy attached tos. Now we just need to teach her not to nibble on the Frost Mirror sect. He shook his head. We might have messed that up with the whole prisoner thing. At least she recognizes members of the order. Anton didn't sound sure about that at all. Reading what an ant thinks is quite difficult. It's also obvious she had a preference for ascension energy. On that note, I would bet that was why Everhart kept them up there. A weapon. You think it's a shame we couldn't retrieve everything else? Some of them might have just been to fill out the ecosystem, Anton shrugged. But these seem like they had a specific purpose in being preserved. They're still kind of weak, though, Elder Charing said. Maybe, Anton agreed, but Tahir is something to them. With the ability to eat ascension energy, they're a powerful tool for the upcoming war. At Everhart's tomb, people received various memories. Upon comparing them, there was something important. I am sure you were told about that? Yes? Yeah. They can't regain ascension energy while they are here attacking, Elder Charing said. That's actually very important. Now, if only there was a way to teach these ants to attack everyone with ascension energy except for you. Anton sighed. I am sure we'll figure something out. We have time, but no matter how useful they might be in such a battle, We need to make sure they're safe. They're obviously very hungry, but they're not ravenous devastators like some insects. This is going to be a lot of work, Elder Charing said. The worst-case scenario, we keep them contained in a formation in the middle of a volcano. If it fails, they die. And if the ascenders are coming, we can pull them out and chuck them by the fistful. Straight to volcanoes? Anton asked. They're very useful, Charing commented. There were some important difference is that Kohar had to remember when in different courts. In normal courts, each side would present evidence and counter-arguments in an orderly fashion, most of the time. In situations involving cultivators, however, the rules became much more loose. If nobody was quite willing to enforce the rules, the courthouse became more of a battlefield. But as long as it wasn't an actual battlefield, Kohar could adjust. She was ready for anything at all to happen after Jan was brought up for testimony. Kohar had a bundle of carefully written notes. Too bad she would only get to use a few of them, but it was better to have them than not. Now for our next witness. He was quickly sworn in. It was unfortunate that nobody trusted anyone else to create some sort of compulsory force to go along with the declaration of telling the truth. But it was procedure that should be followed, and the consequences of false testimony could be significant. Courts were very inventive sometimes. So, sir, is it true that the Adamant Chain hired you to help organize an attack on members of the Order of 90 Dies 9 Stars? As well as myself, Jan looked decidedly unhappy to be present. But he kept his back straight and determined, even as he glanced over his shoulder towards a particularly cold-looking woman. That is correct. I met with one of their regular contacts, who I had previously made arrangements with. They paid in advance before I understood the true nature of the job. Kohar was quite certain he was stretching the truth on that last part. But she felt no desire to call him out on that. I see. Do you know why they might have hired you? Presumably to stop you from bringing this very sort of legal action against them? That man is a liar, declared the advocate of the Adamant Chain. Isabel, a rare example of another woman in the same profession. Which part specifically do you mean to refute with that accusation? Kohar spoke calmly. Impassioned words were useful for swaying opinions in the short term. But keeping a professional demeanor would ultimately allow her to make the right choices. If she said something hastily, it would weaken her position. All of it, the woman said proudly. I see, Kohar nodded. That also includes the previous business he alluded to. That's right, we've never sent a representative to meet with January. I see. Yet you knew his name without me introducing him. Kohar smiled. Sometimes it was nice when people just talked. What do you think of that? She turned to January. I do believe they're trying to pull back after setting me up for a fall. I stand by my statements, as well as the written testimony of specific times and dates. That's no good anyway, Isabel interrupted. You can't force a witness to testify. And we know you captured him 2 weeks ago and forced him to be here. That is true, Coher admitted. Forced testimony is inadmissible evidence. I must admit, your people must have been just short from silencing him to know when we captured him. That was speculation. But it wasn't really possible to deny John's testimony was obtained via force. Sure, he had accepted doing it because immediate death was the other option, but he was only barely maintaining a neutral face. And now he was looking a bit pale, because he might just get killed if the deal didn't work out. There were a few awkward moments of silence where it was clear he wanted to speak before he finally managed. Am I still needed here? You may go, Coher said. Unless they want to ask for a refund? Isabel frowned. She knew she'd messed up, as her own statements could lead to reasonable suspicion, even if Jan's testimony was no good. But she said nothing, and Jan was taken out. Coher knew he would probably try to run. However, they might want him for later. Still, just because his testimony was no good didn't mean that he hadn't upheld his end of the bargain. That didn't mean he would be getting away clean. But the promise not to kill him would be upheld. Coher slapped a pile of documents on the table. Now then, after your formal declaration you had nothing to do with Jan, it's time to present every documented instance of that happening. And another pile of papers? And here is every time your representative performed official work for you, in exactly the same fashion as he did with January. Coher began to read. To be honest, the piles of paper in front of her were slightly inflated in size. Yet there were so many details, including just one of the Adamant Chain's representatives, unlocking the back door to his office with a key to enter pretty much every day. Coher had asked the ears of the fox for every detail they had on a few people, but she hadn't been expecting so much. The man in question was just an early spirit-building cultivator in an administrative position. And the details stretched back to long before the point she'd asked for dirt. It made her wonder if the ears knew what she had for breakfast the previous week. As for the price of the information, with everything she asked for, the fees were quite substantial. And yet she also knew they were greatly discounted. Someone important working for them had an axe to grind with at least a few different slaver organizations. Though it wasn't as if they were losing money on the deal either. Coher wasn't paying for it, of course. That price was coming from the coffers of the Order and some other sects. At the end of the day, Coher was exhausted. It was hard to prove their information was entirely accurate. But they had enough different things to overwhelm Istrabel's prepared defenses. That was another nice thing about Cultivator trials. Not all of her evidence had to be prepared in advance. That went both ways. But she was prepared to deal with a bit of spontaneity, and she did more than just declare something was made up, but provided reasons for it, like signatures not matching. It was unfortunate that ultimately only about half of the case would be decided on the merits, with the other half being based on who bribed the judge enough. Though the worst offenders in that regard had found themselves occupied with various troubles that prevented them from presiding over the case. like being arrested or out of town to later be declared missing? Chapter 253. The last time Anton had been around Sartan, he hadn't exactly spent much time in the city. It wasn't exactly a destination focused on travelers, and he'd been quite busy the last time freeing slaves. He wondered if things would have gone better at that point, if he knew Kohar. But thinking about it, at least some of those he freed were legally enslaved, which meant he was technically a criminal here. But only if anyone could recognize him. Nobody at the mines could, and the attack on the manor had been in the dark. Even so, he would avoid going near that area in case any of the guards recognized his energy. He wouldn't mind doing more of the same. But he knew he wasn't strong enough to handle everything through combat. Not yet. He could deal with all of the low-level mooks the slavers would have. Since they mostly dealt with normal humans, their own members and guards were usually not beyond early spirit building in cultivation. They still had connections to sects. However, who would pose more of a threat? At the moment, he was on surveillance duty, which involved standing on the highest building he could get on without anyone complaining and looking around the city. The only thing that stopped him from seeing Sartan from edge to edge were the buildings being in the way. Likewise, it was very much frowned upon to lock onto people with energy senses in a city. Even so, he kept watch for trouble despite not knowing what it might be. There might not be any trouble in the city. Anton wasn't going to bet on that. But if the right people were bribed and enough muscle was in the area, someone might try something. Anton was sure there would be hell afterwards, whether someone succeeded or not. But if someone calculated the price was worth it to take them out, it would be done. So he just had to be ready. Since legal and martial retaliation wasn't any good for people who got killed, nimble fingers tried to open a lock. 10 blocks away, a tiny dollop of energy flew out, smacking the wood, the intruder on the back of the head. Anton didn't know the circumstances of the woman. Perhaps she had a justified reason to be breaking in, but he would lean towards that being unlikely. The woman flinched as she felt the touch, spinning around. She then darted off into the night. It likely wouldn't stop her from further attempts, but Anton wasn't around to solve the city's problems. Other than that, few people were on the streets late at night. Sartan wasn't a terribly large city, at least not compared to some Anton knew. Anton knew some people went unnoticed. But the streets nearby where they were staying were basically clear. He hoped things were going well beneath the ground as well, though he could only sense the closest parts of the sewers. It was clear that someone had once had big ideas for Sartan. Or maybe it was just that a number of rich people had been involved in founding it and didn't want to have to deal with awful smells. Even with the poor maintenance, since whenever people had put things together, it was still pretty functional. In most places. The choice to be the one scouting out the sewers had been Velvet's. It was practical. Since Anton was most effective in wide-open areas. Meanwhile, she did well in poorly lit areas and in close confines. Plugging up her sense of smell had made her efforts tolerable. The problem was remembering what things smelled like and guessing what things smelled like. It was still pretty awful. Velvet was pretty certain that nobody would want to trek through the sewers, and could have just left and assumed things would be fine. But this was her duty for the moment. Because she had to admit that moving through places nobody wanted to be was exactly the sort of thing assassins would do. Velvet herself might not fear assassins. She couldn't guarantee her own safety, but there were others who were more vulnerable. Kohar, obviously. Alva would likely be fine since Fuzz would doubtless notice someone coming. But even their strongest companions might not sense someone coming while they slept. No attempts to attack them had been made since the bridge, but that was why it was all the more important to keep vigilant now. The tunnels beneath Sarton weren't as numerous as in some places, but there was still plenty of potential to get turned around without defining features. The biggest thing Velvet used for navigating was the direction of the flow. When things did flow. Someone really needed to come maintain some of these places before there were problems. Then Velvet saw someone. That was the first person in several nights of activity, but she quickly followed after them. Anyone down in the sewer in the middle of the night had to be up to no good. They were good at hiding their cultivation, too. At least, Velvet thought that at first. But as she quickly began to catch up to them, even moving slowly, she realized she was incorrect. The man was navigating by torchlight, seemingly familiar with where he was going, but not as quick as Velvet on the often slick bricks. And from up close, she could tell he really didn't have any cultivation. A few twists and turns later, during which Velvet slowed down significantly to keep distance between her and her target, she found herself looking into a section of broken wall behind which was a sort of dirt cave. It had supports made out of rotting wood. Perhaps it had been a tunnel during the construction of the sewers, or maybe it had another purpose long ago. But the current occupants were clearly something else. Along with the man, who had wrinkles and hair that was beginning to gray, there were a number of other gaunt figures curled up in various places. It didn't take much to make a guess at who they were. People down on their luck or escaped slaves? Probably both. But definitely not anybody that would cause them trouble. Velvet had no idea what to do with them. Anton might know. And if he didn't, he would probably make up a plan anyway. She knew that he didn't like to just throw money at people. But these folk really needed it. She left behind a few coins and some food. Too much food would go bad. Too much money might just get them into trouble somehow. Anything more than that could be dealt with in the morning. They'd certainly be suspicious of a pile of food left in the middle of them that they didn't know the origin of. But if they were starving, that wasn't going to stop them. She began moving around the sewers once more, trying not to imagine what certain clumps of refuse might smell like. Further away from the group she had found was probably better, as anyone up to suspicious deeds would probably stay away from them or remove them. But she didn't actually expect to find anything, and that night she didn't. Anton was very glad that he needed less sleep as a cultivator. He was the sort of busybody who always kept himself occupied. And he felt much better about taking time to do things that interested him, instead of things that needed doing if he had more time in general. Currently, he was doing something interesting and important. Once more, he was with Elder Charing and the ants. Normally, they interacted with the queen the most, but for this particular task it felt more appropriate to try with the soldiers she had with her. The soldiers were much bigger than worker ants, but even so they were only about the size of his fingernail. Still well within the realm of normal ants. They were actually smaller than the queen, but they seemed like they would be more durable or more replaceable if something went wrong. However, cultivators were capable of very fine control, which was exactly what he needed at the moment. He reached out with his finger and pressed down on one of the soldiers from above. It was a test of durability. Though as soon as it bent its legs, he relented. It actually took quite a bit of pressure to make it move. He could have easily crushed it, but that seemed unnecessarily cruel, especially if these were anywhere close to as intelligent as they thought. The soldier skittered out of the way, but Anton put a finger in front to stop it. It could turn to either side still, but this was his only way to communicate. He wanted it to hold still. He was once again very gentle. And this time the ant folded its legs almost immediately. Not the result he wanted, but it might do. He looked over at Elder Charing, then did the same motion with energy surrounding his finger. It was like a little bubble that extended the edge of his finger slightly, but even a couple millimeters would be significant on the scale of an ant. He pressed down on the ant hand. Nothing happened. At least, nothing that made sense. His energy sort of molded around the ant. But it didn't press down on it. That was not how he expected it to function, given the 7 years he had been working with energy. Elder Charing was producing similar results. Anton repeated the motion a few more times. Before the queen came running over and pushed the soldier out of the way. What did she want? Perhaps she was protecting the soldier, though that seemed opposite of what should be done. But when the queen pushed against his finger, he figured it out. It wasn't behavior that he would expect from an ant, but it seemed that it thought he was being affectionate. And perhaps the queen was jealous, since she had basically volunteered. Anton carefully touched the queen without energy. The tip of his finger sunk in slightly as he exerted a small amount of pressure. Enough to be certain things would be safe. He tried once more with energy, which similarly depressed instead of holding the form he intended. Then he moved on to the thing they were actually testing. Even if this particular group of ants ended up being helpful, that didn't mean the species as a whole was safe to have around. With their peculiar qualities and intelligence, they could be extremely dangerous. But if they were particularly useful, they could take the risk. Ascension energy surrounded Anton's finger. Left unrestrained, it would annihilate what he touched. But he kept it more or less passive. He pressed down on the queen and found the deformation on his energy might be even greater than with his normal kind. And the queen didn't seem bothered at all. He left a small drop of energy for her and the soldier he'd been bugging as a reward. He generally thought of energy as something like a gas that he could change the properties of, floating around and insubstantial. But even if his only control over a bit of energy was to have it remain in place, the ants managed to slurp it up like it was a liquid, pulling on further parts of it to bring it into their hungry little mouths. "Well," Anton said, "it's not a conclusive test, but initial durability indicates they remain unharmed by energy, including ascension energy." Elder Charing nodded. "That's extremely valuable. I had my suspicions. But if they can cause trouble to the right people?" Charing nodded seriously. There was a difference between being able to eat energy and not being squashed by it. The former was useful. But without the latter, they could just be crushed. It would still require an expenditure of some sort, but they could be annihilated by the potential invaders if that happened. On the other hand, it made them more dangerous to everyone else. In coming days, they would be increasing the tests a little bit at a time. They might try cutting, which, if controlled finely enough, would simply leave a mark on the back of their target. If the ants ever flinched away, they would know they'd hit a limit, but for the moment they seemed unconcerned. Anton pressed from the side, finding that unless his actual finger touched an ant, his energy wouldn't move them. It was as if they refused to interact with it at all unless they wanted to, though he knew it wasn't quite right. For one thing, though it was a very small scale, he felt the same sort of disruption of ascension energy, like the techniques from the Luminous Ocean Society. It was unlikely there was a direct connection, but they might have come from the same source, with the cultivators developing their technique from a similar sort of creature. Anton had another thought, and carefully gathered just a bit of the other type of energy he had. The energy from beyond death and reincarnation was even more insubstantial than the others. But he knew it was also quite dangerous, as it could move through cultivators and greatly harm them. He expected to have no effect on the ants, but the moment he summoned some, the ant queen skittered away. Well, that certainly indicated something. He left a little bit of it sitting on the table just in case they were afraid of the unknown. But none of the ants moved forward to try to eat it, and it slowly faded out of existence. Perhaps he had something that would affect them, but he didn't know a way to confirm it easily without harming something. Maybe he could find some workers or other less intelligent ants of their kind. Having a way to contain them would be useful. If something went wrong. Chapter 54. While many might have wished for a fire to warm their food, it was simply not a luxury that they could have. Cecilia sat with one arm wrapped around her legs, happy that they even had food. It had just appeared in the morning, with no idea where it came from. Some of their group thought it might be poisoned, but that didn't dissuade anyone from trying it. If it was poisoned, they would just die. Probably better than living in the sewers. Hungry, though both were better than being a slave. At least, in the opinions of everyone present, the sewers were warm enough. For the most part, the temperature rarely rose or fell by that much throughout the year. Along with the hidden nature, that was what caused the group to try to live in the sewers despite the massive unpleasantness. Cecilia munched on a bit of bread, still held in the small cloth wrapping it came in. She didn't want to get her dirty hands on the food and ruin the taste, even if it was a bit stale. Abbott stale was the best thing she'd had in months. The best any of them had, unless someone wasn't sharing. Though nobody in their group had enough meat on their bones to have gotten muck they didn't share. "Hello there," a loud, confident voice announced itself. Cecilia immediately wrapped up the morsel of food in her hand and leapt to her feet, keeping her back against the wall. She would have moved to flee, but the figure was standing in the only entrance. The others glanced around as well. "Bit dark down here." Of course it was dark. They couldn't exactly light a torch. Even if they had one, the air was already bad enough without burning away all the good bits and filling the rooms with smoke. And there was always the chance of a gas explosion. Then suddenly there was light as the figure held out his hand. Streaks of light lit up a wrinkled face with eyes that seemed to have no end to their depth. Cecilia felt like she was falling into them as she pressed against the wall. That didn't go as well as I wanted. The light brightened, and the man's face was revealed more clearly. It was just an old man. Except for the fact that he could make light from nothing, he might have been ignored up above. "How is everyone doing today?" He looked around the room. His tone was kind. But there was no way he was here for anything good. Martin stepped forward. He was the oldest among them. The first to find this place, at least of those still alive. Sometimes there wasn't enough food, and those with the weakest bodies faded away first. "What do you want?" Sir Martin's voice was clearly trying to be firm. But he was tired and weak, and obviously afraid. Why wouldn't he be? This was a cultivator come to take them back. "I just wanted to ask how you were doing. Did you eat well?" the intruder asked. That voice was trying to lull them into letting their guards down. Cecilia bit her lip, trying to ignore the feelings coming over her. The thought of safety, something they could never have. "I promise you, sir," Martin continued, "we have nothing of value that you might want." "I know," the wrinkled man answered straightforwardly. Martin stiffened along with some of the others. "We won't. If you try to take us back, we'll just kill ourselves. They won't pay you for someone dead." The old man sighed. "The world's really beaten you all down." He looked each of them in the eyes. When he came to Cecilia, she felt herself weakening. The thought that he might actually be friendly started to worm its way into her heart. "I can't blame you for that. It's pretty awful sometimes." He stepped forward, then sat in the middle of the room. "Some people like to take away everything from a person and then reach for more. Personally, I am in the business of causing trouble for those guys. So why don't we help each other out? Most people would place a handful of escaped slaves living in the sewers as a pretty low priority overall. Even Anton didn't count them as a high priority in the current situation. The fact that he was planning to see if any of them happened to have been enslaved illegally was a secondary matter, an excuse. That said, he could only slip away for about an hour each day. Each time he went down below, he brought a meal for the group. And of course, he began to teach them how to cultivate. At first, they didn't believe him. But as they began to get comfortable with him and made some initial progress in their cultivation, they began to trust him. It was difficult for them, with bodies weakened by harsh conditions. But a steady supply of food began to rejuvenate them and allow them to begin tempering their bodies, one little bit at a time. After they began to trust him, it took some time for them to accept that he hadn't been the one to provide them the first food. And to find them. "Velvet is not very personable," he explained, "but she has a good heart." Since the young woman herself wouldn't show up to take credit, there was little Anton could do even if people believed him. All he could do was pass along their thanks and how people were improving. That made Velvet smile, even if she tried to hide it. Caring about others wasn't a negative trait to Anton. But it was reasonable that it would take more than just a handful of years to recover from over a decade of unpleasant upbringing. Betrayal by family had to be something that lingered with you for your whole life. Anton himself was very lucky in that regard. He'd grown up in a decent household and been able to do work that was more fruitful the more effort he put in. The visual representation of growing a thriving farm had filled him with pride, until it was torn away from him. In a few short years of cultivation, he was capable of much more than just taking care of such a farm. And he would have felt worthless if he didn't share that with others. Cultivators like to fight over limited resources. But most of them didn't even consider simply trying to expand on those resources. The fact that empowering people to protect themselves and do more of whatever they wanted also should eventually lead to a better cultivation environment made Anton especially eager. It turned out that two of the people had been illegally enslaved. The older man, Martin, had been taken when he was a young man. With decades of working as a slave before he escaped and then years of living a squalid lifestyle in the sewers, the original slaver group responsible along with his owner were no longer present in Sarton. Anton took note in case they survived elsewhere, but there was little Martin could provide for their immediate needs. Eventually, each story of how slavery could be manipulated and abused would contribute to their efforts to change the laws. But for the moment, they were targeting those actively causing trouble. Cecilia was the other. A young woman who was free resistant at first. Anton specialized in his connection to other people. But she had rejected his help from deep within her heart. She still didn't fully trust him, but he didn't mind that so much. She was decent at cultivation and should reach the first star within a month or two. Perhaps cultivating the 99 stars might make her less useful as a witness. Since the adamant chain would doubtless claim she was unfit to testify, But that wasn't a reason to hinder her cultivation. It was simply a reason to make use of every other method to crush them. The weakest target, the woman who fancied herself a lawyer, was also the hardest to get to. She never walked around without an escort, and only ever went to and from the courthouse. The handful of essence collection cultivators were right out. Even if they could be handled, they'd put up enough of a fuss for the whole city to feel. The adamant chain was on its back foot, so they'd called in some favors. Rise was one of those. If it wasn't for a long history of working together, the thick marble gang wouldn't have stuck out their necks for them. Even as it was, they were charging extra. These weren't a bunch of lightweights they were dealing with, but instead a group that continued to cause trouble. Their association with a powerful sect made things tricky too. They'd had to call in some muscle from some unsavory groups, and that was saying something. Since the thick marble gang got up to quite a bit, even if they publicly were the thick marble group. Rice was one of the founding members, so he very clearly knew their origins. Tearing up back streets, ambushing people on the road, and dealing in the drug trade were all things they'd had as their roots. As they grew in size, they added on more legitimate business, including working for slaving groups to help with acquisitions. Sometimes that was purely on the up and up. Even if someone was being enslaved for debt or a crime, they wouldn't usually just give themselves up. Someone had to bring them in that case. But of course, Anapiapal were enslaved without trouble that it was hard to be employed full-time that way. Especially when someone with lower cultivation would do the job for half the price. That was where people like Rise came in. People who were willing to find extra bodies that could be sold for a decent price. Where they found them didn't matter. As long as it wasn't easily traceable, a few people going missing from the slums or a village wouldn't be missed. And people died on the roads all the time. The young woman that was Rise's target will definitely be missed. But they weren't planning to try to make her a slave. The final member of the group was a young woman in mid-spirit building, which was a pretty impressive accomplishment. That meant she would be important. So capturing her would provide a significant amount of leverage. Ultimately, it would probably result in a bloodbath to retrieve her. But Rice wasn't going to be around for that. He was going to capture her, turn her over, get paid, and leave the country. Unless they made him another deal for being involved in the fighting, which would also require convincing him they had a good chance to win, versus a handful of essence collection cultivators. It could be done. But Riss wanted more than a simple assurance on their side. They'd need more. But first he had a job to do. The young woman was very alert to her surroundings, just like the rest of the troublesome group. She was an archer. But that wouldn't matter if she didn't know there were enemies until they got close. The problematic part was that damn wolf. She liked to ride it around the city, and the aura it produced indicated it matched her in strength. The pair of them together would be hard for Rise to deal with quickly, and if he was discovered, the whole thing would be ruined. But she wasn't all vise with the wolf. Sometimes it went off with one of the other girls, and sometimes it even left the city on its own. Rise thought about following it and removing it, but that would just tip people off. Besides, he didn't want to traipse through the wilderness after a mangy, overgrown dog. Thing was missing for everywhere. Who knows what kind of diseases it might have? Better to just leave it alone. The young woman was an archer, and there weren't good places to practice inside the city. They needed a lot of space, and the young woman would sometimes head out with the old man, maybe a grandfather, some elder in her sect. Though his status was weirdly hard to pin down, since some sources said he was just a normal disciple. Either way, that old man had keen eyes. It was a good thing Rise was good at acting innocent. He could always find some excuse or other for why he might be around. And he avoided following when any of the stronger members were present. But the only one leaving the building now was just the young woman. Alva or something. A quick bash over the head. A few broken limbs so she couldn't cause trouble, and then she'd be dropped off for the adamant chain to deal with. They had some plan for how to leverage a hostage, if they forced the lawyer woman and her group to attack first. They could wipe this group out and smooth over the damage later with more bribes. Rise walked along, blending himself in with the stone streets and buildings, feeling just like part of the scenery. Rocks could be many things. Durable, fanciful, or just plain heavy. But the thing that most rocks shared in common was that they were just rocks. Something people could pass over and ignore. Even a hunk of marble in the right spot was just scenery. Not that Rise would do anything so stupid as to make a complicated pattern instead of just dulling perceptions. That kind of unnecessary flaunting got people killed. Chapter 255. Complex plans were for the pack leaders. Fuzz didn't get any of that. They tried to explain, and ultimately settled on something he understood. He was to follow someone from a certain distance behind as sneakily as possible. Fuzz understood stealth. That was what the Dagger Lady Velvet did. He wasn't as good as her. Because he was big and probably not suited for it to begin with, but he understood the basics. Breathe quiet, walk quiet. Smell quiet, and stay out of sight. The man he was following did 3 of those things. But as most humans, he forgot the part about the smell. And a noisy smell it was. Foreign stones tinged with blood, and all the normal smells of a human. Fuzz stopped. Distance was difficult with smell. But he could assess the way the thickness of the smell changed. He was still up ahead, but not as far as he should be. If Fuss was smelling it right, he was on a long, straight road that would make it easy to see Fuss if the man just turned around. So he had to wait. Then he moved, passing by a butcher's shop and carts full of food alongside the road. When he was up, they might have distracted him, but Fuzz was focused and full of purpose now. He was also smart enough to recognize that he would just have those tasty foods later. The pack leaders were good about making sure he got extra tasty food when he did good, though he was always fed well regardless. The sense of hundreds of people lingered in the packed streets. Seeing him coming, most people moved aside. Those who didn't could be stepped over if they were short enough or nudged to the side. Some people were quite surprised when he did so, but the cultivators of Sarton were familiar with Fuzz. They would not panic to see him in the streets without anyone around. Fuzz sniffed. It was strange, actually. He didn't smell anyone recent, but the man he was following and Alva. Usually someone else would be with him. Perhaps they were somewhere else, or better at hiding. Velvet probably didn't need to hide from scent, since humans were bad at detecting it, but she had been practicing. Fuzz sniffed. Did he need to improve himself? Was he not good enough? He picked his way through the city, occasionally stopping or increasing his speed as he felt appropriate. The changing wind made things difficult sometimes. As when it was blowing towards him, he could detect more, and when it blew away, he couldn't be certain if his target had stopped too close. He focused a small amount of his energy to his nose to enhance it. Too much, and he wouldn't be stealthy. But he wanted to make sure he didn't miss anything. They were getting near the edge of the city. The number of people was decreasing, as well as the distance between Alva and the man following her. Fuzz began to approach a bit closer. No mission of stealth was prioritized over a member of the pack. The wind shifted, and he caught a new scent. It smelled like fire. Not smoke, but fire. The difference was one produced the other. Fire smelled like natural energy when it smelled like anything. Or rather, it only smelled like anything when it was natural energy. He smelled fire up ahead, a familiar scent. Though he couldn't place any individuals. Were they allies? They had not been in the city previously. They had been friendly in the past, but he did not know for certain if they were now. He increased his pace. Now that they were outside the city, the sneaky man could at any moment attack Alva. Fuzz needed to be able to catch him before he got to her. Other pack members or allies should be around, but Fuzz wasn't sure. He closed the difference enough to be in visual range. The trees parted just enough to catch sight of his quarry. The man was also speeding up, and Fuzz more than matched his pace. The scent of fire was off to the side, perhaps not intending to participate in the upcoming battle. All Fuzz knew was they were luring the enemy out of his territory to somewhere he would have no allies. And this should be good enough. Alva tried not to display her nervousness. Her allies would probably protect her. But she still had to watch out for herself to some extent. If she was careless for a few seconds, she could just be killed. That was the danger of traveling in a group with essence collection cultivators, who tended to make enemies on their own level. Though the numbers of those enemies would inevitably fall off, there were still some. Especially now that they were making big moves instead of trying to avoid disturbing the overall Balancita-Mac. She stopped in a long, empty stretch of land. There was an archery target set up about 100 meters away. She didn't need an actual target, but they were still useful for measuring accuracy at a glance, compared to any hunk of wood. She pulled her bow off her back and began to fire arrows at it. Actual arrows, not just spirit arrows. There were 2 reasons for that. First, she had a handful of enchanted arrows that would have more or less the same weight as these physical arrows. She needed to make sure she was used to the difference between them and the spirit arrows, which had no inherent weight. Energy produced the same effects of having weight, but it wasn't the same. The second reason was that she walked to the target to retrieve them. She had been ready to turn to fire on the man following her if he made a move, but he'd kept back. Alva trained with her grandfather, who was an excellent scout, but she wasn't quite as good as him at sensing things. This particular man she only noticed because Shek knew he was there. That, and because there were very few rocks in this area. He managed to feel like Malone, but his presence didn't quite perfectly blend into the terrain. Enough so that she couldn't take a shot at him, though. She plucked out the arrows one at a time, placing them in the boring half of her quiver. Then she spun on her heel. She could narrow down the man's location to a 10-meter wide strip of land. Sheshold'd be able to get visual confirmation of him if she looked there. She was already forming an arrow, preparing to shoot. Allies should be ready, and even if they were not for some reason, she couldn't just let the man have the initiative. Her arrow flew forward, a projectile formed entirely of energy. It was thin, only increasing in size where the limit of her energy density required, and to allow for proper aerodynamics. It flew towards her target, almost entirely hidden behind a tree. Just the corner of a sleeve stuck out. But she was certain it was attached to a person. Unlike her grandfather, she didn't throw herself into the arrow. It seemed she would need more than just a handful of years of experience with archery. Even if her cultivation abilities were not as far behind. But she still had good control over its initial trajectory and could adjust to some extent. The arrow went straight through the tree, poking a hole no wider than her pinky finger. Her target dodged at the last instant, such that she only managed to scrape along the edge of his defensive energy. She hadn't expected it to kill him, but she was hoping he'd take another 1/10 of a second to react, or even a 20th. Dust flew into the air as the man suddenly pushed off of the ground, rocketing towards her. Alva began to back away, running backwards as she took more shots. The man just punched her arrows out of the air, while countering with thrown stones of his own that Alva had to avoid. But a moment later, he had to spin around to deal with an approaching threat. Fuzz leapt onto the man, who was knocked onto his back. No, he intentionally allowed himself to lay back as his leg kicked up into Fuzz's midsection, sending him flying. That momentum carried the wolf towards Alva, however. He landed in a run as if that had always been his intention. Though Alva had seen the serious way his mouth had been prepared to clamp down on the man he leapt upon, Alva changed tactics, running toward Fuzz and leaping onto his back. Now she didn't have to worry about moving about, as Fuzz would handle that. The stone cultivator was already back on his feet, looking not at all injured. He looked Alva dead in the eye, and then turned to run. Rise was experienced enough in his line of work to know he'd been a goddamn idiot. There he was thinking he hadn't been underestimating his opponents, taking them seriously, keeping out of sight. He hadn't snatched up the first chance he got, or even the second, thinking they could be bait. Why had he come alone? Sure. Nobody else had the proper stealth skills to keep up, but the thick marble gang could have arranged some method to back him up. That said, Rise knew he could take the girl and the wolf together. The problem was that the wolf showing up was either terribly unlucky or part of some bigger ambush. And he sure as hell wasn't going to stay around for it. Arrows rained down on him from behind, slowing his retreat as he had to dog his enemy off them. He didn't want to waste energy by taking direct hits. Not if someone else could be coming. Then gouts of fire rained down on him from all sides, expanding into a field of flames in mere moments. They were actually already around. Of course it couldn't have just been luck. The question was, how could he survive Rice plowed ahead through the fire? Any direction he went would take just as long to get out, so he might as well get away from one threat. There were a handful of fire cultivator around. He could sense spread out around him. He saw the youngest and lowest cultivation was directly ahead and in early essence collection, not far from himself. So he broke away to his right. No way was he going to fight some genius. Besides the fact that it would allow everyone to collapse on him, he wasn't going to bet he could even take out the guy. His skin blistered as the heat built up around him. The branches of the trees around him and all the leaves having been instantly incinerated. He could see the trunks starting to fall apart into charred piles, like he would be if he didn't break through. He held his fist up high, feinting a punch while instead he kicked a ball of dirt into the face of the man he was trying to push past. It almost worked. Except the dirt combusted before reaching the man, who moved to block his sudden sidestep. How was he going to survive? Well, Rise knew one thing about these people. I surrender. He stopped holding up his hands. They'd taken prisoners before. Even gotten some of them to testify. Now that things had come to this, he had to take advantage of that fact. Then he felt a smoldering where his heart had been a moment before. It hardly even hurt. His chest burned so fast. He even managed to look down to see that his senses weren't lying to him before the fire expanded and covered him. Was that necessary? Anish folded his arms across his chest. Elder Sarka raised an eyebrow at him. What? You wanted to wait? It was going to happen anyway. Getting this guy to testify or whatever wouldn't do much of anything. And that's not what we're here for. We're here to take some people out. She gestured to the smoldering corpse. And here is what we needed, evidence. It would have worked better if he was alive. Would it? Then we'd have to do a bunch of talking and stuff? Elder Sarda cracked her knuckles. But since we're just going to melt that marble gang into a puddle, it doesn't really matter. We saw him with our own eyes. Nobody else matters. Or do you think Tahir is an innocent reason for this guy to follow a young woman out into the woods? I wasn't saying that. I just thought it would look better for Glorious Flame Palace if we had someone alive for a bit. Anish shook his head. But whatever. Let's go melt a rock gang. Though I have to point out, Elder Sarka. That Wedden want to completely obliterate their buildings. Yeah, documents and crap. Don't worry. Elder Sarka waved her hand, spewing fire at a tree, but somehow not catching it on fire. I can handle it. That's why we brought more than just you five. Some overwhelming force to make up for having to control ourselves. Elder Sarka looked over at Alva and Fuzz. You two all right? We're fine, Alva said. Is he alone? Should be, Elder Sarka said. But we'll escort you back to the city before we go pay these Pebble guys a visit. Don't want your family getting mad at me. I can take care of myself, Alva said. But I'll admit I am not completely sure about opponents of this level. Let's go. Chapter 256. Legal proceedings could drag out for a very long time for various reasons. Sometimes it just took a long time to read through piles of documents to find what was relevant. Sometimes the courts were busy and could only see people irregularly. Sometimes one side or the other asked for extensions because they were busy with something. And sometimes they intentionally dragged things out in the hope that something would save them. Usually some piece of uncovered evidence. The adamant chain couldn't be hoping for evidence, because they knew they were guilty of everything charged, and probably more than even Kohar couldn't find a way to prove or even tantalizingly suggest. They might be trying to come up with some more convincing falsified records, since she'd figuratively torn apart everything they'd produced so far. There was something they could be stalling for that would make a big difference. If, say, an army showed up in Sartan ready to fight and killed everyone involved while professing no connection to the adamant chain. But that wasn't something Kohar was related to. There were others already attempting to deal with those problems. If a big battle reached her, she would die. If it was stopped, she would continue doing her job. Kohar was standing, giving another speech that combined evidence with flair. The first was somehow not good enough for some people, so she had to use both. For the last several years, because of severe malpractice on behalf of many slaving guilds, including the Iron Ring Slavers and the Adamant Chain, detailed records have been required. I have here in front of me depositions from several dozen illegally enslaved individuals. Before anyone could interrupt, Kohar pushed forward, as well as individuals from the various towns where the Adamant Chain's records claim to have been enslaved through legal means. We have reports of people enslaved for debts that weren't theirs, as well as for debts that had been paid, and those with illegal amounts of interest financed through subsidiaries of the Adamant Chain. Kohar paused, looking around the room. I am prepared to read all 15 pages of that, and I will in a few moments. But next we have lists of people enslaved after being accused of a crime, but without being convicted. Or where they were convicted of crimes they were never accused of or tried for. And then there are all of the various locations where people were enslaved that don't exist. I'll start alphabetically. Agasberry. 12 individuals. Kohar wasn't going to let herself be interrupted easily. But when several figures burst through the doors, she stopped. Guards tensed, including her allies from the Order. However, the figures just ran over to the representatives of the adamant chain, whispering. "Your Honor," Isabel said to the presiding judge, "we will have to postpone further proceedings. There is an active attack on the thick marble group as we speak." She began to pick up the papers in front of her. "On what grounds would the proceedings be postponed?" Kohar said, stopping her. "What connection does that have to the matters at hand?" Isabel glared at her. "You know on what grounds." "Do I?" Kohar asked calmly. "Perhaps you should state it for the court record. Your people are part of that attack." "My people?" Kohar asked. "Who are my people? Do you mean my bodyguards?" "All of which are here with us in this very room, and you haven't given a connection." "Are we at risk here in this room? Does the adamant chain work with them? This was Kohar's job too." Either Isabel admitted a connection, which she could use to cause them no end of grief, or she was forced to continue with things as they had been going. Isabel was trapped. Looking up at the judge, hoping he would make some sort of declaration. However, he was as much in Kohar's pocket as the adamant chains, which basically said he was being paid to be basically neutral. A risky position if the adamant chain had any chance of being structurally stable afterwards. He might have judged he was less likely to be killed in revenge by Kohar's side, both because they would win on the merits and they were generally more honorable. Though killing a corrupt judge would be within the Order's precepts, nobody was going to bring that up. Judge Arentz Gross shook his head. "If there is no danger to us here, and no connection between the adamant chain and the thick marble group, then we shall continue from where we left off." I believe Kohar had the stand. "Very well then." Kohar straightened her back. "Brick Bridge, 7 people. And not even a hint of the presence of the official who signed off on the enslavements. Ultimately, a connection between Kohar and the actions of the glorious Flame Palace would come out. But not in a way that made her legally culpable. As it was, they were skirting the edge of legality. The sort that would always come out in their favor as long as they were still a powerful sect. They had an excuse to start an attack on the thick marble gang, and no doubt would be able to time any of them to various crimes in the region, and hopefully to the adamant chain. Where Isabel's declaration of them not having a connection would come full circle to bite her in the ass. In other places throughout Ophirg, attacks were happening nearly simultaneously. For the purposes of communications, anything off by just a day in either direction meant it would be impossible to organize some sort of counter to everything all at once. Nobody was quite sure how deep the webs of connection between slaver guilds went. They would all work together in some ways, though as competitors they would also be enemies to some extent. The important things were their connections to various groups. Ultimately, they had the money and influence to call on various others to defend them in times of trouble. But when most of those allies suddenly found themselves facing trouble all at the same time, it did them little good. The glorious Flame Palace wasn't only active in Sartan, but throughout the north of Ophirg as a whole. The Frost Mirror sect wasn't ideologically opposed to slavery as a whole, but they were still active in the central and southern parts of the country. There were other groups from Ophirg as well. And with Facreona in the east and estuary and more of the order focusing on western portions of the country, there were few places that weren't being targeted. The northernmost portions of Ophirg touched on the coast. And one location in particular was called Ship's Haven, a small city of a few thousand people. Much trade flowed through the area just like the river that carried heavy ore ingots to them. That trade and those goods immediately flowed out to sea. Most port cities grew rich. And while Ship's Haven was doing well for itself, it was not exactly flourishing either. The basis of that was it was somewhat out of the way. The Wild Run being far too volatile for most of its upper length for actual transport. The majority of the goods actually went down other rivers running parallel, to be taken across the land for a portion before entering the calmer parts of the Wild Run and ending up in Ship's Haven eventually. As for why that would happen, it was simply because it was more economical. Ship's Haven had lower taxes than other ports, just enough for them to be profitable while drawing some trade from the better locations to the east and west. It was there that Anton found himself, watching up the river for a shipment that should be coming. If the information was accurate, which it almost certainly was, a shipment of ore suitable for crafting, spirit building, and essence collection weapons would be coming. Various plans had been discussed, including following it to wherever it was eventually refined and smithed into weapons. But keeping it out of the wrong hands to begin with had been the ultimate decision. Though many groups were disorganized, the personal power of many cultivators was still significant. While many groups had been ousted from their fortified positions, that simply left them roaming about the world plotting revenge and teaming up with each other. And while a shipment of future weapons wouldn't decide anything one way or another, keeping it out of enemy hands and taking out some of the cultivators guarding it would be a step in the direction of victory. Though Anton might wish he was still primarily connected with the non-combative parts of this battle. Kohar was handling that while those with other skills did what they had to. She still had a squad guarding her wherever she went. But enough people were being pulled away to other battles that she didn't need a handful of essence collection cultivators keeping her safe at all time. And while some of her foes doubtless thought that being fined into poverty or imprisoned for their crimes were a fate worse than death, some of them were trying to keep their hands clean enough that they would survive. "There it is," Anton declared. An oversized barge, riding low in the water, heavy with oars. Hoyt nodded. No doubt teaming with cultivators protecting it as well, many of which should have ranged abilities. "Unless they just stuck themselves on that boat and hoped for the best?" Anton shrugged. "But I can see a couple bows. Who knows what else they have?" You remember the plan. Of course. Quite simple, really. We sink it. A few good holes up front, and we remove any chance they can get it past. We'll have to dredge the bottom of the river to retrieve things, but we'll have the time. Anton nodded. Katerina? I've set up the formation, she said. I should be able to temporarily stop it and allow people to traverse the water in front of it. The footing will probably be unstable, but it will be better than treading water while trying to swing an axe. Anton smiled slightly. Nobody was going to suddenly forget their positions. They had more people with them as well, mostly spirit-building cultivators. Though Anish was here along with 2 other Essence Collection cultivators from Glorious Flame Palace. There were even a few participants from the Frost Mirror sect, like Marcin. Anton was only talking because he was nervous. There was no reason to be. They were in a good position. But he just had a bad feeling. It could have been that ship's haven was just at their backs. Battles at their level could easily spill over to affect normal people. Even if nobody intentionally harmed civilians, it could happen. No matter who claimed they could, cultivators couldn't predict the future. There were gut feelings that could turn out to be right. And perhaps cultivators were more in tune to the world as a whole and could make better guesses. But there was still no way to actually know what would happen, even a few moments away. But as the barge got closer, Anton managed to sense something. There were too many people on that barge. It wasn't the wrong one. He could feel the cultivators guarding it, a mix of several different sects. Thick marble gang. A couple of those who had gotten away or not been present for the attack. Some others he only half recognized. And another. Heavenly Lion sect. They'd been keeping themselves hidden. But either they had some sort of plan or this was a lone agent who had joined up with people who had a similar lack of morals. The cultivators weren't the problem, though. It was the people. Normal, everyday, no, cultivation at all people. Maybe 100 of them, chained to each other in and around the crates of goods. Captive civilians on that barge. Anton called out to nearby. Others would pass the message on. Be careful how you attack. That was the problem with what they were doing. If they were already going to wipe out as many slavers as they could, then those people and their allies would use whatever they could against them. And since they obviously didn't care about normal people, but Anton and the others did, it was pretty simple. What was Anton going to do for them, adding on to their crimes? Kill everyone twice. He thought about that, but didn't know how. Everhart probably did, but that didn't mean Anton actually wanted to. Still, having to limit their attacks was untoo bad. It would restrict some people, and they couldn't sink the barge unless they could take out enough of the enemies before they did. So they could get in there and rescue the prisoners. The real problem came when the attack began. Anton had no trouble firing his bow indiscriminately. Even if he added on a handful formed entirely of energy, he could unravel any spirit arrow that missed his target, or rather, any that Wastagen, since his attacks didn't just miss. Before it could get half a meter behind someone, any arrow would be gone. He wasn't going to hit the wrong target. And while it might have been stroking his own ego somewhat, Anton was a significant amount of their ranged capabilities. There was Alva, of course, and many others had their own methods, but Anton was the best among them. Unfortunately, the others weren't all quite as precise as Anton. Everyone still avoided hitting any of the people. They had that level of control, but a few spears and a bolt of lightning broke open some of the crates and barrels on board. The crates were mostly just ore, so at most they spilled out a few chunks of heavy material. The barrels, however, had a black liquid in them that happily spilled out into the river. Anton didn't know exactly what it was, but he could sense danger as it began to flow past him. None of them were standing in the river. Even when Katerina activated her formation, they would simply be on top of it. But perhaps the danger wasn't to him or any of them. As the black substance spread throughout the river, Anton thought of Ship's Haven. Was this something intentional, Alva? Anton called out to his granddaughter, who was riding Fuzz along the river, moving up and down past the barge as she took her shots. He gestured to the river and to the harbor below, and she immediately understood. She turned Fuzz, darting towards the city. A few balls of fire were half-heartedly chucked after her, but she shot arrows into those that she couldn't dodge, causing them to explode before they got close. Nobody knew what damage the poison would cause to the city. But if they could at least warn people ahead of time, they could keep them from drinking the water. The long-term effects would have to be dealt with later. Chapter 257. Being chosen for a position that would carry Alva away from battle irked her. Even if she knew it made the most sense. Besides, it wasn't like she had been chosen because she was weakest. Alva still remembered the stories of the beast hunt, where Hoyt had sprinted himself to exhaustion to go get help, so that Thuston wouldn't be overrun. Her story today would be a little bit less exciting, since she was riding Fuzz. Not only was the wolf much faster than the 5-star Hoyt had been, the distance wasn't even that much. A few kilometers maybe. The important part was that she had to Utrasi the river itself, with whatever that black goop was in it. After the hail of fireballs and arrows stopped, it would have been easy. The battle wasn't exactly going to outpace Alva. And nobody could follow her, except Anegwi, apparently. She'd nearly let her guard down when a jet of water shot towards her. Alva ducked, directing Fuzz to the side to get below the attack. She could barely sense the figure swimming in the river. Keeping pace with Fuzz running? Actually, they were a bit faster, as they demonstrated when she retaliated with a handful of arrows. The man in the water avoided her shots with ease, and while her arrows indeed dropped in speed when hitting the water, he wasn't so deep she shouldn't be able to hit him. He was able to quickly speed up or slow down relative to the water, dodging in front of and behind her shots. Alva was used to fighting while riding Fuzz, so his movements weren't really an excuse for her to miss. However, if she had her feet firmly planted on the ground, She thought she would have done better, especially if she were a couple 100 meters back from the river's edge, where she didn't have to dodge jets of water. The way they punctured through trees and rocks, Alva really didn't want to get hit by those. She was fully confident she could beat this guy if she had Fuzz make some optimal movements to get her a better angle. But he was on a full-speed dash towards the city. The black poison in the river wasn't far enough behind them that she could afford to stop moving forward. She wasn't sure how the swimming man had gotten through it, but perhaps he had simply been out in front to begin with. It could also not be that dangerous, but she wouldn't have bet one of her grandpa's broken bows on it. While Alva could certainly avoid the jets of water, Fuss was a bigger target, so she had to be extra prepared to direct him. She could get him to jump as high as she wanted in an instant, but she had to predict her enemy for that. The easiest way was to fire back, even if she wasn't going to hit. Both sides unable to hit each other would ultimately be a problem when they got to Ship's Haven and there were actual things to damage. But until she could properly figure something out, she had to at least keep the man occupied. She had a few arrows that would really mess up anyone she hit them with. Hollow arrows that would cause excessive blood loss, slightly better than spirit arrows, because they held the hole open instead of just making a puncture wound. Serrated arrows, just to make it hell to get out. Enchanted arrows meant to pierce through the most solid of defenses. Unfortunately, none of them would be any good if she didn't hit. What else did she have? Not much. She could try for some fancy shooting to catch the man off guard, but he was in essence collection. Meanwhile, she had 5 years of experience with fighting and cultivation, period. She could wait for her grandfather to shoot the guy. He certainly could, but he was probably busy with the battle upriver. Lots of stuff was still happening there. He would doubtless feel her fighting here, and he hadn't done anything, which meant he thought she could handle it. What else did she have? Rope? Sure, that would help. Maybe she would ask nicely and the man would let her tie him up. She only had rope because her grandpa told her to have it. Never know when you are going to need a bit of rope. Like it could stand up to an essence collection cultivator. It was some tough stuff. But she'd have to pretty much exhaust the guy of energy first. Or get the cuffs on him. She had some energy suppressing cuffs. But they weren't so powerful that he'd be incapacitated from just touching the guy. They'd have to be properly sealed. Alva wished she had those stupid ants that were following them around. They ate energy. And if she could chuck a handful of them into the water at the guy, they would distract him at some point. Probably. But all the ants were with her grandpa, of course, and they weren't really something meant to be tossed around regardless. So rope it was. First, she would start off with some cheap arrows, though, so that her shift in style wasn't so notable. She could beef up a few barbed arrows, and if they actually hit and broke through defenses, great, but she wouldn't count on it. Katarina's formation did its job quite well. Freezing the barge in place, along with some actual freezing courtesy of the Frost Mirror sect. That let some of their more close range members get into action, where they were met by similarly inclined opponents. It was only a few moments later that they got to see what happened when fire mixed with the liquid flowing from the various barrels placed around the barge. It turned out to explode violently, creating blasts of steam. Those were basically ignored by the cultivators on both sides. But the left behind lingering clouds of awful smoke. The cultivators driving the barge seemed unaffected, but the attackers were clearly affected at some amount. As soon as they began to feel it trying to enter their lungs, they began to expel it, but not everyone was immediately ready. Several people began to hack and cough as the horrible substance coated their lungs. And that was only thiamidite-negative effects. But while it certainly weakened a few people, the biggest effect was still to make it difficult to actually sink the barge, and probably ill-advised anyway. It was unclear if there would be lasting effects on the river, and there might still be unknown reactions. There was no direct hindrance to Anton. But with the others being in a worse position, he pushed himself to improve the speed at which he defeated enemies. He wasn't able to attack entirely unrestricted, but he was able to take shots at people as he danced around. He could even shoot multiple arrows at once instead of just in quick succession. As he was always growing more proficient with his technique, it didn't have a good name yet. But Spirit Bows was the working title. Boring, but properly descriptive. Anton focused on a member of the Heavenly Lion sect. A man making wide sweeping gestures with his arms and leaving claw marks on anyone who got close. He was causing the most trouble for people, and he didn't do well with arrows coming at him from behind. And there were always arrows coming from behind, no matter how he spun around. And even when he turned himself into a little whirlwind of claws, Anton still found openings around his lower body to attack. And of course, shots directly from above were hardly affected. As he took each shot, Anton carefully calculated when he should make use of ascension energy. He also had the energy from beyond death that flowed through most defenses. He had to make the best use of his resources. And he had to keep up the attack. That unfortunately meant not firing down the river at the Manhodar Datuk, his granddaughter. But he believed she would handle it somehow. She wasn't training for nothing, and she had fuzz too. Hiding the fact that she was doing some things impossible. So Alva simply opted to keep her river-bound opponent occupied by firing with just one arm and her teeth. Her mouth was reinforced with her energy and her neck muscles were actually pretty strong. But their wary Sun's people didn't do this. She needed a free hand, though. First to pull out a pile of rope, and then to tie it into a net. Alva had no idea if she was tying the best knots for the situation. But she couldn't ask about that now. Grandpa Anton had taught her a bunch of ways to tie ropes that were apparently used around the farm. And then he taught her a dozen more he said he picked up when he visited the Golden Isles and was on a ship for a while. At least she knew some she could tie one-handed. With a bit of energy assisting, it wasn't as agile as using her actual hand. But she crisscrossed chunks of rope, and they seemed to be holding together. She squeezed tight against Fuss as a jet of water got way to Closito, hitting her. The good news about them was that Thaprababali had to go in a straight line from the man in the water. They all had so far, though Alva wouldn't bet on it being impossible to redirect them. Soon she had 3 piles of rope. That was good, because she was like a kilometer away from Ship's Haven. She really needed to get in there and start yelling at people to be wary of the river. Alva's throwing arm was just about as good as the next cultivator. She was a young woman, so she would probably get just a little bit stronger as her body settled into its full size. But she could toss something heavy as well as anyone who didn't specialize in it, but it wouldn't be as fast as she wanted. She decided to take a hint from her grandfather and created something like a bow out of energy. It was wider, and instead of just a string, it had a sort of pouch in the middle, like a sling. The grip was off-center as well. She took a bundle of rope and pulled it back. She felt the strain of her own energy fighting her, ready to snap forward. As the string snapped forward to fling, the bundle of rope was carried forward. It couldn't exactly slide along the shaft of the bow like an arrow, and instead went straight into it. At the last instant, she parted the front of the bow, letting the weird bundle continue through. Breaking the shape of the bow definitely lost her some power, but it was better than smashing through her own energy and losing power into different ways. The bundle of rope splashed into the water and unfurled, creating a large, if misshapen, net that covered a large round directly in front of the swimming man. As it began to spread, the man was already reacting, slicing through it with a blade of water. Then a blast from him shoved the severed halves away from his path, as he smoothly transitioned into another shot at Alva, twisting onto his side and pointing a hand at her. Alva at least took comfort in the fact that she learned something, like the fact that he could sweep his beams. That was knowledge she immediately used. She squeezed her legs around Fuzz and pulled back. As a beam of water that was aimed above, both of them suddenly flicked downwards. Her maneuver encouraged Fuzz to stop their momentum, so they weren't in the line of the beam. And then Fuzz leaped forward, almost immediately getting back up to speed. Alva was already loading the second bundle of rope. After she shot that one, she immediately followed up with 2 arrows from her temporary bow. They were kind of pathetic, as she had to use more energy when the physical string wasn't providing Thetwang. There was very little difference between the first and second bundles. It was sliced, and Alva sent herself and Fuzz to the side, where they hid behind the edge of the river. A trench was sliced into the riverbank, but the thickness of the earth diminished the power of the attack so much she was barely splashed by the incoming water. No more than the impact of a charging boar or something easy to deal with. The third clump of ropes was even less like a properly formed net than the others, splaying out awkwardly in front of the swimming man, just like the others. He merely pointed at it and focused a jet of water to cut it apart. That was when Fuzz jumped into the river. Alva simply yelled, "Get him!" and rolled off the side, shoving him that way. Her push barely moved him. But Fuzz was the sorty to get into a fight. She'd constantly had to keep him from just jumping in after the guy to begin with. The jet of water moved across the ropes before turning to Fuzz. It impacted him in the chest before suddenly going off target. As the man was entangled in the ropes, maybe it was true that she could never have too much rope. Even the crappy, normal quality rope she had in her pack had at least done something. Fuzz was in the water at the same time as Alva's first arrow. His jaw clamped down on the man bundled in the rope. She had to curve her arrow up as fast as the man towards the shore, now a couple dozen meters downstream of her. Her first arrow didn't pierce through the man's defenses, but she had a glorious few seconds where the man was in the air. He looked like a fish. Well, he looked like a man in armor that was trying to look like a fish. It had fin-like protrusions that were either a really bad idea or somehow practical in the water. She might ask him if he survived, but she was going to fill him with arrows first either way. The man was much easier to hit out of the water. It probably helped that he was kind of entangled and didn't have anything to redirect himself. But either way, she hit him with several of her best shots. None of them were powerful enough to pierce through his defenses alone. But they all hit the same spot even as he flailed and rotated in the air, driving through his defensive energy and then his armor. She didn't stop when he hit the ground or when Fuzz jumped on him. She was glad for that. Because he managed to spin from his awkward position and carve a bloody gash into Fuzz's chest with the fin blades on his armor, right next to a smaller one from his beam of water. But she continued to make her hole deeper. And the man was trying to repair his defenses there and not have his head crushed by Fuzz. In the end, neither worked. Unless the man could grow a new head, Alva knew he was done. She hopped back on Fuzz, worriedly looking upstream before beginning to yell towards the town. Later, Fuzz was going to get so many treats. But for the moment, he was still needed for the best speed they could manage. Chapter 258. It was unclear to Alva what she was supposed to say in the situation she found herself in. "Don't worry about my blood-covered wolf. He's friendly, sorry about the poison in your river. We screwed up a battle and accidentally caused that. Those were both too complicated and basically unhelpful." She just yelled something succinct. "Poison in the river! Get out of the river!" She also added things like, "Don't drink any of the water." Fuzz ran up and down the streets of Ship's Haven until she was fairly certain she'd covered everything. Then Fuzz collapsed onto his side. Alva worriedly started to tend to his wounds, but she found that the two large gashes on his chest had already begun to heal. He was still losing some blood, and she stitched him up, but it was only partly the loss of blood that wiped him out, and more the fact that he'd been sprinting at full speed for an hour. But Alva managed to cover the whole city. By the time the battle was over, and Alva's allies returned victorious, though not without casualties, Fuzz was stable, and the whole city was on alert. Nobody doubted Alva's words. It was impossible, actually. The river was running black, and likewise the sea. Was there any point to this? Alva asked her grandfather. I imagine it cost them relatively little, Anton said. And it restricted our actions. They likely didn't expect us to be so prepared, but they were ready for a battle. That's stupid, Alva said. They just hurt all these people because they called and to hurt us, Anton said. But you know what they're like? Alva grumbled, but didn't disagree. If a normal sort of poison had been dumped in the river, it could have killed things for the few kilometers it ran. It would certainly ruin the harbor. But more fish would eventually move in. This particular thing was not nearly so pleasant to deal with as a deadly poison. It clung to everything it passed, the shores of the river and rocks that diverted the flow. It clung to the boats and piers in the river and the harbor. The sands were coated with the stuff. The harbor was full of dead fish, floating on the surface. Some adventurous birds had tried to eat them, but they found themselves reaching the same fate. The blackness spread as far as could be seen from Ship's Haven. Lingering in the water, anyone or anything that touched it would get violently ill, dying in a matter of moments. Cultivators were the exception. As long as they avoided touching the blackness with their skin, they could avoid the effects. Even if they touched it, those with tempered bodies could resist the effects to some extent, enough to survive, at least. Even if some were bedridden, only a small portion of the inhabitants of Ship's Haven were affected, thanks to Alva's warning. A few who were incautious or who didn't get the message were killed. And a number of people died to well-water Aethawasafe because it had no blackness in it. But it seemed to have seeped through the ground, and even if it wasn't visible, it was still deadly. The only drinkable water in the city was what people had stored for various reasons. Other than that, the closest was several kilometers upstream. Though it lingered and clung to everything, it at least didn't spread upstream of the battle. Not much, at least. Nobody wanted to test the water within a few hundred meters of the black trails. The liquid had turned into a goopy slime upon contact with water, and it was difficult to remove. Any of the townsfolk who wanted to try to clear the river had to be extremely careful to not get a drop on them. The cultivators could handle it, but it wasn't so easy to clean up. There were kilometers of river and shoreline. The biggest problem was how to remove it. Incinerating it released it into the air, seemingly less potent but not safe by any means. Normally, after winning a battle, there would be a celebration of some sort. At the very least, there would be a time of rest and recovery. However, that simply wasn't possible. Nobody in the Alliance could claim to be fighting for Piaplov. They just let things be as they were. Even if it hadn't been their responsibility, they couldn't reasonably just leave the common folk to fend for themselves. And they were responsible, in part. Uncontrolled attacks could cause damage. And while they hadn't anticipated this, they still failed to stop it. Of course, the vast majority of the blame was in the hands of their enemies wanting for such a thing to happen, or to slip by and continue with their nefarious deeds elsewhere. But the ones immediately present were already dead, and that justice did unthelpa nithing. Anton stretched his energy into the river like a large scoop. The best method they had found so far was using the very barrels that had stored the liquid to slop the gooey result back into. They were sealed, and when the resulting material dried out, it became somewhat harmless, flaky chunks. Others were working next to Anton, plucking the majority of the toxic substance from the river. They were working their way through the city, now down towards the harbor. Formations had been put in place to keep it from spreading further into the ocean. And hopefully, whatever amounts were out there quickly became too minimal in amount to cause serious harm. Anton was no stranger to hard work. He wouldn't mind staying for a few weeks, or months if that was what it took, to clean up this mess. That part wasn't weighing him down, but instead it was the people of Ship's Haven. Seeing their distress was bad enough. Much of their industry was fishing. Transportation was secondary, but also momentarily unavailable. No ships wanted to come close and get contaminated. And only what was already too far down the river to turn around still came through. "Why didn't you stop it?" a small voice said from near Anton. He turned to see a thin child, obviously malnourished even before the recent troubles. The little boy looked up at him with soulful eyes. "We couldn't," Anton said. He would have liked to say something comforting or diplomatic, but those were beyond him at the moment. He reached out once more, scooping a pile of slop into a barrel, while making sure none of it got on anything around him. "Aren't you a cultivator?" the little boy asked. "I am," Anton acknowledged. "Cultivators can do anything." Why did you let this happen? He well knew that this child was simply hurt, unable to handle the situation, and looking for someone to blame. He knew that, and he knew that the other townsfolk still harbored similar resentments. But the worst part was that, while Anton was aware that cultivators weren't able to do anything, the actual limits were far beyond what a normal person could comprehend. It hurt to hear it said, not because of the pain in the child's voice, but because Anton knew that it was possible to prevent it. Even if every barrel had been dumped, they could have prevented it from flowing downstream. He still thought it was the right choice to fight instead of trying to deal with it immediately. Anton simply thought about his weakness. If Grand Elder Vondale had been present, he could have easily cleared the river as the goop began to flow through it, or anyone on his level of power. But he wasn't strong enough. Even cultivators have limits, Anton said sadly. He knew that to be true, even if the back of his mind told him that they didn't. He understood that he couldn't have been stronger for this. Not in any measurable way. He couldn't blame himself or the others. The number of deaths here was actually rather small overall. And while it was a tough job, Heck knew they would clear the area and make it so people could live properly. He just couldn't help but think about things that would be worse. How many years would it be until the invasion? A few decades. Things would be much worse then, and he would need to be stronger for it. Much stronger, as would everyone else. And here they were, bogged down in troubles relating to how the weakest in the world should be treated. Anton's answer was the same as always. They might be weak now, but that could change. And with an incident like this, he knew many people would be very interested in starting down the path of cultivation. He didn't care what the people of Ofrerg thought about so many people practicing the first part of the 99 stars. Everyone who was going to cause trouble would do it anyway, so he might as well give the common folk a fighting chance. With heightened determination also came the lows. Anton sighed. "I don't know," he said, shaking his head. He was drinking with Elder Charing and Marcin, the disciple of the Frost Mirror sect. It wasn't something he did often. Since he liked having a clear head, and he'd seen what too much alcohol did to people and their families. As a cultivator, he could negate most of the effects on himself, or purge the alcohol from his system, but he was letting it hit him as much as he could. His body still fought back, but that just meant he had to drink more. I don't think this was what I wanted. His determination to change the world was great, but sometimes it wavered. Things are rarely what we envision them, Elder Charing agreed. But in a way, this conflict was inevitable. You are not responsible, but just one part. I know how much pain was caused to me. And I do believe something needed to be done, Anton explained. But the side effects are too much. I don't know if it's worth it. So many people hurt, losing their lives or families or homes. The conflict had been going for half of a year now, and showed no clear signs of stopping, though what Anton considered his side was certainly winning. It would depend on what value you place on things, Marcin said. Can you place value on a human life, Anton said, taking a swig. Yes, the younger man answered immediately. People do it all the time, subconsciously. But if you take a calculated approach, I believe you will find that this has been worth it. Yeah, as a starting point, we can value all human life equally. Killing people or enslaving them detracts from that value, taking away what they should have. Marcin spoke without emotion. He was, in fact, able to feel things despite his position in the Frost Mirror sect. He could, but he often chose not to. That was just the sort of person he was. In that case, Anton said sadly, we're deep in the negatives. If the only goal would be to have people alive, an argument could be made, Marcin said. That swings wildly depending on how much you feel slavery detracts from a human life. It also depends on whether we intend to maximize for human life at this very moment or overall. Marcin took a small sip of his beer, though he seemed uninterested in that part of the social setting. A battle breaks out. 10 cultivators die. The overall impact on the world, negative? Anton said. What if one of them was Maximilian Van Hassel? What if all of them were an equivalent person? Marcin looked seriously at the two older men. How would that change the calculations? It would be good, Elder Charing said helpfully. Removing that sort of evil from the world is good. That man in particular damaged hundreds, perhaps thousands of lives. It's not just people like that die, Anton said. I am lucky that I haven't lost anyone I cared about lately. But other people have. Good people. It's easier to destroy lives than to improve them, Marcin commented. If good and ill die in equal numbers, the balance shifts in the favor of those who do good. 1,000 more people don't defor 500 more who don't get saved. But even if you don't want to calculate each person's individual impact on the future, a societal shift against those who are tumors on society changes the lives of hundreds of thousands or millions. Within the next century, compare that to the deaths in this conflict, and you can see it is overall good. And yet, Anton said, thousands of cultivators, those who deserve to live, and 10 times that many of those who don't yet cultivate. They'll have lost their lives by the time this thing is over, and we still have to think about coming troubles. Some sort of invasion, just a few decades away. All this death. He shook his head. What does it accomplish? Exactly what you want. A better world, Marcin said. Besides, you know that some of these people would be on the invader's side? Right dealing with some of this conflict makes things better for later. It's still awful, Anton said, staring at the bottom of an empty mug. Do you know how many grandchildren I have? Quite a few, Marcin said. And others who could be said to occupy that position despite lacking ties of blood. Exactly, Anton said. Each and every one of them relying on me to not be an awful person and to make things better. Seems like you've been highly successful thus far, Sharon commented. What's the problem? Anton shrugged. I guess I just don't enough old folk like myself. Sure, there are a lot of elders older than me, but they're not the same. Young at heart and all that. Anton looked at Marcin, who was young by pretty much any standard. You are almost an old man yourself. Marcin shrugged. Maybe. Sounds like you just needed a chance to vent, Elder Charing commented. I am glad to help with that, if you need it. His age wasn't all that different from Anton's, but he was hardly an old soul like him. The one who fit the most had obviously been Grand Elder Von Dolly. For cultivators, a couple years could feel like almost nothing, so anything more recent than that was etched into memory. Everyone in the order was still feeling the loss, but most didn't have any connection to the man but respect for his power. Anton eventually shook his head back and forth to clear it. I'll get over it, I suppose. Still got lots of crap to do. It's just hard to believe things could get this bad, and know that it will get worse. He reached out onto the table, plucking up an ant with a fat abdomen who was crawling towards one of the empty cups. No alcohol for you, Queenie. At least one of us needs to stay sober here. He smiled slightly, wondering if ants might actually make a difference in an upcoming cultivator war. He sure hoped so. If only so he could see the face of some ancient master as he died to a bunch of vermin. He still had the memories of the attack on the luminous ocean society that Everhart had thrust upon people. Those ascenders were a bunch of arrogant pricks. He would show them. They were going to Beak of Adenance. And if he could get some low-level cultivators to cause them trouble with some anti-ascension techniques, all the better. Chapter 259. With each martial victory. Kohar was ready to remind her opponents that they were the ones who chose to escalate things to the level of a war. It was even 90% true. The last 10% was the fact that a war was going to happen anyway. It was just going to have fewer deaths. Unfortunately, just like in a physical war, the courtroom had wins and losses. Real battles relied on power and strategy, and it was the same in the courtroom. While Kohar was pretty confident in always having the moral high ground, that didn't always help in court. She also had the legal high ground as well. But unfortunately, the enemy had reinforcements in the manner of a myriad of people willing to lie for them, and some judges still in their pockets. It was no good for their position if judges actually presiding over their cases died or disappeared. That was why they'd done their best to narrow the pool before things actually started. But some were quite happy to play both sides, and either ultimately favored the slavers or was paid more by them. If there were a reasonable oversight on the judges, their obvious corruption would be their downfall. But that was something else Kohar had to fight for. But here she was, facing down something of a final battle. The other cases she'd been working on in and around Sartan had come to an end. Others elsewhere in the country were ongoing, but she wasn't directly responsible for those. Now she was back in Varen, close to the border between Ophirg and Greoton. The Iron Ring slavers were strongly based there, and some careful sneaking about, courtesy of Velvet and some others, had gotten Kohar some top-quality dirt. Several of their highest-ranking members, cultivators who retired into those positions to live in luxury, were currently in possession of people enslaved illegally. Not the company, but the individual leaders. Either they thought they wouldn't get caught, highly valued the particular slaves, or actually forgot about those particular crimes. Kohar didn't care which was true, because she now had a firm grip on their tender parts. She just had to not screw up. Kohar locked eyes with one of them. An older woman, wrinkled and with a stern face. An angry, murderous one. She was glad she was safe in the courtroom, and had bodyguards beyond. Milushka Struna. She was an essence collection cultivator, a rate, though she'd stagnated long before, and had been living a fairly luxurious life by relying on the business of the Iron Ring slavers to support her. Currently, Isabel was making a desperate attempt to do some things. With the way things had been going, Isabel wasn't exactly popular. However, she was also the best match for Kohar. The fact that she had Samesas with the weight of facts against her at every moment showed how good she was. Kohar might have even respected her if she hadn't devoted her life to working for the wrong people. There were limits to what people should do. Even if we were to accept this testimony, which I still contend is inadmissible, there are other matters to consider. Isabel was harping on the fact that the testimony of a slave wasn't allowed in court, a poorly worded that Kohar was going to tear apart later. hopefully permanently. The time in question here is very important, over 2 decades in some cases. That means any supposed crimes ere well past the statute of limitations. It was a valiant attempt, unfortunately. When starting with a pile of crap, it was hard to make it look like anything else. And even if one happened to polish crap to a fine shine, upon knowing what it was, people still didn't want it around. An interesting conclusion, Kohar said. I'll refute things in order. First, because none of these Pioplera are slaves, just illegally held. Their testimony is of course valid. The time involved only exacerbates the severity of the crimes. It does not diminish it. Even if the initial capture happened decades ago, illegally holding someone captive is still a crime. Kohar had several sections of law to quote, strongly backing up her point. And of course, the fact that these are still active. Ongoing crimes means that the statute of limitations is meaningless. Kohar wasn't going to suggest it. But there was some chance that Isabel would somehow finagle away that only the portion of time still within the 10 or 20-year limit, depending on jurisdiction, would be counted. Even so, she had enough to put some of these people away for life. Isabel had already tried the trick that they were ignorant. But with more than a year of ongoing litigation in related cases, before this one even began, and nearly 5 years since it was public knowledge that people were illegally enslaved, that wouldn't fly. If they had released the slaves sometime during that time, it might have. But they stubbornly held on for whatever reason. Maybe, as cultivators, the for lifetime of 10 or 20 years, possibly more, wouldn't bother them too much, especially if they could get it reduced later and get out. Which was why Kohar wasn't gunning for imprisoning them. Instead, she was going to hit them where it hurt. Up to this point, fines and fees could only be assessed on the slaving groups and some individuals they threw under the bus with some evidence that they acted independently. The resources of their executives were off limits from such things. But Kohar was going to finally get to the juicy piles of cash and other less flexible property. She could already see the wealth adding up. Multipliers for intentional and repeated disregard of the laws of the country, making numbers go to great heights. Unfortunately, that would hardly make up for all the lives they had ruined and people that had died, and the ongoing pain and suffering they would be causing that was technically still legal. Though Kohar would get them to fork over as many slaves as she could as payment. Then she would hope they rotted in hell when they died, which would hopefully be soon, though she had no control over that. A week later, Kohar was sleeping peacefully. Other people were overseeing most of the actual physical transfer of things and preventing valuables from being squirreled away where they couldn't be found. She'd done all the paperwork, and while there would be more, it was only a few piles. She was actually getting time to rest. It was nice. She felt warm and cozy in her blankets. Actually, a bit too warm. And her blankets were already kicked off, and it was bright. Had she somehow slept in until noon, She sat up and looked out her window, staring into the noonday sun. Except while it was certainly bright enough, it wasn't quite right. There was supposed to be one big ball of fire in the sky. Not a wall of fire climbing up the walls of her building, Kohar sighed. Well, this was it. She'd pissed off enough people. And they'd found their way to her. Now she was dead. She just hoped what she'd done would pave the way for others to finish the job. It sure was taking a long time, though. Sure, it was uncomfortably warm, but with the entire outside of the building on fire, she'd thought the inside would have caught by now. Maybe some burning beams crashing down on her head or something. She pressed her face up against the window and found the glass was just warm. And she could just make something out beyond the flames. It was a bit difficult to pin down the face with the layer of burns. However, the wrinkles and general unpleasantness indicated it was Milushka, a woman very capable of killing Kohar if she got anywhere close. Kohar was still waking up. While she knew many cultivators could spring into action immediately, she was not one of them. It took her a couple minutes to wake up, which wasn't a problem if she didn't have to fight. She was still waking up. And she wasn't dead. She also didn't remember Milushka having fire-related cultivation. And if she did, the burns seemed like they didn't fit. Ah, that's what it was. Kohar hadn't been able to feel the other presence because it wasn't really contained to a direction. It was like looking into a bright light. You couldn't actually see it until your eyes adjusted. This was Sarka, Elder Sarka, of the glorious Flame Palace. Kohar didn't know she was in town, but she was certainly glad for it. Then she heard her voice. All right, that's enough. You can back off now. And you get to leave with your dignity slightly intact, while we later come and take the rest of everything you have for this attack. Milushka snorted. You think I don't believe you'll take everything I have left anyway? I might as well get a little something done now. Kohar caught the old woman's eyes looking directly into hers, but it was too late to back up from the window. The old woman's very agile arms flicked as she pulled a pair of throwing axes from her belt. They streaked towards the window and Kohar. She felt the sharpness of the blades even before they sliced through her. Then she couldn't see. Too much fire. But the fact that she could comprehend there was too much fire meant that she was alive. She touched her hand to her shoulder and winced. That was an actual wound, dripping blood. But she hadn't been chopped into pieces. If the axes had reached her, she would have died. But instead, what remained of the axes lay in the street next to Milushka, who was on fire, but only very briefly. Kohar thought she should have been turned to ash, but upon being able to see her figure once more, Kohar kind of wished she didn't. It wasn't a pretty sight, and not because she was horribly mangled or something. Kohar had seen plenty of that in her time. I can burn whatever I want, you know, Sarka said. Just because that's usually everything doesn't mean I don't have control. You should be happy that you get to walk away with minimal wounds. But you already lost your chance at dignity. Dignity could mean several things. In truth, Kohar wasn't sure if an essence collection cultivator being completely overwhelmed by a life transformation expert would lose them their dignity. But something else would, like having everything except their body burned away. Kohar stepped away from the window. The attack had been so close, and she didn't want to look at a naked old woman. Kohar made notes to not piss off Elder Sarka. Not that she ever intended to Makanayanethit powerful angry at her. But most of them would just kill her instantly, and she wouldn't have to regret it. There was quiet in the streets for a moment. Even so, Kohar could almost hear Malushk fuming, her energy flickering angrily. What hadn't been burned away, anyway. Then she felt her turn and leave. "Have fun on your way back!" Sarka yelled. "I'll send someone to make sure everyone on your route is awake." Kohar wasn't sure if that threat was real or not. But she didn't really care. She just fell back into bed and hoped the fire would go out soon so she could sleep. "Thanks, Elder Sarka," Kohar said vaguely towards the roof. That was something she didn't want to forget. There was no response except perhaps a flicker of amusement from the fire. The war didn't end with anything that could be called a climactic battle. In fact, though deaths had escalated for a time, when everything settled down, some disturbing facts were pondered by various groups involved. Specifically, a troubling lack of life transformation cultivators. A few had supported the slavers in various ways. But for something that shook Ophirg to its core, very few of them got involved. Glorious Flame Palace had more than just Elder Sarka involved, and there had been others as well. But perhaps that was also the reason. If they couldn't match them, then they would just be throwing away their lives. While ultimately that meant the total death count was less than it could have been, it meant that powerful people with grudges were still alive. That might even include those Howled Be Powerful, as there was no telling how many ships had left for other continents, full of cultivators who would just be biding their time. But at least for the moment, there was peace. At least as much as could ever be expected with so many different cultivation factions present. But minor squabbles were just everyday life. Chapter 260. When everything settled down and there were a few years without any sort of major incident, Anton was almost confused. Not fighting for an extended period of time just hadn't happened for him before. But the conflicts that had been happening couldn't possibly continue, especially as they had escalated to involve the higher levels of cultivation. If conflicts had kept going at the same rate, in a decade or two there wouldn't be any cultivators left at all. The world wasn't completely peaceful, of course. It was just that Anton had been embroiled in trouble very frequently since becoming a cultivator. A few Halirs where he wasn't seeking revenge or looking for a lost to more assisting allies in trouble was an unfamiliar but welcome break. He kept himself occupied, of course. Straightforward cultivation occupied much of his time, but he took time for others as well. The change to Greoton was becoming obvious, with nearly a decade of his plan to teach cultivation on a wider scale. Only a small number of people ended up joining the order, bolstering their numbers somewhat compared to how things were before. Even then, it could have been random fluctuations in numbers, and those joining just so happened to have been people Anton introduced to cultivation. Vincent or someone else might have found those very same people and encouraged them to cultivate. Anton hadn't suddenly swelled the ranks of the order, and the slight increase in number and quality of recruits was barely making up for those they had lost. It would still take decades before the order could truly recover, especially considering the losses of life transformation cultivators. But outside of the order, throughout the rest of Greoton, there was that transformation. As people worked to make use of cultivation in everyday life, with Windrip and other places showing great success, more people became interested. Anton also developed more techniques for teaching people with low talent, enough to allow them to surpass the first to stars at a minimum. Many Piopleckled have joined the order, reaching the third or fourth star or even beyond, but they were more interested in retaining the life they were used to, except just a little bit more efficient in every way. Even regular crops, tended to by people nurturing the land with energy, produced more than they would have otherwise. And in return, those crops improved the quantity of natural energy throughout the country. If nobody had been looking, it might have been ignored, but Anton and Elder Howland determined it was between 1 and 2 parts in 10. Some places were more, and areas isolated from human influence changed less, but there was a real, noticeable improvement in less than a decade. Cultivators had long lifespans and were quite willing to devote significant resources to developing their sex. However, while what Anton was doing was significant, it wasn't something most sects would care to replicate. They were able to develop their own land, making use of the entirety of the effort they put in. Higher-level cultivators needed more than just a small increase from the ambient levels of natural energy to properly cultivate. They needed energy density several times the norm at minimum. This was true even of the order. Though Anton thought there might be a day in the future where the energy flowed freely between the order's lands and their surroundings, it wouldn't be soon. At the moment, it would be a significant loss to the order. And maybe they would continue to build the natural energy they had ever higher, though there were limits to that. It didn't really matter, though. Anton wanted the order to succeed. But he also wanted the everyday people of Greoton and elsewhere in the world to not have to fear cultivators. Cultivators didn't suddenly stop causing trouble, but with a bit of cultivation of their own. People were willing and able to stand up to cultivators. It was rarely relevant in Greoton, with the peace always having been enforced by the order. Intrusions from Ofurg hadn't happened in some time. The border's security was still better than it had been, and nobody in Ofurg was planning to dip their toes into that trouble for quite some time. Other places changed, though. Ofurg a bit less than some. Though Kohar's continued efforts to weaken slavery was overshadowing or of the other changes. Anton didn't spend so much time there, but he knew basics of cultivation were still spreading. The 10 stars, as people were starting to call the incomplete technique. They weren't members of the Order of 90 Soft 9 Stars, but they were still able to attain that technique, where many cultivation techniques had been kept secret for various reasons. Even though it was incomplete, it was more than most could have gotten access to. The change in perception about it was important as well. To the average person, a cultivator was a warrior. They spent their whole life training to fight, only to use their martial prowess to gain resources to grow stronger. That was still generally true, but a smaller devotion to cultivation and lesser talent could still achieve something for many. Their fights might not be with weapons, but instead their blades might be plows in the earth, with energy. Every task became more achievable. Travels brought Anton to Crew Hall in northeastern Roka. More or less directly east from the Order, with a short jog to the south. There were no laws against teaching people to cultivate, not in any country Anton knew of, but some places were more friendly to his methods. It had been some time since he'd been back to Crew Hall, and Anton wanted to check up on some things. As he walked around the city, he was pleased to find that a reasonable portion of the inhabitants showed some signs of cultivation. It was less than 1% of the adult population, but that was a significant change from where it had been before. Usually 1 in 1,000 or less. The 10 stars was not the only simplified, incomplete technique that existed. It was just that usually people didn't spread cultivation knowledge freely. It seemed some local sect, at least, had determined that it was worthwhile to teach a wide spread of people. Anton was also pleased to see a few people he didn't recognize with a familiar energy. He hadn't been around to teach them. And none of the others from the Order helping spread cultivation to everyone had been out this far either. He'd only been through when he passed through some time before. Perhaps some people had traveled, but from what he could sense throughout the city, it was more than just casual teaching. Someone had been zealous about it. That someone would be the highest-ranking person with that same Mora. There was a personal touch to it that Anton recognized. But he also felt something off. The power was that of the 12th star, but things weren't quite right. Anton realized he should have come earlier, but he couldn't be everywhere at once, much as he might like to. Projections like Everhart's were not so simple to make, difficult and resource-intensive, and usually not long-lasting. They were also tied to a specific place, something Everhart seemed to not have overcome. As he got closer to his target, Anton grew more certain that it was Leo. When he was finally close enough to sweep his senses over his body directly, he recognized the young man, no longer a teenager. It was Leo, which meant the other presence had to be Kit. Anton's feet brought him to some official-looking buildings. City Hall, it seemed. He spent a few minutes planning how he would get inside. He could just walk in. He didn't sense anyone who could physically stop him. but he didn't want to cause any trouble. However, he also didn't want to wait with the others who were presumably lining up to get into meetings with various officials. "Excuse me, sir, are you Anton a well-dressed young man addressed him?" It wasn't Leo, obviously. Anton was focused on him and would have sensed the movement. He still noticed the man coming, but he had presumed he was looking for someone else as he stepped out of the hall. "That's right," Anton said. The young man looked at the bow on Anton's back, ultimately choosing to move past that. "Your presence is requested by the Vice Manager of City Services. If you are available." "I am," Anton replied easily. It would get him in the building, at least. And since he hadn't announced his presence, there were very few in the building who would have known he was outside, and likely only one that knew his name. Anton was brought inside, past a line of people waiting who seemed somewhat jealous to see him just waltz in. A few turns later, and he stood in front of a small office. Leo was inside, though almost unrecognizable from 3 years prior. His hair was longer, neatly trimmed but not shaved close. Instead of patches of stubble, his face was clean-shaven. His shoulders were broader, and he was taller. His clothes were nicely tailored and decent material. Vice Manager of City Services. "Huh?" Anton asked as the young man was looking up from the pile of papers in front of him. "It's not nearly so glorious as it sounds," Leo replied. He gestured to a chair in front of his desk. "Come in. Sit down. When I sensed you outside, I wasn't sure, but I couldn't exactly go running out on my own. So I sent Stuart. Thank you, by the way. That should be all." The messenger nodded his head and returned out into the lobby. "Anton, you are even stronger than before, by a significant margin. My own progress seems insignificant now." "About that," Anton said. "How did you reach the 12th star?" Leo grimaced. "More than a year of hard work. I guess I am reaching my limit." "You don't have the full technique," Anton said, "so the fact that you continued to advance at all is impressive." It was actually a shame that he'd managed to press forward. Now he'd probably have to unravel some of that cultivation if he wanted to do it properly. He had likely focused on forming stars without knowing what he should be tempering. Maybe he'd been tempering his body still? Because Anton doubted he would randomly stumble into the mental aspects. Then again, perhaps he had. "Is that what it was?" Leo said. "I just thought I was supposed to enlighten myself to the rest on my own." "Here is plenty of that to be had, but without the guidance of those before you, you are going to miss out on a lot of important stuff." Anton looked around the room. "So what do you do here?" "Almost the same thing I was doing before. Clearing out piles of crap. Though fortunately most of it is on paper now," Leo grinned. "This was a pretty quick promotion," Anton said. "Not really," Leo said. "I just recently got here, and the Office of City Services isn't an especially fought-after position. The old man who was the vice manager here retired, and as the person who knew the tunnels the best, I was pulled into this." though they still call me in for the worst blockages, the kind nobody can get to. I deal with more than the sewers now. But it's all about keeping the city together. Leo frowned. I hope you don't mind that I taught some others how to cultivate. It makes 4 more effective workers. I didn't tell you not to, Anton smiled. And in general, I'd encourage sharing knowledge. Anton pulled something out of his bag. Except for this. The full version of the 99 stars. I've seen enough to know you won't abuse it, and it's better than letting you screw up your cultivation. I assume you are not interested in actually joining the order. I considered the possibility, Leo said. I wasn't quite sure if they would accept me. But that wasn't the reason I chose against it. I was doing necessary work here in the city, and though it was quite unpleasant, I saw the benefits. I am actually paid as well as the actual manager, given my extra duties. I am glad, Anton said. It's good to see people doing actual work. It's too easy to get wrapped up in power and want only violence. I doubt you had trouble with that, Leo said. I could have, at some points. Maybe focusing on killing would have been justified, but it wouldn't have been good for me. Anton shrugged. I am not going to deny being a warrior still, but I prefer to devote myself to other aspects. It's good to see you again, Leo said. I owe you my life and Kit's. Glad to be back, Anton grinned widely. And whatever you owed me, it's more than paid off by you becoming a functioning member of society. And teaching others to cultivate, actually. That's something I'd like to encourage. Though do keep some discretion. Anton unfurled the scroll in front of him. I'd suggest tempering your insight. Useful in a position like this. Just don't share the completed technique without permission. What about Kit? Leo asked. Of course you can share it with her, Anton said. I was about to go find her anyway. She works at the herbalist shop, about 5 blocks that way, Anton nodded. I can sense her. I thought my range was getting rather impressive. Relax. You are more than a handful of years and some important information behind. And your job doesn't rely on you sensing things from far off. I don't know about that, Leo replied. I'd really like to pick out blockages without actually stepping down into the sewer. And maybe remove them, too. You'll get there. Just keep working at it. Though I might need to help you fix things up. You've taken a couple awkward steps in the dark, when I should have been here a long time ago to properly guide you. You never owed me anything? Leo shook his head. A life like this was impossible without you, so I couldn't ask for more. Though Kit would be furious if I didn't at least suggest you stay for dinner. Of course, Anton said. I'll let her know you asked. And I don't care what you think I do or don't owe you. Here's no way I am leaving you with a messed up cultivation. You'll have to put up with me for a while. Leo grinned. I guess we can do that. Chapter 261. From between some broken sections of wall to a small apartment to now a modest home. Leo had rapidly moved up in the world. It wasn't filled with expensive furnishings or fancy decorations. But Anton could tell what it was that Leo and Kit valued. The number of rooms were few, but each individual room was spacious and comfortable, properly insulated, too. It might not have been necessary to cultivators, but resisting unpleasant circumstances was quite different than avoiding them. They also had a cook. Technically, it was just the mother of a large family that lived nearby who they paid to make extra for them. But it was one of the things they had wanted. Neither of us ever really got the hang of it. Kit shook her head. We didn't have any interest in learning either. For the first few months, just having a steady supply of food was more than we could dream of. But it's hard to deny that eating real food is much more pleasant. We could afford to eat at nearby taverns now, Leo commented, but it's unnecessarily expensive. Now that we've pulled ourselves up, saving money so we can't end up back in the gutters is an important goal. Leo shook his head. I know that with our cultivations we could take care of ourselves anyway. But it seems better to be prudent. I know our cultivation won't just disappear, but it still seems unbelievable. Anton didn't mention the possibility of their cultivation being damaged. At the point that it would actually cause permanent damage, it would be more likely that they would die anyway. And it was unnecessarily dreary to bring up such topics. Even for myself, after a decade, I sometimes wonder if this is real. But if my strength ever suddenly abandons me, I have my friends and family. Cultivation or not, we'll take care of each other. I am sure the two of you will be fine. He looked at both of them. We didn't have long to talk about your work during the day. How have things been? Honestly, Leo said. If problems weren't so constant in the sewers, I might be worried about working myself out of a job, though that wouldn't be too much of a problem, since I could easily find something else to do. Just being able-bodied and quick-thinking, knowing how to read. It's great. Some people aren't sure about how to react to cultivators, though. It's nice that they're polite. But I am certain some people only act that way because they're afraid I could kill them. And I suppose I could. But that's always true of people. Humans are surprisingly fragile, yet also durable, Anton countered. The two of you survived through a lot with very little. Kit moved the conversation on two more pleasant topics. The herbalist business has been expanding. We've been developing techniques to grow more of the varieties ourselves. Kit smiled, less going out into the woods. And with the recent boom in cultivators, there are always people who need some of our herbs. I could probably start my own shop. But I am waiting for there to be a little bit more business. I wouldn't want to draw too much away from those I am working with. They've treated me well. What sorts of things are you growing? Anton asked. He very much enjoyed that topic. Farming was something he could be wholly enthusiastic about, though he mostly worked in the area of foods, instead of plants for medicinal purposes or solely used for the energy they contained. The difference was that even the plants he handled that had high amounts of natural energy in them also had significant nutritional value. The density of energy was usually less than herbs had, but that just meant it was more reasonable to maintain a steady diet without throwing off the internal balance of a cultivator. Too much medicine, or anything really, could lead to trouble. True to his word, Anton stayed around to help Leo and Kit get their cultivations back on the right track. He had enough standing in the order to make the choice for the two of them to have access to the full 90C's 9 stars. Even if they weren't official members, he trusted them to be responsible with it. And improving their own cultivations should only help them teaching those who were just learning. The two of them had taught the basics to several others to help them with their work. Since they were both new to cultivation, they hadn't been perfect, but most of their students had some success. Anton saw there were a few problems, but instead of directly guiding the body-tempering cultivators, he tried to teach Leo and Kit how to recognize where people had gone wrong. While it was important to work the body physically and temper it with energy, some of them had pushed too far too fast, to the point they had injured themselves. The simplified technique manual warned of such things, but reading it on a page and recognizing when it was actually happening were different things. Fortunately, nobody had damaged themselves beyond repair. Some of them just needed a short period of rest, while others would have to carefully bring their body back in line. Either way, Anton avoided direct involvement. Even if he could live forever, he couldn't handle everything himself. Raising up the next generation to be able to follow along was the most important. Even if Leo and Kit were still youths new to cultivating, they had enough talent to reach spirit building, and any experience at all was still more than the majority of people. While they might not be able to tailor their teaching to different people as well as someone more experienced in the world, they were still improving people's lives. Anton truly believed cultivation was a boon to the world. Even if there were no wild beasts to contend with, the ground itself was enough of an opponent that humans would do well to have a boost. He'd seen the effects cultivation had on one person's productivity, and if a single individual could feed more people, then everyone else could achieve more in other areas. People following their passions and drives instead of just doing whatever they had to do to survive was everything Anton wanted. Some people would inevitably be in positions they didn't want. Anton would hope those people were few and far between. With the abilities provided by cultivation, most people would be able to take care of their survival needs as well as find time to learn whatever they needed to pursue their desires. Anton's goals just happened to require more cultivation, as his ambitions had grown far beyond his previous desires of just living happily. He wanted to provide a world where Vreen called just live. He couldn't create a world without tragedy, but he could prevent that which was unnecessary. Even cultivators who misused their abilities to harm others didn't stop cultivation from being a positive force. It became murky. Certainly, but the balance of power between people would always cause humans consternation. If the balance of power could be slightly less controlled by people born into families with piles of shiny metal, he would be happier. Of course, those who were rich were more likely to be able to cultivate well. Given their free time and access to better techniques or teachers, but with cultivation freely available, enough of the masses would surpass those who merely had advantages of wealth. But Anton's dream was far from being realized, despite how quickly things seemed to be happening. The world wasn't going to suddenly change overnight, but he had the power to bring change to a large number of people. And he was going to follow through to the best of his ability. Elder Charing looked at the Ant Queen. She had been reluctant to leave behind Anton, but they had been reluctant to let the ants travel around as they pleased. With the time they'd had, the communication between human and ant had improved significantly. The ants had actually developed the ability to write, which confirmed their ability to understand language and higher-level communication. That intelligence was still the most worrying part of them, yet also the part they couldn't do without. And determining that they had intention had been an important step to things. Now, he was working closely with Elder Howland to manage the colony inside the order itself. They had gotten approval from the Grand Elders, and the ants were still being carefully monitored. But Charing at least wasn't particularly worried. At least, not as long as this queen lived. The ants were ultimately dangerous. But he wasn't sure if they were more dangerous than a proper weapon in the wrong hands. At least he'd been able to confirm their actions and intentions were reasonable. Though they were capable of growing rapidly, they showed restraint. They didn't consume every source of food in an area, but instead moderated themselves for the sake of long-term survival. In a way, they were quite similar to humans. Possibly better than some. Because there were many people who cared not if future generations could be sustained and would take everything they could get their hands on. Since the queen guided the colony, they worked harmoniously to keep the balance. The original nest had another queen occupying it. But it seemed the development of the queens was a slow process. She was less intelligent than the other, and less able to communicate. But even so, she and her colony were properly respectful of humans. Charing saw a line of ants marching along his floor to his table. If the ants were any other kind, he would have done his best to keep them out of his house. However, they provided a useful service. They would find any crumbs on the floor that he failed to clean up, but they avoided raiding the larders. The same was true in the fields of crops. They would respect the food as it grew, but if any was left behind in the field after harvest, they would eat it, along with food waste from various places. It was honestly better than or Mullins because of the part where they wouldn't go anywhere they were unwelcome. Sure, it would bother most people that they could jetney where they wanted to, but they were actually quite reasonable neighbors for humans. As long as you knew what you were getting into, the risk that the ants presented. Elder Charing equated it to having other people living nearby. If there was conflict, it could be devastating, but when working together, everyone benefited. and that was discounting the ants' most unique ability. The ability to resist and devour energy wasn't possessed only by them, but even things like Western Creeper had their limits to what they could bypass. Specifically, ascension energy. Not that they had many opportunities to test that. Since Anton was the only person with a high proficiency in fleeting youth, and the Order didn't know of any other methods to attain it. But given the circumstances of where they were found, it was believed they would be able to handle even more. And quite frankly, though it was a bit callous to think it of an intelligent species, Elder Charing would much prefer that when the time came, any invaders would have to expend large amounts of ascension energy wiping out ants. That way, they wouldn't have that for his fellow humans. And if the ants truly remained unaffected, or at least survived an attack, well, in that case, they would be an asset comparable to life transformation experts. The Order wouldn't be betting on that. But they were certainly hoping. Just like the techniques meant to combat Ascenders, they certainly worked to disrupt Anton. But everyone who had gone to Everhart's most recent and perhaps finaltum was still mostly taking the fact that they would work at face value. But everyone had to try, because most of the strongest experts had the information burned into their minds in a way they couldn't forget. And the invasion was going to happen anyway. Simply knowing the techniques would make them a target. And that was one of the few things everyone agreed Everhart hadn't lied about or exaggerated. But why not mention the ants? Maybe he just didn't think anyone would believe something like that unless they saw it themselves. Though in that case, they could have just never been reintroduced to the world, just like many of the other things. Though Elder Charing knew Anton had also brought along a particular deer, less remarkable than the ants but still notable. Others must have brought things they were individually interested in back with them. Maybe that was the plan, to provide many different options for people so they didn't feel like they were forced into anything. Which, ironically, meant they would be going along with Everhart's plans. For a guy who had been dead for centuries, Everhart sure did cause a lot of trouble. Chapter 62. Sometime later, Anton found himself back in Greoton. Not at the Order or anywhere he'd focused on teaching cultivators. He'd been to Karen a few times before, and while he had technically done some teaching about cultivation while he was there, that wasn't the main reason for visiting. The main reason was visiting family. This time that definition would be expanding, at least in the official sense. Unofficially, everyone involved wassail family. Yes. While he might visit occasionally, this time his trip to Katerina and Timothy's hometown was for one simple reason: a wedding. It had been a long time coming, even by the standards of cultivators. A full decade might have passed for those who met later in life. But Katerina and Timothy knew each other basically their entire lives. Timothy's entire reason to cultivate had been to stay with Katerina, so it wasn't a surprise in any way. They were just slow about it. Anton was with Flora and Jasper, Katerina's parents. the path leading to Flora had been on the shorter end of generations. So she had technically been Anton's first great-granddaughter, not a Nully. He just hadn't known it. It was funny how, given enough time, generations could sort of flip on their head. "It's about time," Flora said. "I thought I was going to be an old woman before Timothy proposed." Instead of mentioning that both herself and her husband were slightly more youthful now than when he'd first met them, due to their progress into late body tempering, Anton played along. "You know they can hear you, right?" He grinned. "Good." Flora held her head up. "Because they were making me worried." "You know," Jasper leaned in conspiratorially, "I heard that Katerina was the one who finally proposed." He turned to Anton. "What do you know about that?" Anton shrugged. "Well, I suppose you could ask them." It was, in fact, technically true that Katerina had been the one to make the proposal of marriage. It was just that Timothy had been setting up a whole big plan about it. Probably to muck as those plans never seemed to get completed. That resulted in Katerina asking when they were out on a mission protecting a village from some particularly troublesome beasts, instead of Timothy asking when they returned. "Well, it's fine," Flora smiled. "But how long do you think it will be before I get grandchildren?" "I suppose that's up to them," Anton said. The current times of relative peace were probably the best they were going to get, but things could change at any moment. But then again, they could have a significant period of peace during Anton's century of life before he became a cultivator. He had rarely heard of any large-scale conflicts between cultivators. The recent events in Ophirg would have been the sort to come to his attention, even if it wasn't directly affecting Dunganon. The actual ceremony was relatively simple. The only extraordinary thing about it was the variety of people who showed up from various surrounding countries. Eotund happened to be in the area, and many other cultivators the pair had interacted with came. That included a member of the family who had never encountered Katerina's parents. Anna Lee made her way over from the Frost Mirror sect. While her general activities might be monitored by the sect, it was no more than any other member. They simply had vested interests in knowing where their valuable members were in case something happened to them. The only thing extraordinary about the wedding was the quality of the feast afterwards. Even the local vegetables and chicken provided by the Rileys were exceptional, as they used energy to enhance their work in the fields, which ultimately made its way into the animal feed. At the current moment, their cultivations were higher than most of those working in the fields at the order had been, at least when Anton first arrived. Enthusiasm for the work had improved over the past decade, and Elder Howland had some more regular workers at higher cultivation levels, along with Hoyt and Anton, of course. After the ceremony, Anton ended up chatting with Kellen, Timothy's father. "How's the woodcutting business?" "Honestly," Kellen shrugged, "I spend more time taking care of the trees than I do cutting them. It's so easy that I hardly even need an apprentice or animals to help me drag the tree back. But trees are slow growing." This next generation should have some exceptional quality wood, but otherwise my work is remaining steady. Kellen stroked his beard. I've already begun to buy up some surrounding land to expand where I can work. But I don't want to push things too quickly. You might come do some work for the order, Anton said. Our forests are extensive enough that we have trouble maintaining them. Of course, here is a bit of risk from beasts and the like. I'll consider it, Kellen said, but I honestly like a bit of a lazy life. I worked for this, so it's nice to relax. Ever think of remarrying? Anton asked. Considered it some. Thought I was too old. Now I feel closer to my prime, and I might consider it. What about you? Kellen asked. What me? Remarry? Anton shook his head. I was with Janina so long that it would feel strange to be with anyone else. And it's not like I am filled with youthful desires anymore. Even with an extended lifespan, I am still pretty old here. Anton wasn't sure if it was because of his late start on cultivation, his use of candle wax, or his cultivation of fleeting youth. But even as his cultivation continued to climb, he wasn't getting any younger. He had the appearance of someone in their 60s or 70s, though with excellent fitness. His hair was almost certainly going to remain gray, and he was quite content with that. Maybe that was why, actually, his body functioned well enough, so he didn't care about being younger and all that entailed. With a few more years under his belt, he found himself heading towards the midpoint of Essence collection. The prime tempering of the 41st star, Anton could feel the way his essence was developing. Focused on the promotion of growth. If he didn't restrain himself around plants, one could almost watch them grow. Or if they had eyes like Anton's, they could watch them grow. Effects on animals were less obvious. And he wasn't sure of all the ways he affected cultivators he was teaching, but he was able to help people develop more smoothly. How much of that was his essence, and how much was just experience, it was hard to say. If it were possible for Anton to spend the rest of his life just roaming around teaching people about cultivation, or just learning about their professions, he would gladly spend the rest of his life that way. And perhaps he could, if he didn't care about things actually continuing to function. Unfortunately, even during times of peace, there were still troubles in the world. He also had a variety of favors he needed to repay to people. Just because there had been a coordinated effort to deal with affairs in Ofurg didn't mean everyone benefited equally. The biggest risks had been taken by the grasping willows. As a relatively weaker sect, though their position was changing somewhat, their involvement could have easily harmed them. Indeed, they had suffered a few attacks and lost some members, though the proportional harm was not particularly more than any other group involved. They simply hadn't been seen as a big enough threat to target. And their actual home was well defended. Anton stood with Lev, who was now one of the strongest members of the Grasping Willows, looking at the plants that they were named after. Do you really want these things bigger? Anton asked. Seems like it would make it difficult to move around safely. That's the point, Lev said. And members of our sect, at least those who are allowed in this area, will not trigger the willow's defensive response. To demonstrate that, Lev walked to beneath one of the trees. Well, within the grasping areas of the dangling branches. He even brushed against some, and they didn't respond to the touch. So bigger would be better, as long as the branches can still reach close to the ground. Even then, it could stop people leaping around during a fight. I am glad to help, Anton said. But I am just one more person tending to some trees. You all know more about these than I do? You are not here for that, specifically, Lev commented. You are here for something dangerous. More dangerous. Tihir is a big old grandfather willow out in the woods. We sometimes make trips there. But we've rarely gotten some good time studying it, since it's the basis of our cultivation technique. A trip might improve individual cultivations or allow for changes to the technique as a whole. Or we might learn how to grow bigger plants, Lev shrugged. It would be very helpful to have a strong cultivator like yourself present on a trip, especially with your ranged capabilities. A grandfather willow? Anton squinted as he looked into the distance. And it's much bigger than the rest. I haven't really seen anything like that. It's not all that close to the sect, Lev said. About 50 kilometers. And the particular terrain makes it a lot more subtle. All right then, Anton nodded. So the goal is to, spend as much time as possible in the area, study the tree and the other plants around it. Maybe some of them contribute to its growth, or it was just lucky. Either way, it's a good training spot for members of the Grasping Willow. Just not a Saphion, or we'd have set up the sect there. Elder Varela had been around mid-spirit building when Anton had first encountered him. Now the man was only stepping into late spirit building all this time later. Meanwhile, Lev had already surpassed him and was one of 2S's collection members going along for the trip. The rest were mostly spirit-building disciples, with a few peak body tempering disciples as well. In total, there were about 20 people going. Elder Revio was the other Essence Collection cultivator. And along with Lev, he represented the best that the Grasping Willows had to offer. They were much smaller than the Order, and had no life transformation cultivators at the moment. They might yet have one in Lev, though it would probably be another 30 or so years before he would reach it, if he had the knack. Lev certainly had talent and motivation, but people reached their limits in between stages of cultivation for many different reasons. Life transformation was a big barrier that the majority of cultivators would never surpass even with limitless resources. Anton wasn't sure if they were technically still in the Mossith Orn Timberland. They'd been walking for most of a day, keeping pace with the body-tempering cultivators. He supposed what the area was called hardly mattered unless he was planning to make a map. The important change in scenery was the increase in grasping willows. While the sect had intentionally planted the troublesome trees in greater abundance near them as a combined defensive measure and cultivation aid, Their current location was more natural. The plant-line cultivations of the others kept them from being attacked. And Anton was too strong for the plants to cause real damage to. But there were other annoyances as well. Actual Mosathern vines. For example, they didn't look like much. But if you walked through a patch of them, you would find yourself with a myriad of tiny little thorns poking into you. Unlike Western creeper, they didn't ignore defensive energy, but it was still something that needed to be avoided. There were myriad poisonous plants, though most of them were only troublesome if ingested. The rest had pollen that needed to be avoided, but everyone present knew how to filter their lungs if necessary. Aside from a few other things, all they had to worry about were the beasts that could live in such a place. They ranged from small stinging insects and venomous snakes to bears the size of houses and snakes able to swallow a manhole. Anton was able to lead them around most of the problems as they headed down into the valley that was part of the reason the grandfather willow hadn't been visible from 20 kilometers away. He could see it now, still overtopping everything else even with its position deep in the valley. Given its size, if it had been on relatively the same height compared to the grasping willow sect, he could have at least seen hints of it from there. The furthest branches were already overhanging them from kilometers away. Drooping along the ground, Anton was very cautious of those because while he would almost certainly be able to free himself, it would be much more difficult than the more modest-sized specimens. Chapter 263. How close do we need to get Anton asked the members of the grasping willows. They were already within the domain of the grandfather willow. A canopy that stretched kilometers around it and dangled thin branches everywhere, though they were only thin by comparison to the trunk of the tree. While a normal-sized grasping willow had branches no more than a finger in thickness, these were as thick as a man's arm. Much more difficult to cut through, but still apparently flexible. Going all the way to the trunk would be best, Eldorivo replied. Though we should soon take a break to attune ourselves to the grandfather willow. We would not want anyone to accidentally fall into danger. Anton himself would simply have to deal with avoiding the branches, which could be difficult as the tangle of plants increased in density and began to overlap. He wasn't the one intended to benefit from this training expedition, though. He might still grow. But it was the weaker cultivators of the grasping willows that were the focus of their mission. As Eldorivo had said, they stopped for a time not much further in. They found a particularly large branch and gathered around it. Anton could feel the way their energy synchronized with the tree, feeling like little extensions of it in a way. It wasn't a stealth ability like others he had sensed, at least not to the same degree. They weren't so much attempting to fool people as they were the plant itself, and even that was not quite right. They sought to emulate the tree as more than just a way to avoid danger, but to capture a measure of its power. It was the same with the 99 stars. Anton had 40 stars inside of him. Though they were a mere shadow of the power held in a real star. He doubted that even ascension cultivators could begin to match that level of strength, though he wasn't sure what sort of advancement they had beyond that point. Was it the end? Or was there more to it he wouldn't get to see, but that didn't matter? There was little point in having so much personal power. Anton much preferred what he was doing now, raising others up while not neglecting himself. Eventually, everyone was ready to continue. Even the weakest of the group in tune to the point that the grandfather willow wouldn't trouble them. That didn't necessarily say the same for everything else, though, which was part of why Anton was present. Anton caught sight of a giant mantis hiding in the brush. It was much larger than a normal insect of its type. But the tall and thin insect was only about half the size of a human. That put its strange, grasping claws at about the size of a short sword or a long dagger. It would have only taken a single arrow to take out the creature, but that would run counter to their goals. They were here to train some of the younger generation. And that didn't mean just bringing them to the grandfather willow and letting them sit around it for a while. Energy cultivation was important, but being able to make use of enhanced abilities was just as important. Combat experience was critical, and related to that was the ability to spot enemies. He was fairly certain Levin Eldarivo had spotted the creature as well. But even if they hadn't, it wouldn't be able to harm them unless they specifically lowered their energy defenses. The younger cultivators could be injured, but Anton knew he would be quicker than the creature if it came down to it. As it happened, one of them did spot it in time. A young man named Rock, if Anton recalled correctly, or Sola. We'll flank it from either side. The other disciple he spoke to nodded her head, and they both approached the creature at an angle. The creature seemed unsure which of them to attack as they got close. But ultimately it didn't matter. It sprang towards Rock in the end, but he was ready for the sudden reaching movement. Stepping to the side, as it moved, Ursula lashed out with her hair, long enough to trail on the ground if she had not restrained. Thick ropes of hair wrapped around the creature's left claw, binding the hook to the rest of the appendage. The inside had blades and hooks meant to sink into a creature and hold onto them, but the outside was relatively tame. At the same time, Rock made a similar attack, but using the flowing sleeves of his robes instead of his own hair. His hair and beard were growing out, but were not at an effective point for combat just yet. With the creature's weapons tied up, the two cultivators pulled to either side. It couldn't reach towards either of them with its insectal mouth, and instead simply tried to pull away. The two cultivators held firm for a few moments before finally it got free. In a manner of speaking, the arm on Ursula's side was torn off, and Rock still held on. A moment later, Ursula slashed out with a sword at her waist. Once the creature was dead, the disciples turned to Eldarivo for appraisal. The man considered for a few moments. A reasonable success. Reasonable? Rock asked. We subdued it with no injuries. Yes, the ability to foresee trouble is important. Your teamwork was top-notch as well, Eldarivo said. But it was not a terribly strong creature. Either of you could have defeated it alone. Tahir is no reason not to call upon allies when they are available, Orsola noted. That's right. But there are still more of your fellow disciples. Even if you wanted to leave most people free to watch for more trouble, a third member would have done you good. The two of you couldn't go in for the kill while holding it like that. Elder Ivo knew there were more flaws than that. But he didn't want to be too harsh. Overall, an acceptable success in combat. But did you consider something else? Like avoiding the creature entirely? That would have been the safest option. Tahir is no guarantee it wouldn't come after us later, Rock grumbled. Fair enough, Elder Ivo agreed. But I know you didn't even consider it. Not everything has to turn into a fight, even here on a training expedition. There were more minor battles to be had, not all of which went quite so smoothly as the first. There were several injuries, though for the most part cultivators could avoid being gaction injured with sufficient defensive energy. Either way weakened them for the future, however, unless their avoidance techniques were sufficient. Anton took out several problematic creatures. Constricting snakes wouldn't quickly kill one of the weaker cultivators, even if they were left alone, but a venomous snake could strike swiftly and cause significant damage immediately. There was an acceptable level to the power Anton was willing to deal with. He could quickly kill most of the creatures they had come across. But he wouldn't always be able to make a judgment of whether someone needed saving in battle. So he thinned down the enemies to a more acceptable level. In addition to using teamwork, their grappling abilities, and weapons, the grasping willows had another option at their disposal: the environment. There were the smaller offshoots of the tree in many places, and the branches that dangled down to the sloping floor of the valley and trailed along the ground were extremely dangerous as well. The natural inhabitants of the area were capable of avoiding the willows, obviously. But in the middle of combat, they weren't always so lucky. Rock and Orsola were the first ones to drive a creature back into one of the trees, entangling it without either of them having to risk themselves or expend much energy. They even allowed creatures to chase them into an area, stepping over or even on the branches of the grandfather willow. It truly didn't react to them, though Elder Evo cautioned that they not linger on their contact. At the current moment, Anton was looking at a bear 6 meters tall strung up by a large vine, which was wrapping yet another layer around it as it thrashed. It was pulled higher and higher into the canopy above them until it could barely be seen. He had been considering weakening the creatures, but the disciples had spotted it quickly enough and set up their ambush. They were all planning to remain out of reach, so it had been safe enough. In a real battle, they could have tripped or gotten stuck. But with 3 Essence Collection cultivators watching out for them, it was an acceptable risk. Unlike if they were engaging in close combat, where a small slip-up could result in severe wounds, there would be slightly more time to react. Enough to take out a bear even of that size. Though animals that had energy tended to grow to enormous proportions like that particular bear. In this area, there were smaller creatures that survived through virtue of cunning and having sufficient energy. Being smaller was also an advantage, as it allowed them to slip under the dangling branches more easily. Anton sensed the incoming group first. A sizable pack of wolves, several dozen in number. They indeed outnumbered the cultivators, but not by all that much. Their individual prowess Anton might compare to early spirit-building cultivators. If one didn't include the Essence Collection cultivators, it might be a reasonable combat, but obviously the wolves didn't have a proper sense of how strong they were. When the battle actually began, however, it was clear they had a strategy that would normally have worked. When the battle began, the wolves pushed forward aggressively, working in pairs to force people to retreat. It was exactly like the disciples had been doing earlier, except for one thing. When they stepped into the grasping willows, they were ignored. Anton took a few shots at some of the wolves menacing the body-tempering cultivators, the weakest of the group. Eldarivo and Lev also contributed to those who were struggling, and soon the wolves were in a poor position. Sehad managed to push many of the disciples into positions that would have killed or greatly disadvantaged them. But when they were still able to fight just fine, the wolves were unsure what to do. It only took a few moments for the disciples to rally themselves and go on the attack. The wolves had never really wanted to fight to begin with, so as soon as they began to take losses, they began to flee. It wasn't too much longer before the group arrived at the base of the grandfather willow. Instead of a tree, it looked more like a giant wall of wood, but from the right angle, the actual details came out. The various branches splaying out above them, finally gathering into the great tree. This was what they were here for. Though Anton knew that didn't mean they were done with the hard part. They would be remaining in one place for a period of several days at least, which would allow various creatures plenty of time to take notice of them. Some of them would no doubt sense Anton and the other stronger cultivators and stay away. But not every beast could judge opponents by the level of their energy with any accuracy. And there was always the chance that there was something that would provide a real challenge, and wouldn't like the thought of other powerful creatures moving into its territory. The grasping willows made trips to the area often enough that they cleared out many of the problems. But there was no telling what might have moved in since the previous year. For the moment, however, things were peaceful. The disciples gathered around the trunk of the tree. It was the most boring part, but it had the important core of the energy of the grandfather willow, the part that guided the rest of the trees. It had enough power that even Anton thought he could gain some insights from studying it. Even though he followed a completely different cultivation style. Though he wasn't sure if something like that would be of use to him, he would focus most of his attention on searching for threats. Though he certainly wouldn't pass up the chance to observe such an impressive tree. It didn't move, except when entangling prey, but it had an interesting flow of energy throughout the trunk. Chapter 64. Most of the beasts that came close to the group simply observed and then left. They were curious as to what the new creatures were, but they had no intent to fight. Not without reason, anyway. Of course, reasons were somewhat arbitrary, especially when considering the mind of a beast. Simply being present in a creature's territory might be enough for them to attack. While many animals looked at the risk factors involved, not all of them considered danger a significant factor in restraining themselves if they could sense the power of those involved. Over the course of a few days, there were repeated attacks by various sorts of animals. There were packs of relatively smaller ones, which included one particularly aggressive bird, a species called rippers, if Anton recalled correctly. They swooped down together to attack those standing at the outer edges of the group, and would have been quite difficult for beasts to deal with. Even some cultivators might have had trouble if they had neglected their ranged abilities. The grasping willows had significant reach and the ability to independently control multiple extra limbs, which helped against the pack tactics. And of course, there was Anton. The ability to fly was a huge advantage in the animal kingdom because it allowed a creature to get into a completely unassailable position. Birds were still prey for ambush hunters and the like, but generally they were safe in the air. A proper bow completely negated that advantage and even transferred it into Anton's hands, where he could attack them from outside of their reach. There were dozens of the birds, with large bodies placing them about half the height of a human with relatively compact wingspans. They likely couldn't fly without the aid of energy to support them. But wider wings would have been detrimental if they were flying among the trees. Especially trees so aggressive, the grasping willows. With the long talons and eager energy, Anton knew the disciples would be getting plenty of experience without him holding back to let them fight. It was better for him to fight seriously so that nobody was injured. The first attacks by the birds were aggressive, swooping down and focusing on a small number of individuals. A pair of them even tried to snatch someone and carry them away. But their efforts were thwarted. Anton was creating bows and firing at a handful of different opponents at once. Because of that, his respect for Grand Elder Vondale grew significantly. The first act of the man still stuck in his mind. At a great distance, he had used falling stars to nearly simultaneously target hundreds of individual creatures. From a vast distance as well. While it was true that they were unable to predict the attacks and were thus unable to avoid them, it was still impressive. Anton could focus every bow he had on a single target with relative ease, but firing each at a separate target was difficult. Relatively, anyway. He was a cultivator in Mid-Essence collection, and though he certainly had his limits, focusing on a few different targets while keeping the whole battlefield in mind was still viable. He couldn't single-handedly defend the weaker disciples, but he rapidly put a dent in the enemy's numbers. Even as the birds began to fall, as they were realizing that the new source of prey was fighting back much more strongly than they thought it would, he sensed something else. He didn't have a muck warning because his senses didn't extend as far in that particular direction, but he was certain he was the first. "Burrowing creatures! Watch out!" He could have said worms instead of burrowing creatures, but the method was the most important. They were under the ground, the closest of them 10 meters away and rapidly closing that distance. It was only a couple seconds later when a slick gray worm poked its head out of the ground. The creature had no eyes, not uncommon for such a creature. But what it lacked there it made up for with additional heads. The top portion of each worm was split into a half-dozen smaller strands, though they were still as thick as a man's arm, and with rings of teeth that seemed to encompass their whole diameter. The disciple who had been the first target had managed to dodge out of the way in time, but he seemed to find it difficult to pick a target from among the writhing tubes. By the time he chose to try to wrap them together to decrease their independent reach, more were springing out of the ground. A few of the rippers were still attacking as this happened, unfortunately distracting some of the other grasping willows. However, their reduced numbers allowed the strongest among them to focus on the new threats. Anton was already firing as many arrows as he could at the worms that were popping up out of the ground. Unfortunately, until they breached the surface, they were well defended, and they were also able to immediately reverse course, popping back into the soil where they couldn't be easily targeted. With their focus on grappling techniques, once they got past the initial surprise at the strange multi-worms, the other cultivators were able to grab some of them. They often worked together, pulling different tendrils of the worms in either direction while a third struck at the momentarily still main body. Those who didn't have convenient allies often found their hair or robes, whatever they were using to entangle some of the parts, were soon chomped through by the free heads. Anton's spirit arrows found purchase in some of those restrained creatures, and some disciples had energy strong enough to keep their grip intact despite the biting teeth. The one who had the largest impact ended up being Lev. Shortly after the battle started, he bent down to the ground and started proliferating his energy. Anton thought he was just trying to predict the movements of the worms, but he was actually up to something much more impressive. His energy found its way into the dirt, and then into the roots of the grandfather willow. The soil that had been a barrier to defend the worms was suddenly not as safe as it had been. While even the weakest cultivators among them could chop 20 or 30 centimeters into the ground, the worms were able to instantly retreat several meters as their long bodies tightened and yanked them downward. Once underground, they were quite mobile, almost swimming through the soil. But they had the weakness that every burrower had. They could change direction, but the tunnel they made was where their entire body went. So when thin roots began wrapping around their midsections, there was little they could do to avoid it. Anton found it somewhat disturbing that even when Lev began slicing them in half with ever-increasing pressure from the thin roots, both halves continued to move independently. Even so, they were also clearly disadvantaged. Blood began to soak the ground, And without their full length, the multi-worms couldn't withdraw with the same sort of speed they had shown at the beginning of the battle. They began to be torn apart, figuratively and literally, by the rest of the combatants. A few minutes later, Anton was firing a few last arrows into the most stable tunnels, chasing after a few fleeing worms. Perhaps they were a part of the local ecosystem, but they would have to deal with their numbers being thinned as much as he could. Anton didn't hate worms, and in fact he knew that some of them were quite good for the soil. But he also wouldn't accept them trying to kill humans. There were a number of injuries among the disciples, and even Anton had almost been injured by one that sprang up underneath him while he was focused on a few other targets. Its teeth had chomped onto his foot and leg, but he hadn't dropped his defensive energy and resisted the damage. But it was closer than he would have liked. He needed to expand his ability to focus on multiple areas at once, so he would be able to make the most of his offense and watch around himself in detail at the same time. He didn't regret prioritizing the others in this particular case, and would have even been fine with some injuries. But he knew he wanted to surpass this particular limit on simultaneous action. The trip to the grandfather willow ended up with significant insights on the part of many different people. The various strands the vessel of insights picked up were almost enough to let Anton cultivate the technique without further instruction. Though Tocolito, so he would have had to give up the 99 stars, it wasn't ever really considered. But Anton appreciated the insights into the inner workings of plants. Of those present, Lev benefited the most. He was the most prominent disciple, and soon likely the highest cultivation member of the grasping willows, so it wasn't strange. His aptitude had seemed somewhat average before his near death at the hands of the parasitic moss, but afterwards his progress had accelerated. The insights he gained from the experience that left him with a ruined arm were greatly beneficial, and he came away with a great determination to improve himself. Now, almost a decade later, he was more than just Elder Varella's favorite disciple. He was becoming a pillar of the grasping willows. And to think they might have arrived too late to save him. Orphas. Sometimes, seemingly simple decisions led to large changes in the future. Anton just hoped he was making good ones. A doe waited in the woods in front of Anton, knowing he would come. His decision to bring her with him had been spontaneous, mostly out of pity and a bit out of curiosity. He knew that no normal creatures would have thrived in the ecosystem Everhart had set up. But he hadn't really thought much of it. The pregnant doe had merely been something he desired to protect, so he'd done so. It had been a year after the doe gave birth that Anton learned exact what special traits the species had. The assumed traits were simple. They were more physically robust than the average deer. At least the ones he'd dealt with before he was a cultivator. Both young bucks were more than capable of defending themselves from the creatures in the forest, even before their horns grew in. Once they did grow in, they were like blades that sliced through their foes like butter. Some of that was the effect of their energy and not their physical makeup. But either way, they were quite capable of taking care of themselves. So was their mother. Once she was not heavily pregnant in just the wrong circumstances. The next year, a question Anton had was easily answered. As the doe became pregnant once more, they were indeed capable of breeding with the local varieties of deer. And though he couldn't yet be sure, he thought they ended up similar in strength. The advantages of the special ones were strongly dominant, at least. Though Anton only had the pair of bucks, and then another trio of does born from the original mother. He would be keeping watch over the next years as the children aged into maturity and had their own offspring. But some slightly strong deer wouldn't have been much to talk about, even if they were quite tasty. Something Anton wouldn't even consider testing until their population was much larger. There had to be more to them to be worth Everhart bringing them along. They could have just been there to fill a missing ecological niche, but Anton quickly learned that was not the case. Because there was no way that they accidentally were disruptive to ascension energy. Unlike the ants, they didn't seem particularly resistant to it or energy in general. But something about their aura made it difficult to use around them. Anton imagined that if he wanted to use it defensively, their horns might pierce through it. But he didn't have clear enough communication with them to try. He certainly didn't want to teach them to attack humans arbitrarily. As for how much the deer would matter, Anton doubted it would be much. A bit of disruption might be nice. But the ants were such outliers from the norm that he found himself unimpressed by the deer, at least in a relative sense. Something bigger than a human being a potential asset was quite reasonable. Ants that were smaller than some technically normal species, being almost completely immune to the effects of energy, were a much bigger deal. It was a good thing they could be considered friendly, though Anton hoped they wouldn't be too friendly to any invaders. Chapter 65. It was difficult to plan for an invasion at a vaguely known time in an unknown place. The elders of the Order of 90T9 Stars were no different in that regard from any others. Grand Elders Sinaya, Matusi K, Foder, and Zajuk were meeting along with the handful of others who were at least temporarily filling the positions. It was somewhat uncomfortable how those positions had been with all the turnover in the last decade. This is a serious problem. Sinaya wasn't the most senior Grand Elder by a great deal. Though strangely enough, she was now in the top half despite her only being in the position for a few years. However, she spoke with the confidence of someone whose words were important. And they were, even if her perception slightly deviated from the norm. At best, I can see less than a sixth of the way across the country. From this height, that distance of 150 kilometers or so is my limit for how far I can shoot right now. Even if I expanded that, it's not enough. You are not responsible for defending the whole of Greyotan yourself, Elder Matusek reminded her. Who else will they could show up anywhere? Our position here is the best for our training, but it's far from centrally located. If attackers appeared in the east, Even if a message immediately reached us, we wouldn't be able to respond for days, or at least a handful of hours. I don't think that is as important as improving our defenses, Grand Elder Zajac commented. They'll be coming for the sex primarily, from what we know, places with concentrations of resources. Maybe we shouldn't have any then, Fodor suggested. When he saw the blank looks on people's faces, he clarified. If we minimize the amount of extra resources we have, preferably by using them to increase everyone's combat capabilities as much as possible, then even in the worst-case scenario they get less, and in the best case, we drive them off with fewer casualties. He shrugged. Obviously, equipment will need to be distributed for use, since it would be foolish to give up our combat potential. The problem there is when and how to allocate resources, as it always is, Matusia commented. There should yet be decades until it is time. Unfortunately, we don't quite know more than that. Perhaps we will get a clearer picture as it approaches. For now, I suggest we continue our steady approach to raising our disciples, with the swelling numbers. Our resources will be used up naturally anyway. Zayak grinned, with Vincent and Anton. I can't think of a time recruitment has ever been so high. Our numbers could triple in a few decades. That's compared to before the recent conflict, even. Depending on the time frame. We might even swell our ranks of life, transformation cultivators to higher than it had been before. Matusek nodded her head. There are more than a handful of promising candidates. Let's be candid here, Sinaya said. There are 5 who are guaranteed to reach life transformation in that time if they don't die. And there are a couple dozen promising candidates on top of that. If they survive, Matusek nodded slowly, which is far from a guarantee, despite their success so far. Vandale's grandson won't die, Zayak commented. You can't guarantee that, Matusek said. Even at the price of your own life. And even if it did, it would only be of marginal benefit. Oh. His value would be much more than mine, Zayak smiled slightly. But I've seen him fight. More than just cultivation talent. I know he'll just refuse to die. That only works until someone cuts your head off, Matusek grimaced. I suppose that's true in most cases, Zayak conceded. Certainly, the Order didn't have any techniques for miraculous recovery after such fatal events. I don't mean to drive the conversation in a negative direction, Matasik explained. But counting on people to advance without issue is quite different from guaranteeing they will survive until that point. Unless we sequester them away, but in that case most of them would stagnate. Matusek shrugged. That Katerina girl would probably be fine as long as we locked her in with cultivation resources. But it would hardly be worth it. We can't expect the world to stop for a while we ready ourselves for this. Even if every cultivation sect focus is on this same goal, which we certainly can't guarantee, we'd all run out of resources without some adventuring around. Elder Howland has been doing an excellent job managing our crops, Fodor commented. But it's not as if we have breeding programs for powerful beasts, and metal deposits don't usually just migrate until they're under a sect. I remember that one, Zajuk nodded. Heavy Mountain Gate was quite surprised to find their mine shafts filled in with or after a few years of neglect. But it's certainly impossible to account in such fortune. Regardless, Matusek said, we have built up significant resources over the years. Even if we are unsure of the specific time frame, I agree we can afford to be a bit more generous in doling things out. Perhaps even some specific rewards for advancements in anti-ascension techniques. Though we don't want people to neglect their basic cultivation either. Exact details would be hammered out over time. But that was something they both had too much and too little of. It was hard to raise up a whole new generation of cultivators to the peak in a few decades. But it was also difficult to manage resources on a scale longer than that. Perhaps there was a reason Everhart had chosen the particular timings for his announcement. Or maybe he just liked pushing people to their limits. Anton stood atop the mountain, staring up at the sky. The flat ground he was standing atop was not natural in the slightest, but instead was the result of observatory rubble having been cleared away. Only some of the outer structure had remained intact after the battle that resulted in Vandale's death. It was unfortunate, but it was gone. There had been some talk of rebuilding it to respect his memory, but it hadn't yet happened. Vandale had been the only one who used the observatory regularly, at least among the Grand Elders. Personally, Anton thought that was a mistake, but even if they were going to rebuild it, it would take some time. Large, carefully crafted pieces of glass didn't just appear from nowhere, and the original craftsman had died, of age and nothing else. It had simply stood atop the mountain for many decades, both before and after his death. It wasn't impossible to replace it. But it would take some time. That didn't stop Anton from staring up at the stars. His bare eyes were much more effective than most people's, given his training focused in that area. He would still benefit from a telescope, and he had commissioned a small one. But it would be nothing close to the actual observatory. All of the directly practical components of the 90 Dies 9 stars were well documented. So perhaps people didn't need to study the actual stars, but for Anton, at least, he felt more connected to things when he took some time to study the sky. It was kind of funny, actually. Since every celestial body was incomprehensibly far away, except perhaps the moon, which was just very far. He'd been there. Though, he remembered the vision of the world from up above clearly, and he wanted to keep it safe. Anton finished his study of the stars and the moon, eyes lingering on other planets he could only see in vague detail. Were there cultivators on those Vandale had indicated there wouldn't be, at least not on any planet they could see? But it was possible there were things that could survive in the extreme cold or heat those other planets would have. Though having a working ecosystem would certainly be more difficult. When morning came, Anton found himself still staring up at the sky. It wasn't strange for a cultivator to spend hours or days focused on a particular task. But Anton found he was quite the opposite of that. His focus wavered even to the point that he did something he would usually have avoided. He looked directly at the rising sun. His first thought was to look away, to shield his eyes. But in truth, he didn't need to do so. A tempered body alone might not have resisted some amount of damage. But the steady infusion of energy enhancing his sight also helped reduce the incoming intensity. It didn't stop Anton from almost falling off his feet, though. It was staggeringly beautiful, even as it reminded him of Vandale's death with its intensity. Red, orange, yellow, white. It was all of those things, and transitioned through them as it moved throughout the sky. Its intensity drowned out all of the other stars to the point they couldn't even be faintly glimpsed. Anton felt the heat on his skin, the sensation of the greatest fire that anyone he knew had ever felt. Yet distanced enough to be simply pleasant instead of destructive. Not that the sun was stagnant or calm. He could see many different shapes swirling on its surface, though he only knew they were moving from long experience. He knew they might be incredibly fast. But the various bits and pieces seemed to be standing still due to the vast scale of the star. Having reached the midpoint of Essence collection, Anton had been searching for an area of focus. His essence of promoting growth could lead towards many things, but in the end it brought him to this point. Anton wouldn't have considered providing the widest possible spread of growth of focus, but he certainly felt it to be possible. Anton wondered how he could reconcile that with caring about specific people, but it was easy enough. Even the sun shone more on some places than others. While Anton knew that was simply due to the angles involved, and not a choice on the part of the sun, Anton wanted a burning ball of fire in the sky. He was a person, a cultivator. He wasn't restricted to being Gexact like the object of his focus. Otherwise, he would have to burn up, and the grasping willows would have Tok'cha become trees. As he watched the sun move across the sky, Anton wondered what that particular focus might mean for his cultivation. While cultivators advanced mainly through the intake of energy and using it to temper themselves, for Essence collection it was more related to concepts. He might indeed be able to advance by focusing on the wide growth of the world. Not too different from what he'd already been doing. But how would that affect him in battle? His techniques he didn't know exactly, but he would have plenty of time to think about it. As long as he didn't spend too many nights and days staring up at the sky. If he was going to do that, he at least wanted to make sure he took time for practical things as well. And though nearly everyone would have been quite content if the world continued peacefully for the next several decades. That simply wouldn't happen. Not everything required the attention of Essence collection cultivators. But Anton couldn't resist the call of former allies. To the south, in Droka, trouble was brewing. Perhaps most people might not have considered people they traveled with one time for a few weeks as close companions. But that didn't stop Anton from being willing to answer the call for help from Sias and Prinza, two young members of the Iron Fist sect. They were not even located particularly far from the order, though the general terrain of Droka was much rougher and less habitable than Greoton. Most of his frequent companions were occupied, and none of them had taste to the pair regardless. Anton had only met them when on his way back Crew Hall during the height of the Twin Soul Sect's killings. As it turned out, it was the best decision all of those traveling together could have made, since there had been an attack. Anton could have gone alone, but he still recruited some people to come with him. Devon was free and inclined to seek out new experiences. There was also Alva, who was unoccupied and absolutely not going to let Anton leave her behind for any reason. It wasn't as if he could say anything was too dangerous for her now. If it was too dangerous for her, or he also shouldn't be going. While the difference between early and mid-essence collection was not insignificant, it wasn't so strong of a divide as essence collection and spirit building. So even if he still felt the desire to protect his young granddaughter, he knew he couldn't do so by excluding her from anything. So instead, he would simply have to make sure both of them were as strong as possible so they could handle anything that came up. Anton cared about Devon too, of course, but he didn't have the advantage of being young or cute. That was probably just as well, since it would help Anton make more logistic additions about how to fight with him. He worried about a possible day where he was in a battle along with all of his granddaughters and how he could focus on battle properly instead of unnecessary worry. Perhaps the mentality of a warrior still hadn't quite overtaken him, even after a decade. Chapter 66. As their small group returned to Droka. Anton remembered his thoughts about it when they were passing through on the way to the secret realm. Something about the land's barrenness felt wrong, and that hadn't diminished since his previous visits. But it wasn't as if he could fix a whole country just by thinking about it. And he wasn't the only one who knew about the issues. The locals were more motivated than himself, but nothing about it had changed. The country had enough arable land to support a small population and enough energy for people to cultivate, but it was hard to compare it to Greoton to the north. Its neighbor Floler was not much better off, however. One significant detail had changed, however. That was the secret realm itself. It was, more or less, extra land inside of Droka itself. It was a bit difficult to navigate, though not quite as dangerous as it had been shortly after opening. For the local sects, it was a great boon, and the possession of the area was turning to Droka's control. After the first period of years where it had been available to all simply for the sake of getting the support to open it. From what Anton understood, the Iron Fist sect, which he was visiting, and the Black Earth clan who had been the original discoverers of the secret realm, were controlling the area. Generally, they charged a small fee for anyone who wished to enter the secret realm and try their hand at the various challenges. The Iron Fist sect looked more like an outpost placed atop a rocky outcropping than anything else. They likely claimed much more territory around the area, but the actual buildings they had were condensed into a small area. It looked much more defensible than the Order, at least. Other than that, there was little going for it except presumably its proximity to valuable resources of some kind. Beyond the stone that everything was built from, the group of three and a wolf were only delayed slightly at the gates as the guards verified their reason for arrival. And then they were quickly escorted to a functional but austere meeting room, except Forfas, who remained outside. Inside were Chaos and Prinsa, along with someone else from their sect Anton didn't recognize, like the others. He was covered from head to toe in armor. "Greetings," the man said with a strong voice. "I am Elder Magro. I have heard much about you from these two disciples. I am Anton Krantz, and these are Devin and Alva." Anton introduced them. "I see your cultivation has advanced quite well. Sias Prinsa." Sias' face was mostly hidden, but his body language spoke volumes. "It feels like we've only gotten further behind." Anton couldn't honestly say they were wrong, at least from a certain perspective. They hadn't yet managed to surpass the barrier to enter Essence Collection, but they were still young, so Anton imagined they would. Though he'd pulled away, their own cultivation speed was not poor. With the poor quality of energy in the area, Anton also had a bit of an advantage, unless they were able to spend much of their time in the secret realm. Elder Magro redirected the conversation. "We appreciate your assistance on this matter. We would normally handle problems from within our own sect, but we've been plagued by a particular problem that we haven't been able to solve ourselves." These two were highly complimentary of your perceptive abilities, and your strength as well. But the Iron Fist sect isn't lacking in that. Anton nodded and smiled pleasantly. Elder Magro was a mid-essence collection cultivator, so it would be hard for anyone to call him weak. Anton also felt others of equivalent strength throughout the Iron Fist sect. However, few of them were in late essence collection. Anton thought his own cultivation was probably slightly ahead of the Elder. Though even considering the extended lifespans cultivators had, Elder Magro was likely younger than him still. No more than 70 or 80. That, of course, would imply he'd been cultivating for several times as long as Anton. "Is there something difficult to find? I only heard there was a creature troubling the sect." "That is what we presume," Elder Magro nodded. "Unfortunately, we haven't been able to catch even a glimpse of whatever it is. It could be a cultivator, but it wouldn't explain their activities. Not that it makes much more sense from a beast, but—" "Well," Elder Magro shrugged, "there have been a series of holes dug in the area. Or perhaps it is better to say smashed into the ground. While a hole or two isn't a big deal, even a large one. The problem is they are often accompanied by earth tremors." Elder Magro smiled awkwardly. "Not a good sign when a series of tunnels snakes throughout the region." "How do you know they are connected?" Anton asked. "At first we only suspected," Elder Magro explained. We noticed some tremors first, and then we started finding the holes. It was only when one of our disciples happened to be nearby when it happened that we were certain about the connection. Since that time, we've had elders nearby once or twice, but nobody has managed to sense what man or beast caused it. It's not some sort of natural occurrence, I take it. Certainly not. You'll agree when you see one. Speaking of which, we'll be heading out tomorrow morning so that you and your companions can take a slight rest from your journey. We'll take you to the area and try to be there for another incident. They've been increasing in frequency as of late. Sometimes more than once, per Dalton Y. When they came to one of the known locations, Anton saw exactly what Elder Magro meant. The hole was to circular Toby natural, not smooth and round, but it ran a clear line into the ground until the bottom filled with rubble. The holes weren't small, either. They were approximately 4 meters in diameter and more than 10 meters deep. If these were caused by a cultivator, well, Anton supposed if he'd gone down a different path, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to do such a thing a couple times, per Dalton Y. Or if he used ascension energy, it was just normal stone, after all. He tore off a chunk and crushed it in his hand just to be sure, but felt nothing special about it. It wasn't soft, but it wasn't exceptional. I can see why you would want to deal with this, Anton said honestly. Even without any tremors. Fuzz. Can you smell anyone or anything else that might have been here? Fuzz spent a good 10 minutes sniffing around the area, ultimately shaking his head. That didn't mean he didn't smell anything, but nothing that he would tie to causing the hole. He doubtless picked up all kinds of scents, but nothing that stood out as not fitting. The same remained true as they visited some of the most recent locations, with no scents matching any of the other locations. Anton didn't see anything either, though he wouldn't expect tracks in such a rocky region. He didn't sense any lingering energy, which was strange. When did this happen? He asked. This one should have been the day before yesterday. Anton frowned. If it had been a week, he might have supposed the energy would have completely faded. But for something of the size they were dealing with, it had to have taken a large amount of energy, whether caused by man or beast. Especially since it happened all at once. He dropped down into one of the holes, motioning Alva to come with him. See if you can learn anything from this, he said as he began inspecting the edges. He didn't get much himself. The impact had to be in the middle of the area, or it wouldn't have been round. The edges were mostly the materials having shorn off at weak points when they found themselves no longer supported. Beneath his feet, the rubble continued for more than a handful of meters. He knew it was extremely suspicious. But that didn't tell him anything. I can't find anything, Alva admitted. Tahira's not really any sign of what caused this. I agree, Anton said. I can't even find traces of the impact point. Though perhaps they got turned to dust, fanned by... Like much of the rest of this. That day bore no fruit, so they returned to the Iron Fist sect at the end of the day. They were all a little bit tired, mostly from the lack of anything really happening than from the physical exertion. "Elder Magro," one of the guards saluted. "There is a message waiting for you." He gestured for Anton and the others to follow. "I am betting this is related to why you are here." It took him a bit to track down the message, which then led him to a disciple. The disciple was a middle-aged man with a mediocre cultivation, but he stood tall and proud in his armor. "Elder Magro," he said as they found him, "I found another hole related to your mission. A fresh one." I felt the tremors and heard the crashing, and immediately found my way there, but there was nothing. Elder Magro sighed. "I didn't expect much differently. Even so, we'll check it out in the morning." Anton had a thought about that. "Do the holes only happen during the day?" he questioned. "Actually," Elder Magro frowned, "there have been at least a few at night." "We should probably head back out now," Anton said, "if it's safe." "Safe enough," Elder Magro admitted. "Anything that comes out in the dark around here I could handle." "Or any of you," he nodded. "Except perhaps whatever is causing this. Come on then, we're heading out." He turned towards the disciple. "Your name, Guthini, Elder?" 8 figures went back out into the night. For in heavy armor, while the others were in lighter fare. Perhaps one of them did not have armor at all. Depending on how one counted Fuzz, they wouldn't exactly be quiet. But it was likely whatever or whoever they were seeking could sense their energy anyway. But if they didn't look, they wouldn't find anything. Guthini managed to get them to the location, with a little bit of adjustment to find his way in the dark. The stars were bright and they carried some light sources, but it was still nothing compared to the day. "Not a speck of energy," Anton said. "Not that I expected different." Fuzz began sniffing around, eventually coming back to Guthini. Yes, he already said he came here earlier when it happened. The chance that the disciple was causing it was minuscule, and reporting it would have been strange if he had. Just in case, Anton carefully sensed the man's cultivation. If he was suppressing it or hiding something like the Twin Soul sect, Anton would have found it. But he was quite normal. Fuzz also accepted the explanation easily. But it seemed he hadn't found anything else. They began to inspect the hole, but found it no different from any of the others, except in location and exactly how the rubble piled at the bottom. This one had more of a slope from one side instead of a flat spread or a hill in the middle. Then there was a tremor, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Not the sort of impact Anton expected. But he fired an arrow in the direction of the disturbance anyway. He went with the spirit arrow, his connection to it allowing limited sensing in the area. It was less than 2 seconds later that he reached the hole and found nothing. There wasn't anything fleeing the scene, no sense of energy. Only falling debris. By the time everyone ran to the site in person, the essence collection cultivators far out ahead of the rest. A few last pieces fell, and then it was still. "Did you sense anything?" Elder Magro asked. "No," Anton admitted. Damn it! What do we do, actually? Anton flicked his eyes around the area. The fact that I send nothing Guckley tells us a lot. Anton jumped into the hole and felt down deep as he could. Sending his energy through rock was difficult. Even broken up as it was. 10 meters. 20 meters. He couldn't go much further than that, but he smiled. Oh ho, there it is. You found it, Elder Magro stepped forward excitedly. Not quite, Anton admitted. But I found a clear pointer in the right direction. The reason we couldn't sense anything is we were looking on the wrong side of the hole. Whatever is causing this has been doing so from underneath. I can sense a bit of lingering energy down below. Though not our quarry. Of course, Elder Magro nodded. It only makes sense. Though being inside a collapsing tunnel should be quite dangerous. And if it's someone or something burrowing. What are they trying to get? A good question, Anton shrugged. But that might take some digging to find out. He gestured. The physical kind, though talking to people might help too. Chapter 67. Something is working underground to create these holes. Collapses? Really? Anton reiterated the situation. That means we'll have to dig it out, and we might as well start with this most recent point. Though it might also be prudent to check things out from the perspective of the tunnels in this area. The Black Earth Clan knows the tunnels better than us, Elder Magro replied. I should get in contact with them. Since they're likely also concerned about what's happening here. Will you be safe here if I leave you? I finally caught a sense of the beast. At least, it feels more like beast than cultivator. It should not be something we can't handle. But no battle is truly safe. We could hold off on finding our way through, but... Time might be important, Elder Magro nodded. Come on, Guthini. You'll return with me. And I'll have you make another trip out here with backup. Since we've actually found a real lead, it's best to be proactive about this. With that, Elder Magro left. Left behind were Sias, Pristia, Anton, Alva, Devon. And of course, Fuzze. Fuzz almost began digging, but Anton stopped him. I have no doubt you would make the fastest progress of all of us, but you are also likely to make things unstable. Perhaps you could start at the top and dig a slope to make it easier for us to get chunks out, Fuzz nodded. Happily clawing at the stone, pulling chunks of it away with every swipe of his paws. It wasn't quite the same as a normal wolf digging through loose soil, but it hardly seemed to slow him down. Anton and the rest, who all had hands, began chucking pieces out of the hole, while they kept a careful watch on the stability below them. If it had collapsed once, it might do so again. Soon enough, Guthini returned with a handful of others, including an essence collection elder. The hole was just wide enough for everyone to work without disrupting each other. But they were getting to the point it was difficult to toss the larger chunks of rock out of the hole. Fuzz's work had only gotten him a couple meters down the edge. As he had to cut a longer and wider furrow in the stone to keep it stable. The members of the Iron Fist sect had sturdy bodies, as one might expect from people who spent all their time in armor. Anton was only able to keep up with them by advantage of superior cultivation, and he was used to hard work. There was only so much they could do with their hands, however. After a few hours of digging, while they were certainly making progress, they sent disciples off to get proper tools. The biggest problem was still getting large quantities of stone out of the area. And some were too large to fit through the mouth of a storage bag. They could break them apart. But as they got deeper, the stone became more dense and difficult, and the stiring to break apart. They worked tirelessly. But by the time the rays of dawn shone onto the upper parts of the hole, they were only perhaps a couple dozen meters deeper. They were well below the point the creature had dug up to cause the collapse, but yet more rubble was buried deeper below them. They had no idea how far it might extend, and if they actually came upon something they didn't want to fight, it fatigued. Thus, they finally took a moment to sleep shortly after dawn, returning to the Iron Fist sect. When they later awoke, after a mere handful of hours of sleep, they met up once more to return. Elder Magro was waiting for them, along with some members of the Blackstone clan. This expedition was turning into a larger thing, and not quite what Anton and the others signed up for. But they wanted to see things through to the end. The Blackstone clan had sent over to elders, a man and a woman, as well as a number of disciples. "Greetings," the man inclined his head. "I am Perot." "And I am Olympia." "Anton, of the Order of 99 Stars." The others introduced themselves as well, including Fuzz with a short bark. Alva enlightened the rest to his actual name. Elder Magro explained what he could while they returned to the site. The Blackstone clan had noticed the oddities as well, including some collapses in the tunnels. They had not found any connection to the holes, however, making the same assumptions of something coming from the surface. They sensed nothing down below, at least. "We hadn't expected something to be digging entirely new tunnels," Perot commented, "but it fits the evidence we had seen." "Combining our efforts should be most effective," Olympia continued. "If it's just clearing out rubble and stabilizing tunnels, we have plenty of experience, and whatever we might find should be of interest to both our sects." When they arrived back at the site, the Blackstone clan showed their expertise in the situation. They took over the sloping furrow Fuzz had been digging and turned it into a proper ramp, pulling away pieces of rock instead of digging them out. They acted more like they were molding clay with their energy, and they had much more precision. That also left the sides of the ramp more secure, which became important as people got deeper. "If it goes much deeper than this, we'll have to set up a proper mine shaft of some sort," Elder Perot pointed out when they were around 100 meters down. If they weren't cultivators, it would have already been too risky to work as they were with potential collapses. His words turned out to be prophetic, or perhaps experienced was more correct. Either way, the tunnel continued ever deeper, winding back and forth in some places, but nearly packed full of rubble in all areas. Several days passed. And there were discussions about what the purpose was. It couldn't have just been for traveling through, because it all seemed intentionally collapsed, like weaker areas of stone were dug through for that very purpose. That made them ever more worried about the multitude of presumably similar tunnels now dotting the landscape. Their work became more efficient as they got used to it, though it was also due to recruiting more disciples from either sect for the labor. There was now a constant stream of people moving in and out of the tunnel, each carrying a storage bag full of rubble. 1 kilometer down, the temperature went from the ambient coolness of cave systems to uncomfortably warm. Special care was taken to make sure proper amounts of air were reaching everyone working. 2 kilometers. People began to question whether anything could create such a tunnel in just a few hours, but they hadn't found the end yet. 3 kilometers. People were sweating constantly from temperatures that were bordering on deadly for normal humans. Anyone who had surpassed body tempering could withstand much more for extended periods of time, but it was uncomfortable. Several more days of work, and they reached 4 and 5 kilometers deep. Soon enough they could all sense it, a source of heat, the nature of which was pointed out by the Black Stone clan elders. We do not usually dig so deep, not without good reason. That source up ahead is almost certainly a magma chamber. It's not safe to dig near them. That said, it's not as if we are opening up the walls. This tunnel already leads there, so we should be safe enough. At least from that. The tunnel slightly leveled out as they approached, and more than that, it was not as completely full of rubble. When they reached a point, it was actually opened up for a significant distance. Anton sensed something as the heat washed over everyone. The same energy signature as before, but less muted now. It was stronger than he had thought, though not worryingly so. It just fit in with the natural surroundings, so he'd been off with the magnitude of its power. If it had been just himself and a couple others, he might be concerned. But at the moment, they had 6 essence collection cultivators and dozens of spirit-building disciples. "I sense it," Anton said. "We should be cautious. Just because he wasn't worded didn't mean it was appropriate to be careless." There was a great beast ahead, an overlord if anything deserved to be called that. Its energy does not feel as strong as a life transformation cultivator, but it isn't too far from it. We can expect it to have an exceptionally powerful body as well. Anton was picking out all the details he could. It was, unsurprisingly, about as wide as the 4-meter diameter of the tunnel, a long body and with rows of legs. From what he could sense, it seemed more akin to a lizard than an insect, but it was difficult to tell at their current distance. He explained what he could to the others and pondered the situation, even for something of that size and power. It didn't make sense that it could create the tunnels so quickly, and for them to find it in its lair when it seemed to constantly be at work. His energy senses dipped into the lava which filled up a good portion of the chamber. He could hardly sense anything beyond the heat, but he knew there was something there. Many things, with a sense of life about them. Not the size of the Overlord, but still perhaps a meter or more in any particular direction. Back at the mouth of the tunnel, he saw the trail of rock, chunks of it in an obvious path to the magma. And around the large chamber, there were many openings at various angles. Some came more directly from above and were empty. He couldn't quite pick out why things were done one exact way, but he began to get the picture. Among other things, he could just pick out a partial magma tube, where the magma must have once been able to flow out of the chamber they were in. "I think here is a mating pair," Anton said calmly. "That's how they managed certain collapses close together. Though they must still have powerful burrowing abilities, I also sense some young. In the magma, no less. These tunnels are to fill up the pool, though I am not entirely sure why it had to be done this way. Extremely long tunnels where most of the rubble didn't even get to the end when there were closer sources seemed unnecessary. But maybe there was a reason for it he didn't understand. Elder Magro looked ahead, clearly trying to feel what Anton did. "I'll take your word for that. The question is, what do we do, I'd say? Run." Anton reached out, gesturing towards a group of disciples that were milling about. He waved them towards him. And to their credit, they reacted instantly. They probably didn't even sense the large creature burrowing through the rock next to them. But they moved forward out of its way just in time to get away mostly unscathed. A monstrous lizard, the visible part of which had a dozen legs and a maw large enough to swallow a human, had burst through the wall, scattering rocks everywhere as it did so. "To the magma chamber," Elder Magro ordered, as well as the elders of the Black Earth clan. "There will be more room to maneuver there," Anton absolutely agreed. He took a few quick shots at the creature as he began to move, to allow the disciples behind him to start moving. Fighting the creature in confined quarters that it was accustomed to would be bad for them, especially if the other moved to cut them off, which he thought he felt it moving to do. Elder Magro was the first into the chamber, just as the other creature was reaching the entrance. He didn't hesitate to charge straight for it, stretching his arms out so that it couldn't engulf him with its maw. The armored man collided with the creature and actually managed to push it back. A few meters, anyway, which was enough for several others to enter the chamber and begin a coordinated attack that drove it back even further. Chapter 68. The magma chamber had something like a ring of stone around the edges that was possible to stand on, biased towards the side where most of the excess rubble had been going. Even along the edges, the stone was nearly red-hot, not quite immolten like the magma filling the middle. There were a few standout islands in the middle of the area, but Anton wouldn't trust those even if he were wearing the exceptionally durable boots of the Iron Fist sect. But not trusting the safety of something and considering its usefulness in a battle were different things. A nice safe spot to shoot arrows from would be great. If it wasn't a trap? Anton doubted it was anything intentional like that, but there were some important factors to consider. Like the creatures they were fighting, not caring at all about the magma, they chose to live in the area. After all, and the dripping chunks still attached to the one that had charged them at the tunnel entrance showed it had taken a straight path over and through the magma. So the islands in the center were relegated to the status of emergency jumping points, if anything. Something slightly less dangerous to stand upon for a few moments. Elder Magro continued to pummel the second of the two great lizards, the one that had tried to cut them off at the entrance of the tunnel while the other popped in from behind. He was making space for the rest of the disciples to get out into the chamber. But it was hard to say he was doing any real damage. A few test shots by Anton helped him take stock of its durability. Though his main effort was focused on the battle, taking shots to try to get the many-legged lizard crawling out of the tunnel to divert away from the weaker people they had with them. Anton couldn't help but think about how bad the situation could have gotten. Some people might think that being nearly flanked by two beast overlords with an entire brood of young just about to pour their way out of a nearby magma pool was bad. And they would be right. That was bad for Anton and the others with him. But what would have been worse was if this generation of young creatures had been allowed to grow. One overlord-level beast was an exception, something to be dealt with carefully due to its great strength. Two of them were a problem, because while an overlord's offspring might be exceptional, a pair of them would obsolently more troublesome children. Anton felt some eggs in the magma that were a meter tall, and the instability the two creatures had caused in the area for just this was already significant. With dozens more, they might start toppling cities, either by accident or because they wanted new territory. Devon had positioned himself to the side of the overlord that Elder Magro had been pushing back, his chains wrapping around a handful of the legs on one side, binding them together. Anton could feel the strain on them. How close they were to snapping already. But he restricted the movements of the creature enough that it didn't crush Elder Magro or some of the others who had entered the melee under its massive bulk. Though it repeatedly tried it anyway. Smaller creatures began to crawl out of the magma, between 1 and 4 meters in length, and with no more than 8 or 10 clawed legs each. Many of the disciples had broken off to hold those off. Along with Alva and Fuzz, the wolf was dragging the creatures out of the magma, ignoring the small bits of exceedingly hot magma that found its way into his mouth and on his gums. He flung them into the walls of the chamber and then pounced on them to finish them off. Meanwhile, Alva took shots at the best targets in the area, prioritizing the creatures targeting her orphas, Puro and Olympia. The elders of the Blackstone clan were facing off against the other overlord, keeping it half contained in the tunnel. Every time it tried to step out, they worked together to raise up a section of rock, knocking into its chin or pushing against its legs and forcing it backwards. As they repeated those actions, it began to simply smash through the barriers, but during that time it wasn't clawing or eating or crushing anyway. Anton drew back his bow, taking careful aim at that creature's eye. He condensed his energy and released at the height of his power, the arrow snapping forward. There was hardly any distance for it to cover, and it instantly reached the creature's eye. It pierced through the defensive energy and struck the eyeball itself, or at least the translucent film covering it. He could convince himself that he'd done some damage. He was pretty sure he saw a mark where he hit. But it could have already been discolored. The point was, however, that he should have expected something that could withstand direct contact with magma for extended periods of time to be tough. That included the smaller ones, as the disciples were finding out, though they appeared at least somewhat able to be damaged. Out of his bag, Anton pulled the bone bow. He found himself generally agreeing with Grand Elder Kania that it wasn't a good bow. It was difficult to fire and not nearly quick enough. But Anton had greatly improved his own ability to create strings purely out of energy, which this particular bow required. If he'd had more physical strength, it might have been optimal for a certain style of shooting. But it seemed as if it were made for someone who focused on physical strength all throughout spirit building and even into essence collection. Even so, he could still take a few good shots with it. He gathered a portion of his ascension energy. His maximum amount used at once had expanded, but his pool had grown even more. He could now manage 4 or 5 full power shots, instead of 3. This time, when his arrow flew towards the creature, it reacted, twisting its body so that its right side faced him, along with a myriad of legs. 2 of them were raised into the path of his arrow, the creature moving even before his shot had been completed. It wasn't strange, really. Overlords that couldn't anticipate danger wouldn't survive for long. His arrow pierced forward, penetrating through one leg and then the other. And that was it. It didn't manage to reach into the creature's body or strike any of its vital organs. Still, he had pierced through some key parts of the creature's legs. They would be useless. He took solace in that, until the legs fell off, with each leg being the size of a tree trunk. There was no way his shots should have separated the limbs from the creature. He'd pierced through some tendons and ligaments. Functional but small points. He hadn't chopped with a large blade, but the limbs fell off, twitching angrily as they did so. One of the disciples helping the Black Earth clan elders was taken off guard by the sudden turn and the fact that the dislodged limbs moved, resulting in several large gashes across his chest. The good news was that when he tumbled to the ground, the wounds cauterized quickly. Anton furrowed his brow as he looked at the empty space where the 2 legs had once been. It was a vulnerable spot. But as a wound, it was strangely disappointing. There was no blood after the first few drops of nearly glowing red. Orange blood. 2 legs out of 30 or 40. He could possibly cripple one of the creatures if he kept attacking in that manner. But he really needed to hit their new weak points. Unfortunately, firing normal arrows at the smooth spots where there had once been limbs was difficult. The creature continually twisted and turned, sweeping those around it away. Lizards were biting at Anton's ankles along with most of the rest of his body. forcing him to deal with some of those and not the overlords. Denton had almost been pulled into the magma by the one he'd been entangling, and Fuzz... No, bad wolf. This isn't time to eat. We're fighting. Alva yanked on Fuss as hard as she could. But she had no hope of physically maneuvering the giant wolf. Not unless she wanted to risk actually hurting him. And it would take more than one arm to make that attempt. She was now fully occupied by shooting the creatures that were taking advantage of the fact that Fuzz was standing still, trying to bite and claw into him. Some were successful, leaving furrows of blood on the stupid wolf. What was he even doing? He knew how fights worked. At least the Iron Fist disciples that her grandfather knew were helping out. Cius and Princess stood on either side of Fuzz, bodily getting in the way of incoming lizards and even grappling with them to flip them on their back. Alva always took advantage of that, as their underbellies were much softer. Her arrows sunk into them like she was shooting into blocks of iron, which was way more effective than the scales on the rest of their bodies. What were they even made of? Often, fortunately, there was no way to answer that question. Instead, she had to pick off as many foes as she could to protect Fuzz and the two disciples who were extremely stoic about all of the holes poked in their armor and themselves. Did Prince really have to let that one chomp into her forearm just so she could get a better grip on it? Alva took a few quick shots through the lower jaw while she held it stationary, her arrows reaching up into the creature's brain. An unnecessary move, but efficient at least. If the only thing they had to fight was the small lizards, they would be fine. If they included the overlords, Alva probably thought they could manage as well. When adding on the fact that it was really stupidly hot, she was less confident in their chances. Was it okay to take a second to chug some water? Alva reached for her water skin, but found it had evaporated. At least her magic bag was sealed, and she sent some tendrils of energy to pull out a handful of berries. They were supposed to be for cultivation, but they were usable as emergency energy replenishment. Yet Alva wanted them just for the juicy water inside. She looked at Fuzz. He'd at least finished chewing on his target and was looking around for things to fight, but his mouth was far too full of dried, flaky blood. Sure, some of that was from the creatures, but more of it was his. His gums were oozing blood until it nearly instantly dried, and he seemed to be missing some teeth. Wait, Fuzz! Alva pulled out a waterproof satchel, debated opening it, and then just directly tossed it into his mouth. Fuzz bit down with an extremely unpleasant squelching sound. She really hated the sound of him eating those. And she also didn't like to look at it. Fuzz had grown fond of a particular variety of rabbits that were particularly juicy. They normally looked fuzzy and happy and round, but that roundness was because they were plump with blood. There was probably some reason that was advantageous for them. But in this case, it would at least temporarily get some liquid in Fuzz. Even as he ate the satchel and the prize inside, Fuzz began to leap across the battlefield. Okay, we're heading over this way now. Thanks, you two. Alva vaguely waved to Cius and Prinza, whose confused expressions were unfortunately visible through various damaged bits of their helmets. Alva wasn't sure why they were running across the battlefield, but she added her own shots to the most obvious target. The great lizard that had flanked them in the tunnel was now out of it and sweeping around the battlefield, with the other fighting half in the magma. Alva wasn't sure Fuzz should get in a fight with the creature, because for all his size he still seemed small next to something 4 meters wide. But she also couldn't say the battle didn't need the help. When the creature reared up, she took a shot at its belly and barely managed to break through a scale. If it obliged her and continued to repeat that action, she might eventually form some deeper wounds, but it wouldn't be easy. As it was currently sweeping its claws at 2 cultivators coated in rock, she could only try to distract it or watch for the other to leave an opening. "Fuzz, you are going the wrong way," Alva yelled as the wolf ran towards the tunnel. "I am not leaving everyone else behind. We need to fight." Grandpa and Devin are here? Alva knew Fuzz wasn't a coward. Usually he was so good in battles. Even if he was a little bit incautious with his own health, he always took care of her. So when he leapt through the air and pounced on an empty section of groundmouth first, she was extremely confused. Then she heard a crunch. She was pretty sure that was equally the sound of breaking scales and fuzz teeth as he bit down on the detached limb of one of the overlords. "Damn it, Fuzz, this isn't time to eat. That will be there later." Chapter 2, 69. Author's note: the combat in this chapter took a bit more of a brutal turn than most. Just a warning, since usually things are less gory than this chapter. Despite Alva's protests, Fuss knew this was exactly the time to eat. He just couldn't have explained it to anyone if asked. Both because of the inability to speak and the unclear reason behind it. Sometimes there were things you just knew. That was why Fizz didn't give up, even though it was really tough to chew these things. He didn't give up when he was being attacked by the small ones, despite them clawing at his fury. He wasn't going to give up on chewing through this big hunk of arm, despite the alarming number of teeth he was breaking. He fortified his mouth with as much energy as he could, and it could barely overcome the durability and lingering energy of the limbs. That was a problem. That was the problem Fuzz had, actually. He was supposed to be stronger than Alva so he could keep her safe. If he couldn't be stronger than her, he at least had to keep up with her. But ever since she'd reached the next level of power, he hadn't been good enough. He doubted the pack would just abandon him. But he needed to keep up. The strong, chewy muscles beneath the scales he tore through would provide him that power. Hopefully. Otherwise, he was making Alva fight more or less alone for no reason at all. But nothing was going to stop him from chewing now. Not incoming creatures, not the pain in his mouth, and not a splash of extremely hot liquid rock from one of the 2 big lizards. The one in the pool of the glowing stuff was quite upset and was splashing around with the clear intention to create a big mess. When a huge chunk of that flew towards Fuzz, he dodged out of the way. Alva was still riding on his back after all. The arm was a bit heavier than anticipated, so he was swung around and didn't quite leave the radius of danger. But as some of it splashed over his head, he merely added it to the pain he was experiencing. He shook his head, flinging off the burning globules before Alva could try to brush them off with her hand. Fuzz was hot. Obviously, his fur was far too warm for such a place. Rocks weren't supposed to melt, but melt they had. It was a testament to his durability that his fur hadn't instantly caught on fire as he entered the area, though it was certainly smoldering now. His face was, of course, very hot where it had directly touched the lava. His own burned flesh was an unappetizing smell, especially when mixed with that of his blood. But he continued to rip out pieces of the inside of the limb he now held in his paws, most of the pesky scales discarded. The hottest part was not either of those things, however, but instead Fuzz's insides. He was quite aware of the difference between energy and fire in most circumstances. But inside of him, the line was really starting to blur. But he couldn't stop now. The heat and pressure inside of him built up until it finally cracked. Part of his back split open when it did so. Nothing big. Just a line about the size of a human's arm. A squiggly one, like the things Katerina made in his fur and had tattooed on him. Those didn't hurt. This one was painful, but in a good way. Like when you gorged yourself on too much of a beast and then had to vomit it out, it felt good to have the pressure relieved. In this case, Fuzz hadn't eaten too much. He tore another chunk out of the arm in front of him, finding it slightly easier than before. He felt pretty good now. And some of his teeth were even straightening out where they'd been broken. The others would probably take some time to grow back. But he also had his claws, and he was feeling much better. He focused in on Devin, who was fighting the big one that had splashed the hot rock on him. It was risky to bring Alva close to that. But Devon was a member of the pack too, family of Anton and Alva specifically. If Alva didn't want to go close, she was entirely capable of being independently mobile. Fuzz readied himself, then charged, knocking aside the smaller creatures that tried to stand in his way. His newly empowered energy protected him while his body was beginning to knit itself into what he was certain was a stronger and more durable form. He couldn't wait for it to finish, however, because the battle wasn't over. Alva remained with Fuzz right up until the edge, where the big lizard was half sticking out of the pool of very hot liquid rock. He was glad she chose to dismount there, because the big creature could attack her directly on his back with either teeth or claws. Plus, there was all of the splashing rock. Devon's chains surrounded him defensively. But they were not actively holding on to the creature. Likewise, the powerful armored man fighting next to him would occasionally strike the creature, but maintained a defensive position. Such a strategy might draw out the battle, but it would not win. Fuzz leapt forward and latched onto its foremost limb on the left side. He was large, but still significantly smaller than the creature. Even so, he could restrict its movements. and as power flowed through him, he thought maybe could drag it out of its defensive position. His teeth pierced through the scales to find a grip, and he yanked hard, pulling it back a single step. Then the creature's many limbs stopped its movement, and its overly large maw chomped down on his shoulder. Despite his lack of scales, Fuzz's hide was extremely durable. His bones were which was very important in this particular case because it kept his front, left appendage from being severed, the teeth sunk deep, though, and the mouth yanked. Fuzz had to choose between keeping his own leg and holding on to the creature's leg. If it had fewer of them, he might have stood firm, but he only had for himself versus the many fours it had. And while the lizard seemed quite willing to give up its limbs, Fuss was less certain he could grow his back. So he let go and found himself flung up into the air, sailing over the lizard. Such a slow and meandering arc would normally not have been a problem, but the landing place was a bit problematic. The good news was that Fuzz landed on his feet. Yet more good news was that the swirling energy flowing through and out of him kept his pads from instantly burning away. The best news was that he was sinking slowly into the very hot, liquid rock. The reason the latter was good news was because if he had been fully submerged, Fuzz wasn't sure how long he would survive. Even with his energy protecting him, Fuzz felt the burns. He started running his way back towards the big lizard, wondering if he could hop onto its back and damage it there. His jaws couldn't get around its neck. But he might find purchase somewhere. A flicking movement distracted him from the side. He half saw it, half felt it, as something very large moved under the surface. Not another creature, but the same one. Its tail. Lobbing globs of fire at the group fighting it, and a section of land nearby that was not quite so hot as to be melted. Thinking wasn't for wolves. It certainly wasn't for wolves in the middle of battle. The most important thing he could do was be active, so he quickly changed his trajectory to his new target. Fuzz would have liked to stand on the less, burning hot ground and grab the end of the tail, but it remained firmly buried in the goop most of the time. Even when it flung chunks, it rarely broke the surface. So he dove for it instead. Fuss was very good at digging. And while the ground here was not nearly so friendly for a burrowing wolf as dirt, he ignored the way it splattered against his belly as he went a leg's length into the hot goop. The heavy density of it was actually quite convenient, as it flowed together more slowly than loose dirt. It would be a problem if he wanted it to keep its shape, but he only needed a very short time to reach his target. A nice, tender mouth, wet-bright chunk of moving flesh and scale. As his jaws clamped onto it, he also got a mouthful of the liquid rock. That was extremely uncomfortable, but nobody ever said battle was comfortable. No trial battles. And this one was probably going to get worse. As Fuzz lifted and pulled, his feet sunk into the surface below. It took several yanks before he broke a chunk of the tail free from the material. Then it began moving and thrashing to throw him off. He let it pull him in a particular direction, but kept his feet planted as firmly as he could most of the time. His jaw remained clamped even as everything burned. When his feet found the solid segment, he pulled upwards, standing onto his hind legs. It was something he would do only rarely, as he was not a human. He just didn't work like that. But he couldn't get enough height otherwise. He then threw himself to the side, using his weight to snap the tail tight and that momentum to yank the creature towards him. Devin felt great sympathy for Fuss as his shoulder was bitten into, and great worry as he was flung onto the magma. The wolf was already pretty badly beaten up, and he didn't look like he could withstand much more. The intense aura of determination coming from Fuzz didn't help him feel better about that. When the wolf diverted course, he was almost distracted enough to get himself clamped between the lizard's jaws. But two chains flexed apart around him and gave him time to dodge away. Unfortunately, that brought him under the creature. The chains were crushed and broken apart, which was a shame. He had developed a method to make his energy durable and more akin to a real object. But that meant when it broke, it was more damaging than just a standard chunk of energy being broken through. Since he was already pushing himself to his limits to deal with the Overlord, he didn't have the spare energy to form more chains. Thus, the two that protected him were simply lost, while Devin hadn't expected Fuzz's detour. The beast was clearly even less prepared for it. It was actually yanked backwards, its front feet sliding back over the magma where it quickly sank. That left just its head and neck above the surface. A fact that Devin took advantage immediately. His position below it was suddenly useful for a brief moment. As his remaining handful of chains looped around to either side and upend over the creature. Without the distraction, it would have simply crushed him. But when its head came down, the force was much less than the whole weight of its body. He broke one. Maybe 2 or 3 ribs at most. Elder Magro was quick to react. Leaping up onto the creature's head as Devin's chains wrapped around its jaws, he punched an eye. And when an eyelid simply blocked the blow, he grabbed firmly and pulled it open. Another translucent eyelid remained inside that one, which he grabbed with his other hand. That left the creature relatively restrained and an easy target for Alva. With its eyes being nearly the size of a standard archery target, it was difficult for her to miss even with it thrashing about. Her first arrow barely penetrated at all, but each subsequent one broke further layers through the eye. Elder Magro participated by kicking at the oversized orb, while Devin tried to keep the things lightly still. The fact that it was dealing with assaults from both ends had thrown it off, but it was still overpoweringly strong. The nearby disciples were quick to leap to their assistance. The Black Earth Clan members formed layers of rock around the creature's forelimbs. Each was nearly instantly snapped off. But another was ready to form immediately afterwards. Disciples of the Iron Fist sect leapt onto the head as well, targeting the other eye and anything else they could vaguely guess was a weak point. Their efforts weren't useful for the damage so much as the extra weight holding the creature down, even if it made it more difficult for Devin to edge out from underneath its jaw. Alva's arrows and Elder Magro's steel-toed boots soon found their way through the left eye, and then into the creature's brain. Even though the brain was very small by comparison to its size, it still took several hits to cause significant damage, ending with Elder Magro's entire leg in the beast's head before its topid conchuring. The creature still took some time to properly perish, but it diddy. That freed up everyone fighting it to move on to the other creature. Though all participants were at least a little bit bloodied and some were barely standing. But Devon knew that his grandfather was holding down the fight with the other one, and they would certainly overcome it. Though it wouldn't be easy. Chapter 270. While he'd been distracted by swarming many-legged reptiles, Anton had lost some of his focus on the battlefield as a whole. He was still aware of all the battles happening, but he'd not really comprehended whatever happened with Fuzz. The wolf was looking exceptionally proud of himself, and also exceptionally burnt and bloodied. Anton hoped he could get himself away from the island in the middle of the lava with his remaining energy. But for the moment he had to help deal with the other overlord. One had been slain, and most of the offspring had been killed. Not that their own side was without losses. There were dead and wounded members among the disciples of the two groups, those unfortunate in their positioning or unable to handle the swarming enemies and oppressive heat. If they'd been given the option, they would have retreated to the surface, but now that things had come to this point, it was better to finish off their remaining foe. It was a good thing all of the Essence Collection cultivators were able to focus their attentions on the creature, because it was enraged at the death of its mate. It was spinning wildly, clawing at anything that came close with its myriad of limbs. Just because it was a couple short on one side didn't suddenly make it safe to deal with. The tail was also a problem. Slamming into people as it passed or forcing them to leap over it. Teeth drove people away. Anton focused on the weak points created by its lost limbs, with the intention to either cause it great damage or force it to defend against his attacks and ignore others. The elders of the Black Earth clan were rapidly molding the rock to slow the creature. And others were converging on the creature's location. There wasn't a particular moment that spelled victory for them. At least not past the defeat of the first creature, and the gradual advance of their own forces. Armored members of the Iron Fist continued to pummel the creature until its scales cracked and the combined forces wore down the stamina of the great lizard. Soon enough they had reached a point of certain victory, but the creature pulled off one more twist. In this case, it was literal. Its body spinning around and tail forcing people to dodge out of the way. With a few brave souls risking a swipe at the flailing appendage. Previously, that move would have led into some sort of focused attack on an individual. But instead it resulted in the creature facing the pool of magma, where it began to charge. However, despite the fatigue everyone had built up, they wouldn't allow it to retreat. Perhaps it might not find another overlord as a mate, but it could still cause tunnels to collapse and might seek to harm humans in the future, without any prompting. Sias and Prince grabbed onto the tail as the creature started its mad dash towards the magma pool. Devon grabbed a few legs from its right side, right behind the ones that had been severed. Elder Magro leapt in front of the creature, punching upwards into its jaw to try to concuss it. Reaching masses of rock from the Black Earth clan tried to stop it. Every effort was valiant, but the creature was unwilling to be restrained. Its tail detached, along with any legs that were restrained. One side of the creature was closer to being a snake than a lizard, and the other pushed unevenly as it bowled over the people in front of it, ignoring the damage to itself. It was clear it wouldn't be stopped so easily, but those with longer reach continued to attack it. And of course, Alva and Anton peppered it with arrows. As it was about to dive under the surface of the magma, where it would be difficult to follow, at least with any speed, Anton gathered his least used type of energy. The pieces from beyond reincarnation that were ephemeral. It wasn't as oppressively strong as ascension energy, but it was quite useful. His arrow flew forward, breaking its way through the thin layer of defensive energy the creature had left. Its scales would normally deflect an attack of the magnitude Danton was making, but the special energy let his arrow pierce through, interacting more directly with what Heka Sether than what was in its path. It had its weaknesses, but it was extremely functional at piercing through armor, and with the stores of energy of the creature depleted, those defenses were unable to block it. It skipped past the outer layer of the creature's back and struck its spine, where Anton forced it to do as much damage as possible. A shot through the heart would take a long time to kill it, if a narrow hole would even be sufficient. Even the brain showed signs of taking too long to really kill it. But the spine? It almost immediately went limp. It wasn't a shot that would have been possible if it was still focused on fighting or slightly healthier. But recognizing what one was capable of doing was important for taking advantage of such situations. Depressingly enough, the creature still took some time to kill even though its back half couldn't move. Part of that was because people were being more cautious, staying where it was safe and jabbing their weapons into its sides to slowly bleed it to death. Some of that was because people were exhausted, and some of it was simply the thing being so tough. Then came the cleanup. They began with taking the bodies of the humans out of the area, both those unconscious and dead. Those lying injured would not be able to stabilize with the near rock, melting heat permeating the area. Those who were dead might still have their body preserved for a proper funeral, instead of an unintentional cremation. Everything else was left for later, though Anton noticed Fuzz left with a leg dragging behind him, one claw clutched in his mouth. Upon later exploration of the tunnels, the structural stability of the region was worse than had been thought. While the quakes had been felt quite locally for the most part, in a short time the collapses might have escalated to a greater extent. The Black Earth clan set about the long task of stabilizing the area. Part of their work involved fusing the rubble in various tunnels into solid states, though they also had to dig out some areas to reach the deeper parts. A few tunnels were useful for their own efforts and were repurposed, and others could be left as they were. As long as nobody wandered into them, they would be safe. They also had to unplug the blockages on the magma chamber, letting the magma flow through the ground on whatever path it had been before. As they did so, they found there were more eggs of the creatures still present. All of them were destroyed, though that didn't mean they just left the pieces behind. The shells were a good material, though not quite so useful as the creatures themselves. The two overlords were determined to have been anomalies. There were certainly varieties of beasts that could live in extreme temperatures, but most of them would not have such troublesome tunnel, digging behaviors or excessive size. As far as could be determined, the collapses had been an intended part of preparing their lair to whatever standards they found acceptable. Much of the rubble was used to block up the flow of magma through the area to create the large pool. As for why they didn't just take chunks from the area around them, perhaps they understood that it would make their own lair unstable. While the adults were able to quickly burrow through solid rock and didn't much care about tons of material collapsing atop them, their young were not quite so durable. But whatever their specific reasons, it could only be speculated upon. Anton wondered if there was a way the creatures could have lived. While the cultivators had certainly intruded upon their lair, they hadn't been determined to fight until they were herded into the area and left with little choice. Even things that seemed like monstrosities to humans likely deserved to live. But they also couldn't be allowed to harm humans, and if they had been left much longer, they might have started collapsing large sections of city. In the end, he and the others were paid what had been arranged, plus an additional amount for the unexpected level of dangers. Except for the disciples who died, the Black Earth Clan and Iron Fist sect actually profited from the venture in the form of the valuable corpses of the beasts. The Iron Fist sect was especially interested in the scales and how they could be enchanted to make even more durable armor than what they normally wore. Of course, they didn't get off the bodies of the creatures. Fuzz made away with pieces several times, including some consumed during the battle. Then he spent the next several days unconscious, recovering from his injuries and adjusting to the new, more powerful state he had reached. While beasts who cultivated didn't have exactly the same stages as humans, and didn't have proper cultivation techniques, they still found ways to advance. Among other things, they consumed the same sorts of energy, infused herbs and plants that humans did, as well as absorbing natural energy from the environment. Finally, they had a method that was nearly unique to them, consuming other beasts. Humans could gain some benefits from consuming the flesh of a powerful beast, but for the most part it amounted to little more than exceptional nutrition. Some techniques made better use of those resources, but beasts were the best at making use of it. Anton was glad that Fuzz had managed to advance, for his own sake as well as that of Alva. However, He was concerned about the fact that a rune seemed to have formed spontaneously on him. That was something Katerina or those who focused on formations would have to be asked about, though Katerina would likely be the best for this particular case. She was the one who had started shaving runes into Fuzzfur to help him recover after they rescued him. If Katerina didn't know better, she might have thought she put that rune on Fuzzback herself. It fit right in, completing part of the picture. But she did know better and was slightly concerned at its appearance. Alva explained it just appeared during battle, so at least it shouldn't have been sabotaged by some sort of enemy. But it was still disconcerting. Natural formations existed, but they had nothing to do with something like this. They were simply arrangements of sticks, leaves, stones, and anything else in an area that just so happened to take on the form of runes and total together to a formation that affected the energy of the world. They weren't shaped be something. At least, that was supposed to be the case. At the current point in time, they were so far removed from those who first studied formations that it would have been like asking what a specific person had 100 years ago for breakfast. If they were alive, they might guess, but they wouldn't know. Natural formations were supposed to stabilize in their positions due to various factors. Note Papinto Place. But nothing she'd read directly refuted the possibility of that happening either. Of course. The idea was so ridiculous that it shouldn't have had to be mentioned. When something like that came up, though, it forced Katerina to wonder. Was there something deeper to this, a will of nature? Perhaps it was simply Fuzz's own will? It could have even been something he subconsciously picked up from watching her. He hadn't shown any particular talent with putting together formations, but he might subconsciously understand those inlaid upon himself. Katerina smiled. She hadn't found a new puzzle to work on in a while. Dealing with all of the crazy formations Everhart left behind gave her a headache, even when she understood them. But this was something she might be one of the first to learn about. Or at least she could assure herself that Fuzz would be fine. It wouldn't do to have their very oversized companion be hurt by something they could prevent.